We are back live at CollectCo. Let's try it this time and see what happens. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. And we are here, and I think it's working now. Wow, I hope so. All right, let's see what happens. Sorry, but we had some major... There's Craig. Craig, we were trying to connect earlier. We need to make sure our old video don't populate, and there's everybody. So, man, that was weird. So let me get everything shared now. Sorry for the confusion. We are officially live, though. Yep, now we're good to go. Okay. All right, I feel like it's going to be good because I already see a lot of comments. Must be sending everybody a notification. I can tell when Facebook sends out notifications because we have a lot of people on fast. We have a lot of people on quickly watching. All right, let me hit copy link. Let me walk around here where y'all aren't looking at a dead screen. Let me show you, please, what to do first. One of the first things I'd like you to do is hit this button right here. See this? Boom. I want you to hit that thumbs up button on Facebook. That really helps us out. That really helps us out by the algorithm. It helps us out. Long story short. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to be rambling, stalling as I try to figure out how to get all this shared and posted in the proper places. Let me go over here to a whole lot of records. I made a post for tonight. Here's the hot post. Got some Beatles 45s. I got some box sets. Got some Grateful Dead box sets. Got some Yes Genesis. Got some autographed albums. Got some signed Dr. Johns. Got some Doobie Brothers. And got some John Lennon and Beatles and Rolling Stones bootlegs as well. So let me copy this link. Here's where we're live. Let me hit newest first. Let me tag this guy. And let me tag Carol. I bet Carol and Bill's already watching. And I need our top 3 Stones buyers. I'm sure they'll be on anyway. They usually don't miss a show, but there they are. Let me do that. And boy, my lips are chapped. I'm going to need a monster too. So sorry we're late for a couple reasons. One, we had our CollectCo Christmas party, so just not too long ago everybody left. This is the new one, Rob Scheffler. Tanner, if we can look into deleting the old feed, that would be great on Facebook. So we had our CollectCo Christmas party, so that slowed us down a little bit. And then me and Paul did some negotiation on some records he purchased. And then our feed, we went live earlier and it was really weird. Michael Church, you're on the right feed. Yes. Hey, thank you, Seth. Michael Church, you're on the right feed. That's correct. You're on the right feed, Michael Church. All right. I think I've shared everything where I need to. Yep. Chat. So yeah, we had our CollectCo Christmas party. And hey, I just found out something new. So we are actually on X right now. We've always been on X/Twitter. But you can actually comment now. And we can see your comments. You used to could just watch over there. But it looks like they have finally embedded. But looks like Restream has worked with X/Twitter, and they have got it where you can comment. So my chat here, you can watch from X tonight if you have a Twitter/X, and you can comment, and we can see it. So there's another platform for y'all to watch from. If you may prefer it over there. I've never watched a live video from X since they've been doing that, but you can watch from X now. So if anybody has a Twitter/X, you can go over there and try that out. We'll see how that works. I found out when you click on it, it lets us know when you're watching, though. It says it automatically comments, so that's interesting. Let's go through some new vinyl. We have new vinyl here. Invoices are out, Tanner, all out. Still working on some of them. Tanner's working on new customer invoices. That's usually the last thing. Edward Beck joined. Do you see how that comments? Edward Beck, I know you're watching. Because it says joined. Ed just left the company Christmas party. He's already ready for some more. Everybody here, great people. We have such a great staff that works here. Very thankful for everybody. Doug, John, Ed, Tanner, Seth, Julie, Paul, Jake. Did I forget anybody? And then all the wives and fiancés and Seth's really fortunate that Rachel lets him come here, right, Seth? Okay. All right, let's open new vinyl pre-order master sheet because I have some pre-orders in here. And we're going to start off the night actually with 1, 2, 3 cassettes. And let me get my pre-order master sheet pulled up. And here we are. Oh yeah, did I say my mother joined? Not my mother joined, but I was reading a comment. Did I say Julie? I said Julie, right? I hope I did. Okay, so let's go through some new vinyl. AC/DC, Johnson City. This is a live unofficial from AC/DC. That's Johnson City, Tennessee, 1988. That was the new lead vocalist after the passing of Bon Scott. That's AC/DC, Johnson City. Now, I'm going to show it to you, but I actually do not have any to sell. There was already a waiting list. And I'm going to read off who was on that waiting list. We only had one copy come in, and there was 3 people on a waiting list. So basically, I'm taking an extended waiting list, Tanner, and we need a sticky note for Linda Lamb. I'll hand that off to Tanner right now. Linda Lamb, you're going to be getting this one right here. Linda Lamb, you get the AC/DC Johnson City. And I haven't had this. This is U2, the best of U2, 1980 to 1990. This is kind of like the go-to greatest hits from their first early years through 1990, $46.99. Very high quality pressing, jacket, U2, the best of U2, 1980 to 1990. That is $46.99. That's a 2LP. That's U2. That's a new restock. Haven't had that in a while. Also, AC/DC. Now, this one I haven't had. The Live Classics with Bon Scott. This is Bon Scott, the Ultimate Broadcast Recordings. That's a red vinyl unofficial, $36.99. First sale of the night, not counting the pre-order, is Christopher Morris. He is getting U2 and he's getting AC/DC. Now, anything we sell out of, please let me know. We'll start you on a waiting list. There's U2, there's AC/DC. Those are sold to Christopher Morris and Christopher Morris. Brian Arrigo is going to be the first name on the AC/DC waiting list. Live Classics with Bon Scott. Rob Zombie, Hellbilly Deluxe. Rob Zombie is $31.99. I've got more Rob Zombies in. $31.99 for Hellbilly Deluxe. Actually, I think that was supposed to be for the Sinister Urge. I think there's 2 different Rob Zombies, but maybe that one was supposed to be $31.99. I think that one's supposed to be 30. That's supposed to be more. I think there's another different Rob Zombie in here, Seth, or maybe I wrote the price wrong. Rob Zombie, I think, is supposed to be $36.99, actually. I think it's not even supposed to be 33 or 34. I think it's 36. But there's Hellbilly Deluxe. Rob Zombie, that is, let me take a look at that. The Bon Scott. Bon Scott. Linda Lamb that's hers from the waiting list, yeah. Okay, so Rob Zombie, I think that's $36.99. We got a restock of High Voltage. That's AC/DC's first album here in the States. Technically in the Australia too, but it has a different cover over there. It's A Long Way to the Top if you want to rock and roll. Live Wire, that's a great song. TNT, and of course, She's Got Balls. $31.99 for AC/DC High Voltage. Now, we did also get a restock of this Pink Floyd Live in Italy. I think they got separated, but let me show this. This is a Pink Floyd Live Unofficial, Live in Italy. There's Volume 2. Let me step over here and find Volume 1. I hope they both came in. No, that's right. They were sold out of one volume. I got this split up, actually. So what we're going to have to do, I got 2 copies of Volume 2, it looks like. I don't know if the other ones came in. Let me take a look at this. Pink Floyd here. Pink Floyd, and that was Adam Heartmother, Montreux, Wish You Were Here, Relics, Italy Volume 1, Italy Volume 2. 2 people was on a waiting list for Volume 2. So these are both sold. Holly Safe and Sherry Darnell. And I think we're waiting for more Volume 1s to come in. So these are sold to Holly Safe and Sherry Darnell. Those are both sold. Yeah, 36. Rob Zombie's 36. That's okay. We'll change the price on those. That's what I thought. I was like, that's needs to be a few more dollars. So we'll change the price on those, no problem. Brian Arrigo wants a high voltage. This is Italy 1971. Yes, it's on colored vinyl. Italy 1971. If anybody wants Volume 1 or Volume 2, or if you want both, we got more on the way. Volume 2 was still in stock, and then Volume 1 was back ordered. So those are sold. There's Brian Arrigo's High Voltage. And we did get a restock of U2 Octung Baby. Octung Baby, $46.99. A lot of waiting list in this order. This was a big restock for waiting list. So these that are coming in for tonight, Holly Safe and Jeff Topping was on a waiting list for Octung Baby. Holly Safe and Jeff Topping. So there is U2's Octung Baby. That is sold to Holly Safe and Jeff Topping. Those were waiting list. Those were waiting list, and I've got one extra. That is the album. U2's on their anniversary tour of this. They're doing the residency in Las Vegas. This is the album that they're performing in its entirety along with other hits. I look forward to seeing it in a couple months. Wow, Mysterious Ways. The Fly. I like that one even better than The Real Thing. One. Great album. It sounds great on vinyl too. James Bragg wants on the waiting list for Pink Floyd 1971 Italy. Let me show a few cassettes. We have Brittany Fox. $14.99. Got some great cassettes, Paul Mark, today. Brittany Fox is $14.99. The classic, Matchbox 20, Yourself or Someone Like You, that is $6.99. And, boy, you never see this, Van Halen 3. I mean, I never see it on vinyl, cassette, or anything. Van Halen 3, $14.99. Van Halen 3. That's not Hagar or David Lee Roth, I don't think. That's that other guy. The other guy. $14.99. Bill Samus wants a U2. Chris Frazier is going to take the Brittany Fox and the Van Halen. Brittany Fox and Van Halen. The Bon Scott is an unofficial. The Bon Scott Live Classics, that's an unofficial pressing. So we did get more copies of this. Let me see how many there's a waiting list for. And if Doug's watching, he was interested in a copy. But let me see how many I actually have left. This is Stevie Ray Vaughan. This is SRV, and Vaughan Brothers, not that one, SRV and 3. We have 3 people on a waiting list. Matt Parsons, Daniel Bouziden, and Debbie Winstead. Matt Parsons, so 3 people there. 1, 2, 3. I've got 2 extras. Let me set one aside. Doug was interested in one. And let me say that we have one left. He was wanting it possibly for a Christmas gift. So I've got one extra, and that is the limited edition numbered blue vinyl, $64.99. What I'll do is, they keep sending these things. I thought they were done. If Doug doesn't decide he wants that one, then whoever's next on a waiting list, you may get it tonight or tomorrow. But this is $64.99. I got those digits backwards. $64.99. I got one left. Bill Samus is getting one. Did I already pull his? No, I didn't pull Bill Samus's, did I? There's Bill Samus's. So those 3 were on the waiting list. Do you need those waiting list names again? That was Matt Parsons, Daniel Bouzide, and Debbie Winstead. Matt Parsons, Daniel Bouzide, and Debbie Winstead. I'm going to grab 3 more cassettes here. Boy, we need to auction this thing. Wow, take a look at this. So we have the original cassette single to Nirvana, Smells Like Teen Spirit. Wow. The original Nirvana, Smells Like Teen Spirit cassette single. $15 start. That's pretty incredible, actually. $15 start. That's the cassette single to Nirvana, Smells Like Teen Spirit. I've got 2 other quick buy it nows. Queen Hot Space, featuring Under Pressure. That's $9.99 for Queen Hot Space. And check this out. Wow, this is pretty cool here. $19.99, Ozzy, The Ultimate Sin, with a ticket stub. I hope Moose isn't watching. Has a ticket stub from the concert. So Ultimate Sin cassette, $19.99. And it has the concert ticket stub. That's pretty incredible. Take a look at that. That's $19.99. Sell that to Chris Frazier. He's on a roll with the cassettes. That's sold to Chris Frazier. So far, the only thing left is Queen Matchbox 20. Nirvana's a $15 start. That's our first auction of the night. Our next auction of the night is going to be Kiss, Love Gun. Kiss, Love Gun, and Hooligan. This is an original 7-inch single, of course. EX Plus condition. Very clean. Very nice. And that's going to be a $10 start on Kiss Love Gun in the original Casablanca inner sleeve. Okay, continuing with new vinyl. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon Live. Portsmouth Guild Hall, January 21st, 1972. Live Pink Floyd, Live Pink Floyd, $29.99. Live Pink Floyd. Let me make sure there was not any more of those. I thought there was a few more of those. Live Pink Floyd. Yeah, here's the rest of them. I've got 3 copies. This is a live Pink Floyd bootleg unofficial, and that is $29.99. $29.99. Rush Clockwork Angels, that is $44.99 for Rush Clockwork Angels. So Yasky, you were second on Ultimate Sin. Kiss is at 10 on the Kiss is at 10, or Stacy's at 10 on the Kiss 45. Got a restock of Rush Clockwork Angels. So this is Pink Floyd playing Dark Side of the Moon in its entirety, I guess. Let me see here. Let's see, Breathe, Travel Sequence. That's got to be On the Run. Time, Breath, The Mortality, Money. I guess that's the full album. $29.99 for Pink Floyd. Also, Beastie Boys, Check Your Head. $46.99 for Beastie Boys, Check Your Head. We got a restock of Taylor's version of 1989, and this is on the Sunrise Boulevard yellow vinyl. Sunrise Boulevard yellow vinyl, $49.99 for that. 2 copies of Back in Black, AC/DC, $31.99 for Back in Black. Did get a copy of Reservoir Dogs, but there was a waiting list for it, and I only got one extra. And that means this is already sold, Tanner, to Scott Drum. Scott Drum was on a waiting list for Reservoir Dogs, but what I'll do is, now that y'all know that I have it and we can get it, if anybody else wants one, let me know. I'll have one later this week, but Reservoir Dogs is sold. And Led Zeppelin Scandinavia, 1969, another live Led Zeppelin concert, Scandinavia, $44.99. Final call on our first 2 auctions. Then we're going to get into some of the bigger stuff. We got Rolling Stones bootlegs tonight. We have Beatles bootlegs tonight. We have 45s to auction. We have cassettes to show and auction. Nirvana, the original single, cassette single, to Smells Like Teen Spirit, the song that defined the 90s in a lot of ways. That is a $15 start to Jason Kenton. Going twice, going 3 times. Stacy's at 10 on Love Gun. That's going twice, going 3 times. James Ludwig wants a copy of Rush Clockwork Angels. That's sold to James Ludwig. All right, so let's go through this crate one more time. 1 copy left of AC/DC High Voltage, $31.99 for High Voltage AC/DC. Still got all 3 copies of Pink Floyd Live. Wow, I don't hardly ever show a Pink Floyd bootleg that's left behind. This is the first time Kelly said that Dark Side of the Moon was played in its entirety. That's pretty incredible. $29.99, or at least played live. That is $29.99. Yes, Led Zeppelin Scandinavia is a bootleg. $44.99. $44.99. James Bragg wants a Pink Floyd Live. Thank you, Mr. Bragg. 1 copy of Rush left, Clockwork Angels. That's $44.99. Holly Safe also wants a Pink Floyd Live. There's 1 copy of that left. Beastie Boys, Check Your Head. I think this was a request for somebody. $46.99. I sold one, and the person who requested it, I don't know if I've even seen it last week. Still got Rob Zombie. I need to change the price on these. These are $36.99. Hellbelly Deluxe, Rob Zombie. When it goes out of stock, it's like a $40, $50 record when it goes out of stock. Or I should say a $50, $60 record when it goes out of stock. Rob Zombie, that is $36.99. Back up the top, Holly Safe also on LZ. That was Led Zeppelin Scandinavia. Let me make sure that Mark Lynn asked if it's a boot. Mark, it is a bootleg. If you don't want it, then it's sold to Holly Safe. Bill Samus was second, so Bill, I'll put you on a waiting list if that's okay. Mike M is back in on the Nirvana at $21. Let's go ahead and sell Stacy. Wow, Stacy, a Kiss auction, uncontested. You get that for $10. That was Love Gun in the original Casablanca single. Stacy gets that for $10. Next is Joshua on Beastie Boys. I think that was the person who requested it. Joshua, he requested the Beastie Boys. That's sold to Joshua. Arm Lazelle's going to take that last Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon Live. That is sold to Arm Lazelle. Bill Samus says he's good with the waiting list. Taylor's version of 1989. This one was, I guess I should say, there for a while, a little bit harder one to get. $49.99, yellow vinyl. So Mark is actually going to take that Led Zeppelin bootleg. So that means we got 2 people on the waiting list. Holly Safe, and James Bragg. All right, I got my mic back on, but that's only to tell y'all that I'm going to mute it in just a second to take a drink of the first monster of the night. Also, we have Back in Black. I hit the sack. $31.99. Nirvana, final call. Mike M. Is that Mike M? Who's Mike M? Is that a new buyer or is that Mike Massey? Who's Mike M? Final call on that for $21. We have, is there a waiting list for Led Zeppelin? The Led Zeppelin Scandinavia, yes, waiting list. We got 2 people on there. 2 people on there, and he says not Mike Massey, it's Michael McDowell. Gotcha. Okay, so Michael McDowell, gotcha. And let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. That was the first great crate of new vinyl. I think we've pulled all the proper waiting list. Rob Zombie is $36.99. $36.99. So Back in Black, Taylor's version of '89, Zombie, Rush, and AC/DC. Stephen Martinelli says he'll take a Rob Zombie. Tanner, that's not stickered, but it was $36.99. Edwin also wants on the Scandinavian waiting list. Scandinavian waiting list. All right, let's get some auctions rolling. We got some fantastic stuff to auction tonight. One of the first things is we're going to get right into some of the Rolling Stones bootlegs. We got Rolling Stones and Beatles bootlegs tonight. First is the Rolling Stones Beautiful Delilah. This is a BBC session from the Rolling Stones from 1963 to 1965. EX condition, $45 start. EX condition, $45 start. The Rolling Stones Beautiful Delilah. EX condition, $45 start. That's a vintage Rolling Stones bootleg, and that is live BBC sessions from 1963 to 1965. Let's go ahead and knock out the other crate of new vinyl for tonight. We have 2 crates of new vinyl, and then we have plenty of other stuff to go through. I got more 45s for tonight. And I guess John mostly worked on 45s. I'm going to have to start finding some crates to go through. We may start doing some half. What is this stuff here? Is this stuff that... I'm trying to figure out where this stuff came from here, Tanner. This October... Is this like crates that they made, or... I don't know what this stuff is. Or is this the stuff that was right here? This was the stuff that was right here, wasn't it? Okay. It looks like I found some stuff to do for half off, because these are some older titles, and we're going to start doing some stuff half off pretty soon tonight. We don't have a lot of new vintage tonight. We do have a lot of auctions and stuff, so probably while we're doing a lot of the auctions, then we'll probably be doing some discounted vintage. So back up to the top. We had Rob Zombie, Edwin on the waiting list for that. The bid on the cassette, Kevin, you got lucky because I was about to sell it. But since you've asked, the bid on the cassette is $21 with Michael McDowell. And that's like a final call. The Nirvana Smells Like Teen Spirit. Let's see here. Arm Lozelle also wants on the Pink Floyd Italy Volume 1 and 2 waiting list. Matt, I have 0 copies of Reservoir Dogs left on hand, but if you want one, I can get you one. $39.99. And Colin, we just sold a Kiss cassette. Edwin's at $45 on the Rolling Stones. And let's see here. Stephen Martinelli's at $22 on Nirvana. We got bids on both auctions. We got a restock of Pink Floyd Metal. Metal is the 180-gram remaster of their 1971 album. Pink Floyd Metal. Pink Floyd Metal. Let me see if there was anybody on a waiting list for Pink Floyd Metal. I got somebody on a waiting list for Endless River from a long time ago. I probably can go ahead and delete that one. Adam Hartmother, Montreux, Wish You Were Here, Relics. No waiting list for Metal. So if you have a copy of Metal, no one's on or need a copy of Metal, this is $33.99. Put Matt Ketchum down on a waiting list for Reservoir Dogs soundtrack. And I have 1 copy of the Beastie Boys, License to Ill, and that is the Def Jam 50th anniversary of hip-hop. That's on fruit punch colored vinyl. So kind of like on a purple colored vinyl, Beastie Boys, $36.99. Scott Joachim Stoller wants a Pink Floyd Metal. Let's do a final call on some auctions. Michael McDowell, you've been outbid on Nirvana. Stephen Martinelli has that for $22. That's the original Smells Like Teen Spirit cassette single. That's at $22. And the Rolling Stones is now a final call. Beautiful Delilah, that's BBC Sessions. Edwin Blom has that for $45. I'm about to sell it. Speaking of BBC Sessions, I have Led Zeppelin, the complete BBC Sessions. Now, I've got a used copy of this we're going to be selling or auctioning in a second. Here is a brand new one. This is the Super Deluxe. 5 LPs, 3 CDs. We were listening to the open copy last night. We have $214.99. Incredible sounding live Led Zeppelin. 1969, 1970 era, just fantastic live Led Zeppelin. That's an essential for everybody's collection, the BBC Sessions from Led Zeppelin. $214.99. New bid on the Rolling Stones at $46. Michael McDowell's out on the Nirvana cassette. New bid on the Rolling Stones. So, Stephen, you're about to get the Nirvana cassette, final call. And we did get more copies. I went ahead and stocked up, but I think there's several people on a waiting list. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. And there is several people on a waiting list. This is Pink Floyd, Wish You're Here, just $33.99. 180-gram remaster. Mike Bolton, Jim Hicksons, and Matt Parsons, Tanner. Mike Bolton, Jim Hicksons, and Matt Parsons. $33.99 for Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. This is Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. It sounds incredible. It looks incredible. And it's only $33.99. Wish You Were Here. There's 1, 2, 3. There's the 3 people on the waiting list. And I went ahead and stocked up on this right here. This is $33.99. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. James Lugwood wants one. Let's go ahead and sell this Nirvana cassette to Stephen Martinelli. He gets that for $22. They're still bidding on the Rolling Stones. Brian Arrigo, let me know if you want back in. Brian Arrigo, let me know if you want back in. This is at $48 with Evan Blom, and that's a final call. So I had two cassettes earlier, if you missed them. I got Queen Hot Space for $9.99. Queen's $9.99. Matchbox 20. Matchbox 20 is $6.99. Let me go ahead and put up a couple more. I got another cassette here to auction. Or actually, I got some for a buy it now. Let's just do a few more of these buy it now. There's 1, 2, and let me do 3 here. Well, these are some nice titles for cassettes. I really wish this was on vinyl right here, but that's very tough to find. Megadeth, Cryptic Writings, $19.99. Megadeth is $19.99, Cryptic Writings. Extreme 3, 3 sides to every story. That's a sampler. That's a promo sampler. Extreme is $9.99, and Twisted Sister come out and play $9.99. There's a few cassettes for you. Twisted Sister, Extreme, and Megadeth. Those are all available, along with Queen and Matchbox 20. James Love, we got a Pink Floyd. We have Colin Dishman. He wants a Pink Floyd. Colin, if you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. Make sure you message our page. Make sure you message our page, Colin. First-time buyers, we need your email address and mailing address. I was going to make sure Brian was done on the Rolling Stones. That's a final call. Jeff McMaster wants the Twisted Sister cassette. That's so did Jeff McMaster. And Pink Floyd, Montreux 1970 Live, $84.99. Montreux 1970 Live. That is Pink Floyd. Let me bring out a MoFi John Lennon for our next auction. And there was somebody on a waiting list for the Pink Floyd Montreux 1970. Let's show that right now. And I'm showing the waiting list for that was Holly Safe. Pink Floyd, Montreux 1970, $84.99. John Lennon, Imagine, a 1984 MoFi. Paul has it in beautiful condition. And it is. This is John Lennon, Imagine, the original MoFi pressing of this. $65 start. The vinyl is near mint and pristine. There's the cover. $65 start on that. So Pink Floyd, Montreux 1970 Live. That's a 3 LP. 3 LP. What a cool cover, too. Very Pink Floydish there. That's a bootleg. That's an unofficial. $84.99. Pink Floyd. Brian's out on this. Let's go ahead and sell Edwin, the Rolling Stones, for $48. And John Ellis is in on John Lennon. John's in on John at $65. We got another Rob Zombie. We haven't had this one in a while. This is $29.99. Also, Mel Moss wants on the waiting list for Pink Floyd Live in Italy Volume 1. He wants on the waiting list for Pink Floyd Live in Italy Volume 1. He was missing one from his invoice. Well, that might be still hanging around here somewhere, so we'll try to check on that for you. This is $29.99. $29.99. Craig, we are closed on Sundays and Mondays. Sorry that you made a trip out here. We're closed on Sundays and Mondays to really get caught up on all of the stuff that we sell here on Facebook. It takes us really to shut down the whole store, and everybody really is all kind of working together here trying to get everything organized from our sales. So we're now closed on Sundays and Mondays, but we're open Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday from 10 to, you might want to be here by 4:30. We kind of start locking up at 4:30 and we're officially closed at 5. So sorry they made a trip, but we're closed on Sundays and Mondays. Rob Zombie's $29.99, but we sell live. If you're interested in buying records, you can come here to the store, but you're going to see our newest and our best stuff right here every night at 7 o'clock. So make sure you're tuned in on Facebook or YouTube or X at 7 o'clock. And we have a new bid on John Lennon for $65, or that was the bid with John Ellis. Stephen Martinelli also wants this Rob Zombie. That's sold to Stephen Martinelli. That is sold to Stephen Martinelli. Also, we have final call on that. Google says he closed at 6. I thought I changed that. They may have not updated it yet. They usually update it the same day. I will check on that. Let me grab another Rolling Stones bootleg. I have the Rolling Stones Europe 73. This one looks cool. This one looks cool. The Rolling Stones Europe 73. Look at this. Incredible. Paul says we got a lot of really cool splatter vinyl tonight for these Rolling Stones bootlegs. So this is the Rolling Stones live at Forest National in Brussels, Belgium, October 17th, 1973, except A2, A3, A5, D4 at Wembley in London, September 9th, 1973. Rainbow splatter vinyl, and Paul says that is a rare version, and it is. I mean, any of these vintage bootlegs on splatter vinyl, and the vintage splatter vinyl, it is always like, I mean, look at it. They don't make anything like, I mean, I've never seen. It has just an interesting look to it. I don't know how to describe it. The vintage splatter vinyl. This is a $95 start. This is a $95 start. The Rolling Stones Europe 73 on splatter vinyl. Okay, why did I make sure I didn't miss anything? I think I'm caught up. Pink Floyd Relics, $33.99. I actually only have one copy. Pink Floyd Relics is $33.99. Edwin Blom's in on the Stones at $93. And let's see here. And a couple of those things, Tanner, I may have handed you was waiting list if you're looking for something. And Holly Safe was on the waiting list for this Pink Floyd Relics. Holly Safe was on the waiting list for Pink Floyd Relics. And AC/DC Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap from that. Actually, that's upcoming. We hadn't got to that one yet, have we? I don't think we've got to that. That's about to be shown. So that's sold to Holly Safe. We have Rolling Stones, 95, 100, 100. Megadeth. Megadeth is, so, well, actually, let me show three new ones. Dokken, Breaking the Chains, $9.99. Queen Jazz, $9.99. Check this out. Warrant, The Dog Eat Dog Sessions, interview with Ton Mastery. This is a promo cassette, $19.99 from Warrant. The Dog Eat Dog Sessions, that's $19.99. And the Megadeth was $19.99. We still have Megadeth, Extreme, Matchbox 20, and another Queen. Those are all cassettes that I just showed there. Okay, so back up to the top, we have now in a final call, John Lennon Imagine for $65 of John Ellis. We also have Rolling Stones at 95, 100. Colin also wants Pink Floyd Relics. So that was sold to Holly on a waiting list. That's sold to Colin. If anybody else wants one, let me know. The Rolling Stones at 125. Stacy Metternich wants the Warrant cassette. That's sold to Stacy Metternich. And next is Rush Moving Pictures, 180 gram remaster, $36.99. Rush Moving Pictures, $36.99 for Rush Moving Pictures remaster. Kiss Crazy Nights, $33.99 for Kiss Crazy Nights. I only got one of those. And then there's AC/DC Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap. There was a waiting list for that, $31.99 for AC/DC. Holly Safe was on a waiting list for AC/DC Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap. We didn't sell one of those live. The waiting list was Holly Safe. Yeah, and then the Rob Zombie was Stephen Martinelli's. We have AC/DC. This is $31.99, new and sealed. Rolling Stones is at $145. And Colin Dishman wants a copy of Kiss Crazy Nights. That's sold to Colin. I'll lay that right next to Stacy's Warrant cassette. Also, I'll take one of the most recent Rob Zombie. Take one of the most, I think you mean this one right here, The Sinister Urge, right, Jason? That's sold to Jason Short. And we have John Lennon Imagine, sold to John Ellis for $65. That's sold to John Ellis for $65. Got a battle going on for the Rolling Stones Europe 73. That is now at 150. Nowhere near for me saying a final call on that yet. Let's see here. What do we have over here? Let's see here. There's those. Let me see. It's over here. Got this stuff. Got that stuff. Let's do the, here's my other crate I'm looking for. I think. Yeah, here's the other crate I'm looking for. Let me set this there. Let me set that there. And let me see what I have in here. I have what do I have here? This is, I'll go ahead and do an autograph. This is really cool. Dr. John, the Night Tripper. So we found a whole tub. I don't know if I told y'all this, but after we got done with all of our JSA stuff, we found a whole tub of Dale's collection. Maybe two tubs, really. A tub and a half in the back of Dale's collection of stuff that we didn't kind of filter through before we did all of our mass JSA authentication. So guess what? We found, we've had these in the back. We've been selling some of them. Y'all have seen some of them the last couple shows. Several autographs from Dale's collection. And this is the best Dr. John signature we have because it's the only one I've seen that's not personalized. And it's on one of his better albums too. Dr. John, the Night Tripper. Gris, I guess that's how you say that. And it's not personalized. That says Dr. John, the Night Tripper. He inscribed it, the Night Tripper. It's not the first label, but it's an early repress. It's still on 1841 Broadway Atco label, but it's not on the very, very first label. I think it's, like I said, still an early repress or early reissue. This is now up for auction, $125 start, and it's autographed. It's not authenticated, but of course I will guarantee it to be authentic We have other Dr. John signatures. And this is the only one, Gree. Thank you, Paul. This is the only one that's not authenticated. I had a feeling that you didn't actually say those S sounds there. Gree. So that's up for bid. And man, like Dr. John, scarce signatures. I mean, I saw where a cut, the only thing JSA or PSA authenticated was a cut, like a cut signature like we've been selling, just like on the index card. It sold for $275. So I feel like this should go up from here. Dr. John's at $125. It's not authenticated. Of course, I'll guarantee it. I'll guarantee it to be real. The Rolling Stones is at $200. And we make sure I didn't miss anything before that. I don't think I did. And the Rolling Stones is at $215. We have David Bowie Rarities, 1966 to 1968. $39.99 for David Bowie Rarities. 18 tracks, 66 to 68. Live, Throwing Copper is $39.99. Live, Throwing Copper. And David Bowie Live and Sessions, $44.99. Live and Sessions. And Little Shop of Horrors, original motion picture soundtrack. Little Shop of Horrors, $31.99. We have a battle going on for this very scarce Rolling Stones splatter vinyl. The Rolling Stones Europe 73. Very tough to get. Any kind of bootleg you see on colored vinyl, a vintage bootleg on splatter or colored vinyl, much more scarce. They always, I guess kind of like they do today, they made them limited edition. And we're talking about something limited edition from like 50 years ago. That is now at $250. Cynthia, you were first to David Bowie. She wants, let me know which one you want. You may want Rarities. You also may want Live and Sessions. These are both unofficials. If anybody else wants one, let me know. David Bowie Rarities and David Bowie Live and Sessions, $39 and $44. Cynthia could be getting both, so if we need to do a waiting list, let me know. We had bids early on Dr. John. Brent Rively was in first at $125. This is the only one I have that's not personalized. $125 with Brent Rively. Stephen Martinelli, you were second, so you're out. Cynthia wants both David Bowie's, and Bill Samus is at $260 on the Rolling Stones. Stephen Martinelli's at $130 on Dr. John. That was our second bin of new vinyl tonight. We got some great cassettes I've been showing. Got some great cassettes. I'm going to go ahead and stack these over here so they don't tumble on me, but that's what's left in the first batch. Megadeth, Extreme, Matchbox 20, Queen, and Dokken. Usually don't see titles like that left behind on anything, whether it's vinyl, cassettes, CDs. We got 2 auctions already up, so let me just go ahead and recap this bin. We have Pink Floyd Metal, $33.99. November 1971 is when this album originally came out. Echoes, One of These Days, of course, Fearless, regarded as one of Pink Floyd's greatest deep cuts, $33.99 on that. Also, Beastie Boys, License to Ill, $36.99 on Beastie Boys, License to Ill, Fruit Punch colored vinyl. Led Zeppelin, the BBC Sessions, the complete BBC Sessions, $214.99. I highly recommend Led Zeppelin, the complete BBC Sessions, $214.99. Went ahead and stocked up before they were low stocks. I went ahead and grabbed several. I don't want to run out of something like this and not be able to get it. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. Now, if this cover is unfamiliar to you, this is the cover where the 2 guys are shaking hands and one of them's on fire. This is how it was originally packaged. It came in black, almost like dark blue shrink wrap. This reissue is actually really black. The actual original is like a very, very dark blue. $33.99, fantastic sounding reissue. 1 Pink Floyd bootleg left. Montreux 1970, $84.99. And Rush Moving Pictures, $36.99. Rush Moving Pictures, $36.99. Still got AC/DC. Holly Safe was on the waiting list for Dirty Deeds. I didn't pull that one yet, Tanner. 2 copies left of AC/DC Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap. Still have Live, Throwing Copper. Can't believe we didn't sell one of these. Of course, I feel like I've sold a lot to a lot of different people, but this is Live, Throwing Copper, $39.99. Stephen Martinelli wants Pink Floyd. Excuse me, Arm Lozelle wants Pink Floyd. I'm assuming RM. That was from Montreux 1970. We also have Little Shop of Horrors, $31.99. Soundtrack Little Shop of Horrors. Let's do a final call. Carol's out. The Rolling Stones Vintage Bootleg. The Rolling Stones Vintage Bootleg Europe 73 on splatter vinyl. We now have a final call. Bill Samus has that for $260. $260. We have our first out on the signed Dr. John album. Stephen Martinelli has this for $160. Dr. John the Night Tripper, Grease. And this is a $160 bid with Stephen Martinelli. James wants a copy of Live, Throwing Copper. He said Live. I saw that, didn't I? Hold on a second. He says Throwing Pennies. He meant Throwing Copper. I see that now. That's so to James Ludwig. And We have Can You Get Live Mental? No. Live, the only thing in print by Live is this album here. The rest of their catalog is very desirable, and we cannot get them. They're not in print, so that's the only thing available from Live. When I come back, I'm about to sell these 2 auctions, and Kevin wants a copy of Dirty D, or no, he wants a copy of High Voltage. That was left over from the first crate. So here is the leftovers from the first crate of new vinyl. And the first crate of new vinyl was AC/DC High Voltage, Rush, Rob Zombie, Taylor Swift, and Back in Black. So there's High Voltage, and that is sold to Kevin Black Fox. Okay, I am, Mark Lent is at 169 on Dr. John. Mark Lynn's at 169 on Dr. John. Okay, so let's bring over, I think, let me check this crate here. Was this a flip crate, or trying to figure out what's going on here? Let's see. Oh man, well, you got all the 45s too. We got great 45s again tonight. All kinds of stuff. We may go through this crate. Let me see what's underneath it. Let's see what's underneath it here. This is Jimi Hendrix. I think that was stuff from just the other night. Now let me see what this one is. This is, give me 1 second, everybody. Trying to figure out what I have going on over here. And let me see what this is. Okay. Alrighty. We'll do this crate right here. Buy it now, best offer. And I have a ton of new 45s. So we got albums to show, but also have a lot of new other stuff. Like we got CDs, cassettes, and 45s, and auctions. So trying my best to keep albums up here to show too, but we have a lot of other stuff. I think I'll do this, Ben, buy it now, best offer, and we won't hesitate at all, as usual, to make offers. All right, so let's go ahead and sell the Rolling Stones to Bill Sammis for $260. Bill Sammis is at $260. Dr. John's still getting bids. Stephen Martinelli's at $180. And like I said, there's not many signed copies of that available. Or there's not many signed Dr. John albums in general, especially not personalized, really nice signature on one of his best albums. Stephen Martinelli has that for $180. Stephen Martinelli has that for $180. Let me find our $9.99. Let me do some $9.99 45s. All right, so Tanner, these are all $9.99. First, an original Sun, Carl Perkins blue suede shoes. If I don't say anything about condition, then they're EX Plus, pretty clean 45s. Carl Perkins blue suede shoes, $9.99. Fleetwood Mac Hold Me, $9.99 with picture sleeve. Paul Revere and the Raiders, Kicks, that's a white label promo. Also, this is looks like a sampler from IRS. It looks like it has the Alarm, the Walter Walk. I'm not for sure, maybe a double-sided single. That is $9.99. And Culture Club Move Away with picture sleeve. There's 5 $9.99 45s for you. Let me also go ahead and grab the next Rolling Stones bootleg. I have the Rolling Stones. I got another one on splatter vinyl. This is live at the Coliseum in Charlotte, North Carolina. Charlotte, North Carolina. VG Plus condition, but another rare splatter vinyl, red with black splatter. The Rolling Stones, Bring It Back Alive. $115 start. $115 start. Very cool. That's almost blue. There's some hints of blue in there too. There's a couple hints of blue in there. That's the Rolling Stones, live at the Coliseum in Charlotte, North Carolina, July 6, 1972. $115 start. Very, very cool. Back up to the top. Let me see what we have going on here. We have Dr. John at $180. We have Mark Lent at $196. And then we have Michael McDowell first on the Carl Perkins. Tanner, $9.99. Stephen A. Young on CO. And I bet that was for Carl Perkins, and he got auto-corrected. Dr. John's at $245. Jeff McMaster wants the IRS. That doesn't sound good. And then John Stevens was second. Rolling Stones, $115, $125. So that leaves Fleetwood Mac Hold Me. Also, Paul Revere and the Raiders, Kicks, and Culture Club Move Away. Those are all still available, $9.99. So let's go through some records. Buy it now, best offer. Pavement. Pavement, Slanted, and Enchanted. A 2007 remaster pressed at RTI, $44.99. So these are buy it now, best offer. There's Pavement, $44.99. And Huey Lewis and the New Sports, no condition notes, $24.99. So if you are If you are new, then let me tell you how this works. You can see a record in this bin. You can buy it now, or you can make a best offer on it. First thing I'm going to mute is the mic so I can take a drink of this monster. I desperately need it. Shout out to Mike Massey. He sent me 2 entire cases of monsters. I'm assuming that's like just a thank you, but also I've considered it like a Christmas gift. So thank you, Mike Massey, for the monsters. I've been drinking the heck out of them. All right, so everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Let's see here. Beats the other way. I said Jeff McMaster got the IRS. That beats the IRS getting Jeff McMaster. That wouldn't be good. None of us would want that. Okay, let's see here. Okay, we have, back up to the top. Let me figure out what's going on. Sorry, I got distracted. Rolling Stones 125. Let me make sure Mark Lentz done on Dr. John. Stephen has this at $245. What an awesome piece. Signed Dr. John. Stephen Martinelli has that at $245. Jane Fink wants the Fleetwood Mac, Hold Me, for $9.99. That's sold to Jane Fink for $9.99. Heather Feather said she'd give $39 for Pavement. Sold. Michael McDowell said he would give $15 for News. Huey Lewis, let's go ahead and sell it. Sell him that for $15. We're 2 for 2 on this crate. Elvis Costello, Every Day I Write the Book from 1983, $19.99 for Elvis Costello. Also has the original inner sleeve. Costello, $19.99. And Terrence Trent D'Arby, The Hardline. That is $19.99. The Hardline, introducing the Hardline, according to, that's $19.99. New bids on the Stones, $126, $135, $136. Dr. John is at $269. Now it's starting to get about where I thought it would. Dr. John's at $269. Rolling Stones is at $150. The World of Cat Stevens. I actually sold one of these one night accidentally, like it popped up in a bin. Of course, I love Cat Stevens music. Then I got online and tried to find one in the United States, and it was actually a challenge. Most of them were imported, but I ended up finding one because as soon as I sold it, I was like, you know what? I've never seen that before. Now I see them all the time. But it's a pretty cool compilation of some early stuff. And this is The World of Cat Stevens. It's in shrink wrap, $19.99. Heather Feather said TTD for $14. Let's go ahead and sell that to Heather for $14. There is Costello, there's Cat Stevens, and there's Michael McDonald, No Looking Back. $14.99 for Michael McDonald. And The Call, Sing Beyond Dreams. The Call's $19.99. Molly Hatchet, check out that cover. Is that a Frank Frazetta cover? Or is it something close to it? The Deed Is Done, $19.99. I don't know if that's Frazetta. It looks like, I don't think that's a Frazetta cover, but very similar. That is $19.99. Okay, so they're still bidding on Dr. John. Stephen Martinelli's at $280. Rolling Stones at $160. Christopher Morris offered $15 for Cat Stevens. Christopher, you've got Cat Stevens for $15. That's sold to Christopher Morris. Dirty Deeds is $31.99. Josie said $15 on Molly Hatchet. I'm loving these offers. We're rolling. The Byrds, Greatest Hits in shrink wrap, $24.99. Very clean vinyl. That's a UK copy. Orange CBS label, $24.99 for the Byrds, Greatest Hits. And the Best of the Lovin' Spoonful, that's a 2 LP compilation, $19.99. Actually, it's a single LP compilation. It's in a 2-pocket gatefold because it is supposed to include photos, and I don't think the photos are in here. They're usually, oh, guess what? The photos are in here. It has all the photo inserts too. Has all the photo inserts, including John Sebastian. That is $19.99. Steely Dan, Asia. These are all buy it now, best offer. What a nice looking copy of Asia. Cover's very glossy, $34.99. Unbelievable album, $34.99. Steely Dan, Asia is what I say, like A-S-I-A. The Rolling Stones, Black and Blue, $34.99. These are all buy it now, best offer. That's a very clean copy. It's also halfway Rolling Stones nights. We got a lot of great bootlegs. And another Michael McDonald, $14.99. Dr. John, Mark Lynn, are you back in? Let me know. We have a $280 bid on Dr. John, the Night Tripper, autographed LP. Stephen Martinelli's at $280. The Rolling Stones is at $160. $160 on the Rolling Stones. Bill Samus is the high bidder. Who else was bidding? Brent's out, so that's now a final call. And actually, Jeff's out. This is on the black and blue splatter vinyl. That is a black and blue splatter vinyl. and that's the Rolling Stones, Bring It Back Alive, and that's a final call. Also, Elvis Costello, Goodbye Cruel World, $24.99 for Elvis Costello, and the Alan Parsons Project, Ammonia Avenue. Alan Parsons Project, Ammonia Avenue. We have Jane offered 10 for MM. That's got to be for Michael McDonald. Sell that to Jane. Golden Earring, Excuse the Nudity. Moontan, an original pressing with the original cover. $29.99 for Golden Earring Moontan. $29.99. So, Jeff's out on the Stones. That's now a final call. Bill Samus has Bring It Back Alive for $160. And Dr. John, I was making sure Mark Lent was out, but that's a final call for $280. Arm Lazelle says he'll take the call for $10. Let's sell that to Arm Lazelle for $10. That was the call. Wow, there's still a Bird's Greatest Hits it here in shrink wrap from the UK. Still available. Homeland Conspiracy is going to get Alan Parsons Project. And we have Jimi Hendrix Experience, Axis, Bold as Love, $39.99. Jimi Hendrix Experience, Axis, Bold as Love, $39.99. Elvis Costello, Punch the Clock, $24.99. Elvis Costello, Punch the Clock, $24.99. And we have, this is autographed. It's Beth Orton, Weather Alive. It's signed. It has a record flat that is signed by Beth Orton, and that is $39.99. New high bid on the Rolling Stones is at $175. $175. So new bid on that. We have an out on Dr. John. I'm going to go ahead and sell that. Thank you, Stephen Martinelli. Nice pickup there. That's sold to Stephen Martinelli for $280. Dr. John, that's sold to Stephen for $280. The Stones now has a new high bid of $175. We have Bobby says Rolling Stones Black and Blue for $30. Nice copy of that. Sold to Bobby for $30, Tanner. Cynthia Herdron's going to go ahead and pick up the Beth Orton. And Bill Samus is the new high bidder on the Rolling Stones at $185. Let's grab some more $9.99 45s right quick. Quick timeout. Red Wine from not from Go West. UB40, the Neil Diamond cover in the original company sleeve, $9.99. Here's Go West. Go West, Don't Look Down. The sequel, that's $9.99. Uh-oh. Hungry Like the Wolf, Duran Duran in the original company Harvest sleeve. Dolly Parton, Sing for the Common Man. And Got a Lot of Nerve, Perfect. Dolly's $9.99. And we have Bobby Boris Pickett, the Monster Mash Party, $9.99. $9.99. Why was I blocked on Facebook? To my knowledge, we didn't block you on Facebook. You're not blocked on Facebook. If you were blocked on Facebook, then that was, I think that was a mistake. Yeah, for sure, a mistake. So, nobody, you haven't been blocked for sure. Rolling Stones is at $195, and Mike Massey wants Duran Duran. Mike Massey gets Duran Duran. Michael McDowell was second. Michelle Phillips was third. Chris Frazier fourth, and Stacy wants the Monster Mash. Beautiful vinyl on this one. That is sold to Stacy Metternich. So that still leaves Dolly, Go West, and UB40's Red Wine. Those are all $9.99. High bid on the Rolling Stones is $195. Bill Samus says he's out on this one. When I look up collect code, nothing shows up. That is odd. You're not blocked. Not blocked. Maybe you try again. Let's see what I have over here. I'm looking for another auction. I think I got some more Beatles stuff here. So we're going to go ahead and knock out all these at once. So Paul brought up, by the way, this is more bootlegs from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. I know it's incredible. We still have these things. We're still going to have them for a while. Thousands and thousands and thousands of records we bought from this man, and it just keeps going and keeps going. It's just incredible. We're getting into some of the very cool Beatles and John Lennon stuff. So they did a John Lennon, the Lost Lennon tapes, and there's multiple volumes. And what we've done is we've assembled the first 10 here. We've assembled the first 10. These are all vintage bootlegs, the Lost Lennon tapes. We have Volume 1, Volume 2, Volume 3, I love these covers, Volume 4, Volume 5, Volume 6, Volume 7, Volume 8, there's Volume 9, incredible, and there's Volume 10. All 10 volumes are being sold together. We were going to sell this one just tonight. I told Paul, I was like, I know there's a bunch more back there. Let's get the first 10. 300, and I think we said we would do $375 start. All 10 volumes together, the Lost Lennon tapes. I'm done with that, yes. This is the Lost Lennon tapes, $375 start. All 10 volumes there. Or I should say the first 10 volumes. I think they go up until the high 20s. I think it goes up in the high 20s. So $375, the first 10 volumes of the Lost Lennon tapes. Don't overlook that. Red Red Wine, Chris Vargas. It's a near mint 45, $9.99. Let's go ahead and sell the Rolling Stones. This is sold to Brent Rively for $195. I've got another $9.99.45. Huey Lewis, The Power of Love from Back to the Future. Huey Lewis is $9.99. Also, we have right here the Imperial March. John Williams. That's Darth Vader's theme. I can hear it in my head right now. That's $9.99. Also, Queen, I Want It All. Queen, I Want It All, picture sleeve. That's $9.99. So Queen, Darth Vader. Also, two more here. Elvis, I Don't Really Want to Know. And E.T., theme from E.T., another John Williams, $9.99. So there's the John Lennon tapes, $375. First 10 volumes. And here, keep this in mind, you can't buy these things. I mean, you can't buy them on, really can't buy them on Discogs. They're banned on there. And as y'all well know, you can't sell these. They're buying me more on eBay. And I kind of figured having all 10 volumes here, the time it probably would take to track down volume 4, just trying to find a certain volume, since you can't buy them on Discogs or eBay anymore, would probably be a challenge. So I think it's pretty nice that all first 10 volumes there are already assembled. Let's do another Rolling Stones bootleg. This is the Rolling Stones live at Grug Halle. How do you say that? It's a German term. In Essen, Germany, October 7th, 1970. So 2 LP, vintage Rolling Stones bootleg here. The Rolling Stones European Tour, 1970. 2 LP, VG condition, just a $35 start. Just a $35 start based on the condition. It's a 2 LP vintage Rolling Stones bootleg. The Rolling Stones from the European Tour, and that's live in Essen, Germany, October 7th, 1970, $35 start. All right, let's tag some 45s. Back up to the top. The first thing I have is Calvin Ward on Huey Lewis. He got Huey Lewis, $9.99. Rob Schindel was second. Cynthia Herdron first on Queen. James Ludwig second. Stacy Metternich third. Kevin Blackfox wants Darth Vader. That's sold to Kevin Blackfox. The Rolling Stones is at 36, 35, 45. Tom Moran wants the Elvis 45. And that just leaves theme from E.T. Extraterrestrial with the picture sleeve there, $9.99. Let's keep going through some buy it now best offer. I've seen King Crimson. Wow, this is very nice. An original 1970 Presswell pressing of King Crimson in the Wake of Poseidon, $49.99. $49.99 King Crimson, and Berlin Love Life, $24.99 for Berlin Love Life. Also Wishbone Ash, New England, $19.99. Sean Osborne's going to pick up the E.T. picture sleeve for $9.99. And Helix, Long Way to Heaven. Helix is $24.99. Helix, Long Way to Heaven, $24.99 for Helix. Chad, okay to announce that Neil Young. Actually, we owe Mark Fallon an air horn. So Mark Fallon, over the weekend, we negotiated for many hours, and we closed the deal on a Neil Young. I posted it in the most recent video. I may need some ear protection, but yeah, I owe him an air horn. We got to do this live, Mark. We got to officially do this thing. Tanner's going to get the air horn and the ear protection. But yeah, we cut a deal. So I've only sold one Neil Young off the air, and that was to Mark Fallon, and we'll officially do that in just a second. First, I got some more cassettes. I got Journey, Dream After Dream. Journey, Dream After Dream. That is $6.99. Also, Snoop Doggy Dogg. Wow, that is it's sealed, $24.99. That's a single. Snoop Doggy Dogg. Gin and Juice. Gin and Juice. That is a sealed Snoop Dogg cassette, $24.99. Also, DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince, $4.99. $4.99. Genesis, Throwing It All Away Live, and Invisible Touch Live. That's Genesis, $4.99. And we have Billy Idol, cassette single of Cradle of Love. Billy Idol, that's a cassette single, Cradle of Love, $4.99. So back up to the top, we put up a vintage Rolling Stones bootleg. It was at $36.45, and then $50, and then $60, and then $61, and then $70, then $71, and then $80. Kevin Blackfox wants Snoop Dogg. That's sold to Kevin Blackfox, the sealed cassette single. Next was Jeff McMaster on Snoop and DJ Jazzy Jeff. So he was second to Snoop, but he's first to DJ Jazzy Jeff. That's Jeff. Rolling Stones is at 81. And we have 39 for King Crimson and 20 for Helix. So what we're going to do is we're going to sell Fred Cardinal King Crimson for 39 and Helix for 20. Final call to get a bid in on the John Lennon, the first 10 volumes of the Lost Lennon tapes. Final call. Final call. Paul had his first air horn Saturday night. I wasn't here Saturday night. It was at a Christmas party. Paul had his first air horn, and then right after that, he had his second. And the streak continues tonight because we've got to officially show Neil Young. Thank you, Mark Fallon. We negotiated a deal on this. It's been publicly disclosed. $950. And that's, if you're interested in a Neil Young autograph, you're watching right now, and you're interested in a Neil Young autograph, I've got about 20 left. 22. Maybe 23. I really don't know. I had 28. I think we've only sold 4 or so. The best ones, if you want a really nice one, something that looks like this, nice and centered on one of his great albums, they're about the same price. There's some more. There may be a couple just a little less. But if you're interested, I can bring one out. I would love to sell the rest of them this week. It's kind of my goal to sell probably hopefully the rest of them if I can. But if you're interested in a Neil Young autograph and you're watching, they are around $1,000. We need to block Chris Havlick. But let's blow this for Mark Fallon. Thank you, Mark. Enjoy. What an amazing piece here. I don't need them for just one. So, $950 gone. I will bring them out in just a second, John. Yes. That one's good. Mark really beat me up on that. I was originally wanting over $1,000 for this one. I thought that this one was more like $1,075 in my opinion. But he was messaging me at 4 and 3 a.m. like basically doing anything possible. So he was committed, and I went ahead and made him a deal on it. That hurt because that was a nice one. I still think that should have been over $1,000, Mark. So you owe me. You owe me big time. Rolling Stones is at 110. Let me figure out where we're at. Rolling Stones at 100. Rolling Stones at 101. Rolling Stones at 110. We have Rolling Stones at 111. We still have Zuma. We still have Nowhere. We have 3 people wanting to see them. We might need to bring those over here, Tanner. Rolling Stones is at 111. Helix is sold. Rolling Stones 125. Helix is 126. Yes, I can show all those everyone's interested in. Probably most of them I'll say is they're going to be right at, like I said, right at 1,000 plus or minus $200 because we still have a copy of Harvest. Let's make John Lennon a buy it now for $375. John Lennon is a buy it now for $375. What did the John Lennon sound like? The quality is good. What it was discovered music. I think that's what the Lost Lennon tapes are. The Lost Lennon tapes is kind of like the Now and Then cassette, from what I understand. Maybe a more knowledgeable. I don't know a lot about these, but from what I understand, it was kind of like the Now and Then cassette. It was stuff that was found, like cassette demos. It's the Lost Lennon tapes. It's demos and unreleased tracks and stuff like that. There's 35 volumes of it. And that's a $375 buy now if anybody wants them for the first 10. Okay, so we got a Rolling Stones up for $136. Nobody wanted these cassettes. That was Genesis, Journey, and Billy Idol. I found that surprising. We still got a Megadeth and Extreme, Queen, Dokken. Let me show a few more. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, the Neil Youngs are, I think it's where the blue crate near my backpack there. And that should have the Crosby, Stills, and Nash. We got several air horn-worthy autographs to put up. This week. Excuse me. We're going to start promoting those and getting them sold as soon as tomorrow. Okay, here's another Dr. John autograph. Now, I want to show y'all something to give you hope on removing this personalization. This is signed by Dr. John, and the first time I've tried this on any of these Dale autographs. So here's another Dr. John that I'll put up later. But you see right here, this cover's really glossy. I started working with a Q-tip on the word E in Dale, and it started to come off. But what I did notice, it was starting to leave little indentations. You can't put a lot of pressure or it will dent the cover. But I've been telling y'all that some of these can come off, and I think some of these will. You'll have to be very delicate if you're willing to work with them, these personalizations. But here's another Dr. John, another really nice album too. We just sold one, I think, for $290. This one's personalized. I'm only going to start it at $75 because it's personalized. But this is another glossy cover. I think this will come off. You'll have to do some work. But this is another glossy cover. I think the 2Dale will come off, and then you'd have another killer signed Dr. John. I hadn't even looked at this one at all yet. I have no idea what I'm about to see here as far as the vinyl, and it's very clean. It is super clean, actually. That's another Richmond 75 Rockefeller Atco label. That's very nice. $75 start on Dr. John, and this is Distinctively Bonnaroo. Distinctively Bonnaroo. There's another one, $75 start. Okay, let me go back up top. We have Rolling Stones, how many volumes? That was the first 10 volumes, John Young. First 10 volumes, $375. Rolling Stones, 145. Rolling Stones, 146. And let's go back to the bin of Buy It Now Best Offer. It's been a while. Frat Rock Volume 2. That's a compilation. It's sealed from 1987. These are all Buy It Now Best Offer. $26.99. It has songs such as Gimme Some Lovin', Spencer Davis Group, Dance to the Music, Sly and the Family Stone, Chuck Berry, Reelin' and Rockin', La 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 by the Blendales, Peanut Butter. That's a compilation called Frat Rock. Climax Blues Band, Gold Plated, $19.99. High bid on the Rolling Stones is with Edwin Blom at $146. That's now a final call because Bill Samus is out. $146 on that. Craig Rutherford said he'd give $20 for Frat Rock. That is sold. And we have Animal Tracks by Country Joe McDonald. This is on white vinyl, $19.99. These are all Buy It Now Best Offer. If you are a new buyer, Tanner is still working on new buyer invoices. So the last invoices to go out are for new customers because we have to set up all of your profiles in our Square payment processing. He's actually sitting right next to me, or he was, sending out new invoices. So those are coming. Carney, Leon Russell. This is a sealed Analog Productions. 100% analog mastering of Leon Russell Carney from Analog Productions, a remaster by Kevin Gray, $44.99. Elvis Costello interview picture disc, $24.99. But invoices are on the way. If you haven't got one yet, they're on the way. They're being sent as we speak. It's an all-day thing on Mondays, just depending on what letter your name starts with and if you're a new customer or not. Very clean copy, a promo copy of Robin Trower for Earth Below. That's $24.99. These are all Buy It Now Best Offer. Don't hesitate to make offers. We was on a roll there for a second. The Rolling Stones Metamorphosis. This has a promo sticker on it. $34.99 for the Rolling Stones Metamorphosis. $34.99. But Jason Byrne and anybody else, if y'all are watching, I'll put some Neil Youngs up. I'll put them up for auction and we'll see what happens. But because I've never really put them up for auction. They've just been like, the ones we've put up for auction have all sold. If we've put one up for auction, it's sold. Because we put up Comes the Time the other night and it didn't get a bid. So what I'm saying is if they haven't been put up, they've sold afterwards. So this is sold. This is sold, Tanner. Edwin Blom at $146. But the rest of them haven't been officially offered yet. That's sold to Edwin for $146. I'm going to go ahead and make this a Buy It Now. If anybody wants this signed Dr. John, $75 Buy It Now. $75 Buy It Now. 2Dale, Dr. John, the Night Tripper, $75 Buy It Now. $75 Buy It Now, Dr. John. That is available for a Buy It Now if anybody wants that. Cynthia said she'd give $30 for the Rolling Stones. That's sold to Cynthia. Also, we have King Crimson, Starless, and Bible Black, $39.99. Arm Lazelle's patiently waiting for yes. Well, let me bring that box a little bit closer to me then. Tanner will tell you, I didn't want to sell this, did I, Tanner? This is pretty scarce. I've really don't want to sell it because I've never seen it, and I was checking on Discogs, and I was like, well, the replacement on this, if I wanted to buy one right now, is like around the $500 range. So this is the Steven Wilson Remixes box set of Yes. Pretty incredible. So this is Yes, the Yes album, Fragile, Close to the Edge, Tales from Topographic Oceans, and Relayer. All Steven Wilson remixes, near mint in the original slipcase, $395 start. Yes, the Steven Wilson remixes, $395 start. It is near mint, not 600 LPs. Wow, that would be a heck of a box set. 6 LPs. 6 LPs, $395 start on that. We plan on having a metal night on Thursday. Yes, we plan on having a metal night on Thursday. What is the quality of Robin Trower? Robin Trower is a promo copy, EX Plus near mint minus. EX Plus near mint minus. Edwin, if you don't want it for $20, Edwin, if you don't want it for $20, I'm selling it to Jason Waldron for $20. Also, we have Sweet Gingerbread Man, the Mike Curb Congregation, $9.99. And ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2, $19.99. So there's Yes, $395 start. Now up for bid. I've got a few more $9.99 45s for you. A few more $9.99 45s. We have Jimmy Mack. This is Martha and the Vandellas. Jimmy Mack is $9.99. Also, Cyndi Lauper Live, Money Changes Everything. Ohio Players, Love Roller Coaster. These are $9.99. Waylon Jennings, and earlier there on Black RCA label, in the company sleeve, Walk Out of My Mind. That's Waylon Jennings, $9.99. And we have Willie Nelson, Laying My Burdens Down. That is $9.99. And Willie Nelson is a green label promo. A green label promo on that. Homeland Conspiracy says he asked first on Robin Trower. How much was Robin Trower? He did ask first, so he has dibs. Jason, let's see here. What's going on here? How much was RT? No, on mine it's after. Jason Waldron put RT20 after. Yeah. Homeland Conspiracy, it's yours for $20 if you want it. If not, then it's Edwin Blom's, and then Jason Waldron was third. And then Bob Riger was fourth. So let me know. So it's yours for $20 if you want it. And then, what did I have here? $9.99. I think we're caught up. Okay, so I don't think there's any claims on this. That's what threw me off. We have Willie, Waylon, Ohio, and Jimmy Mack, and Cyndi Lauper. Those are all $9.99. Okay, so Renaissance, A Song for All Seasons. That's $9.99. Also, we have Al Stewart, Last Days of the Century. That is $14.99. Al Stewart, Last Days of the Century, $14.99. That's in shrink wrap with a hype sticker. Al Stewart. And this is Yorma Calcoen with Tom Hobson, Qua. That's a 1987 pressing on gray vinyl, $24.99. So final call. Cynthia wants Renaissance. Final call on the Steven Wilson box. Final call for a $395 start before I make it a buy now. Next Rolling Stones bootleg is the Rolling Stones Going Back to the Roots American Tour, July 1972. The Rolling Stones. This is live at the Scope Auditorium in Norfolk, Virginia, July 5th, 1972. VG Plus condition, $45 start. VG Plus condition, $45 start. Live at the Scope Auditorium in Norfolk, Virginia, July 5th, 1972. VG Plus condition, $45 start. Homeland says he passes, so it's sold to Jason Waldron. Or to he offered first. No, Edward asked about it next. Edwin Blom got the Robin Trower. That was very confusing. Edwin Blom got the Robin Trower for $20. Edwin, it went to you. Jeff and Master wants Yorma Calcoen for $18. That's so to Jeff. The Steven Wilson box is near mint minus. And it is all perfect. Very clean, very nice. Final call now. I'm about to sell it. Elvin Bishop, Hog Heaven, $14.99. And Straub's Hero and Heroine. Straub's is $12.99. Jay Giles Band, Live Full House. Jay Giles is $19.99. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Dizzy in Greece. That's Dizzy Gillespie. That is from 1957, $49.99. $49.99. $49.99. That is Dizzy in Greece. The Rolling Stones. That's the Rolling Stones. It's on Rubber Dubber vintage bootleg label. The Rolling Stones Going Back to the Roots American Tour, July 1972. Has custom Stones labels. That looks like Mick and Keith there. And that is now at $46. Stephen A. Young is in on the Yes box set for $395. Tanner, did you bring those Neil Youngs a little closer to me? You did. They're right here. All right, well, I'm going to at least put one of these up where y'all can look at it and consider it because we still have some pretty incredible Neil Youngs, and I think I've set aside one or two that I'm pretty much deciding to keep. Maybe more. There's so many incredible ones in here. If you're looking for a certain album that we possibly could still have left, not Freedom, let me know, and I'll put it up for at least where you can get a chance to bid on it. And I'm going to try this one right here because I think it's pretty incredible looking. It is Neil Young, Time Fades Away. And this is going to be a $975 start. $975 start. Let me go get the letter for it. Or actually, let me hand the packet of letters to Tanner. And then I'll allow Tanner to search for it. This is Neil Young right here. And oh, here's that backstage pass from the Stones that's signed by, well, I'll show it to y'all in a second. Okay. Time Fades Away. There's two in there. We need the one signed at the bottom, please. So $975. Let me show it very nicely. Neil Young presents very well. We have a full letter from JSA. That's up for bid off to the side here. $975. So what I can do, if I put one up that you think you're going to want, you can go ahead and bid on it, or you can wait for the buy it now. But I'll go ahead and tell you, on, like I said, most of these, I'm very, very firm at that $975. If you've done the research and you've seen what we've been selling for them this week, that's about what a Neil Young signed LP is going for, especially some of these really good titles. $975 on Neil Young, Time Fades Away. Okay, Rolling Stones is at 46. Rolling Stones is at 50. Rolling Stones is at 55. There's the letter of authenticity. And we have a final call in the yes box. Stephen A. Young has this for $395. I was making sure Arm Lozelle, I was making sure you didn't want to bid. $395, final call. Back to the buy it now best offer. Styx, The Grand Illusion. This has the poster with it. $24.99 for Styx. The Grand Illusion, $24.99. Very clean copy, and it has the poster. $24.99. Arm Lozelle's in on yes at $396. I figured you wanted to bid since you asked about it. Arm Lozelle at $396. Alan Parsons Project Pyramid, $19.99 for Alan Parsons Project. And another Dizzy Gillespie. This is Dizzy Gillespieania, however you say that one. This is $19.99. Everything in here is buy it now best offer. James, you were first, but Michelle offered more. James, if you want Styx for $20, let me know. If not, Michelle Miller will take it. James, you can have it, though, for $20. You were first. Don Williams, especially for you, $9.99. And we have the best of Count Basie, $29.99. Let me show a few cassettes right quick. We have REO Speedwagon. Life as We Know It. REO Speedwagon is $5.99. I also have Jafria. Jafria is $4.99. Jafria self-titled. Little Richard's Greatest Hits, $5.99. Little Richard's Greatest Hits. And Eric Clapton cassette single, Tears in Heaven, $6.99 for Clapton, Tears in Heaven. And Wreck and Effect, Rump Shaker, cassette single, that's $5.99. James said he will take Styx for $20. The Rolling Stones is now at $75 with Bill Sammis. $75 with Bill Sammis on the Rolling Stones here. That's now going once, going twice to Bill Sammis. And we have now a new bid of the Yes box set at $400. Let me show you the full letter of authenticity with Neil Young. There's the full letter of authenticity from JSA. There's where he signed it from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Final call to get a bid in for $975. Neil Young, Time Fades Away. I have two of those. That's the best one that's signed, is that one right there. George Benson, In Your Eyes. George Benson's $12.99. The Stones is at $76. Gordon Bach. That is $14.99 for Gordon Bach. $14.99. The Best of Zoot Sims. $14.99 for the Best of Zoot Sims. These are all buy it now best offer. $14.99. And Thad Jones and Mel Lewis. This is $19.99. Arm Lozelle, you're out on the Yes box set. Bill Sammis is at $90 on the Stones bootleg. I've got other box sets that I'm going to make as a buy it now tonight, including this one right here. This is a buy it now for $134.99. $134.99. The Grateful Dead 2010 5 LP box set, pressed at RTI, $134.99. $134.99. And this is the Rolling Stones. This is a studio album collection. This is, I think, their first 5 LPs. You have American Beauty. You have Working Man's Dead, Oxo Moxo Oxo, Anthem of the Sun, and their self-titled debut. And this is $134.99. It's 5 LPs, and it includes the original mix of Anthem of the Sun and Oxo Moxo, which was first time that had been released in over 40 years. And that is sold to Shakedown, Tanner. I'm going to put these back in here in the box. I'll leave the sticky on that one. It was $134.99 though, and that was the Rolling Stones. If I can get this back in here. Actually, I might have you do it. I'll tell you, this thing is pretty tough to find information on if you don't know where to look for the catalog number. Of course, if you just search Rolling Stones or a Grateful Dead box set in Discogs, this is, right here's the catalog number, RI. It's right down here at the bottom corner of the box, because the barcode and all the catalog number was on the shrink wrap, which is now long gone. That's a cool, if you tilt that just right, it like changes to a rainbow effect. That is sold, and that was $134.99. There's the sticker for it. Oh, and that was sold to Shakedown. So, okay, let me do this in order then. So the Rolling Stones is at 90. Sherry Darnell wants Don Williams. I hadn't shown the Boston record yet. That accidentally got shown. Yes is at 405. Brian, I haven't shown Boston yet. Shakedown got Grateful Dead. James said he'll take it, and Shakedown was passing. So James Bragg, you get the Grateful Dead box set. Jeff McMaster was third. Stephen Martinelli's at $975 on Neil Young. We have a bid on Neil Young for $975. Yes is at $415, and the Rolling Stones was Edwin's out. Bill Samus has that for $90. So let me update everybody on our auctions. The Steven Wilson remix box set is at $415 of Arm Lazelle. Those are all Steven Wilson remixes and remasters of the Yes album. Fragile, Close to the Edge, Tales from Topographic Oceans, and Relayer. I've spent a few minutes listening to those albums. That's at $415 of R.M. Lazelle. The Rolling Stones vintage bootleg here is at $90 with Bill Samus. That's a final call. And the signed copy, boy, anytime one of these leaves my possession, it hurts me. Because every time I look at a copy of this now, I'm like, man, it don't have a signature on it. Neil Young, Time Fades Away. Stephen Martinelli, $975. We're about to have an air horn on this, and Yes is approaching it. Final call. This is a buy it now for, I'll do this for $6.99. It's a Rolling Stones backstage pass from Voodoo Lounge, $6.99. It has a forged Mick Jagger signature on it, from what we understand. It has a forged Mick Jagger. I was told it was a bad Jagger. That's what I was told. This signature on here is a bad Jagger. So that's what I'm being told. But it is an original backstage pass. It just has a bad Mick Jagger signature on it. $6.99. So that was one that came back bad when we had some stuff authenticated. Let's see here. So $4.15 on Yes. We had Homeland Conspiracy offer $10 for APPP. That's Pyramid. Sell that to Homeland Conspiracy for $10. Brent Ribley put TS, but he meant RS Pass. Sell that to Brent for $6.99. Has a bad Jagger on it. Jeff McMaster is second. Cynthia Herdron is third. And we have the best account, Basie. I've already sold that, or shown that. There's Casey and the Sunshine Band, $19.99. Casey and the Sunshine Band's $19.99. And Boston, there's Boston, $34.99. Boston's self-titled debut album. OG label, Terre Haute pressing. Extremely nice. $34.99. More Than a Feeling. $34.99. Brent says he's passing. Oh, he said RS Pass. I thought that meant Rolling Stones Pass. Jeff McMaster gets it. Jeff McMaster gets it then. My bad. That was confusing. RS Pass. Let's go ahead and sell all three auctions. First, the Yes box set is sold to R.M. Lazelle for $415. I hate to see that go. The Rolling Stones bootleg is sold to Bill Samus for $90. Thank you, Bill Samus. And now it's time for our second air horn of the night. Another prize Neil Young autographed album, Leaving My Possession, Leaving Coletco's Possession. This is sold to Stephen Martinelli. Signed copy of Neil Young, Time Fades Away. I may need my air protection, right, Tanner? Yeah, let's get the ear protection on. I don't want to have another headache like I did the other night after I rang this thing like 40 times. Thank you, Stephen Martinelli. I didn't expect to already do that twice this early into the show, already on a Monday, but we got about 20 more of those to ring if we can get them all sold this week. Neil Young, Time Fades Away. That is sold to Stephen Martinelli, $9.75. Let's put up some new auctions. The only thing that has not sold tonight on the auction block is this signed Dr. John album. It is personalized to Dale. That's a $75 buy it now. $75 buy it now on that. That is personalized To Dale. Let's put up another Rolling Stones bootleg. We got pretty much a half of a crate here, and we got another one on colored vinyl. We have another one here on colored vinyl. This is the Rolling Stones live at the Capitol Theater in New Jersey. This concert took place on June 14th, 1978. It's on gold/yellow vinyl, $55 start. There's the cover. It has a rubber stamp on it that says Fan Club, distribution only, special edition on gold wax. Of course, they called all these bootlegs, quote, fan clubs, but I think as like a loophole, but it wasn't actually a Rolling Stones fan club release. Yellow vinyl, too. No condition notes, Capitol Theater in New Jersey, 1978. That's now up for bid. We have 60 and now 75 on it with Carol Puckett. Let's grab another auction. By the way, I'm about to recap this bin. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. So if you see something you want, don't hesitate to make an offer on it. Right, Tanner? Don't hesitate. That's right. Okay, this is pretty cool here. We pulled out some Beatles stuff to auction night. We figured Stones and Beatles nights go hand in hand. Pretty cool. This is a Beatles concert, vintage bootleg. Or, I don't know actually how old it is. I guess vintage is 1987 now. So, if that makes anybody feel old, I'm sorry, but vintage is now 1987. We have the live Beatles, and this is their concert from Paris. I've had this bootleg before. Very well-known bootleg from the Beatles. Live in Paris. That was June 20th, 1965. They did an afternoon show and an evening show. This is a numbered picture disc. Really cool artwork on it. $35 start. So this is a Beatles live bootleg concert from Paris. It's a numbered picture disc from 1987. The concert was from 1965, and that's a $35 start. The Rolling Stones is at $75 there. Let's show George Benson. Have I already shown George Benson? Maybe there's two copies. There's a George Benson, $12.99. Gordon Bach, I've already shown that. I've already showed that. Let's show Gil Evans. I didn't get to that. Gil Evans, $19.99. This one is called Svengali. That is $19.99. Buy it now, best offer. Basie, there's two different Basie albums in here. There's only one. The Best of Count Basie. The Best of Count Basie is a 2LP, $29.99. The Best of Count Basie, Decca Color Bars label, that is $29.99. The Best of Count Basie. John McLaughlin, Music Spoken Here, $14.99. John McLaughlin, Music Spoken Here, $14.99. These are all buy it now, best offer. Also, Club 69, Twisted America drama featuring Kim Cooper, and this is a 1997 2LP 12-inch single. I should say a 12-inch single, $19.99. Tanner's eating Rotel dip and Tostitos. Wow, I wish I could take a break to eat some Rotel dip. Must be nice to just walk around and do whatever you want to do during the sales. Let me do some more cassettes here for you. I have more cassettes. I have Michael Jackson, 14 original greatest hits with the Jackson 5. Michael Jackson is $6.99. Madonna, Like a Virgin, $6.99 on Madonna. We have a sealed Elvis Memories, an exclusive recording including Come What May, released for the first time in the Elvis collection. Sealed Elvis Memories cassette, $9.99. And we have Annie Lennox Diva. Annie Lennox Diva cassette, $9.99. So the Rolling Stones, Carol Puckett has this for $75. It's a final call. No one else has bid. No one's really set out. Gold vinyl, $75, final call. The Beatles picture disc is now at $55. Cynthia Herdron has this for $55. Make sure that I didn't miss any other claims. We have Carlene Rollins getting the Michael Jackson cassette. That's sold to Carlene Rollins. Michael Jackson is sold. And let's continue with this crate. Black Rose, Boys Will Be Boys. That's sealed, $24.99. Black Rose. Judy Garland, the ABC collection, $9.99. Juice Newton, Dirty Looks. Juice Newton is $9.99. Also, Peter Frampton, I'm In You. That's in shrink wrap. These are all buy it now. Best offer. We got two auctions up. We're about to sell one of the Rolling Stones. I have more 45s. That's what I keep on walking in a circle over here to find. I have more $9.99 45s to show you. First is Bob Seger. This is American Storm from the Like a Rock album, $9.99. Also, Cat Stevens, Morning Has Broken. The Jets, and this one's called Rocket to You. The Jets is $9.99. Billy Joel, Leave a Tender Moment Alone. Billy Joel, and also Stevie Wonder, Go Home. Let's go ahead and show a couple more. These are all $9.99. Elton John, Who Wears These Shoes? Steve Perry, She's Mine. That's a cool one. I don't think I've had that one before. And Chicago, Look Away. Those are all picture sleeves, $9.99. We're still digging out thousands of 45s back there in the back. All right, Carol, you go uncontested after that $75 bid. That sold to Carol for $75. I found that very surprising. And we have the Beatles at 55 with Cynthia. I'm assuming Edwin Blom's out. Edwin, let me know because Cynthia has that for $55, and it's a final call. Next is Michelle Miller offered Judy Garland. That sold to Michelle for $8. Stacy Metternich wants the Cat Stevens 45 for $9.99. That's sold to Stacy Metternich, $9.99. I'm about to do a big reset on the cassettes. Give me 1 second. Bob Welch, French Kiss, $14.99 for Bob Welch. Also, the Mothers of Invention, Burt Weenie Sandwich, $39.99 for the Mothers of Invention, $39.99. Carlene wants the Elton John single for $9.99. That's sold to Carlene Rollins. James Ludwig, Peter Frampton was $19.99. These are all bought now. Best offer. Jethro Tull is $19.99. Let's sell Cynthia the Beatles for $55. Let me grab a couple new auctions. So this Genesis box set is pretty incredible because they're all half-speed masters of some albums that are typically not too easy to get, even on new vinyl sometimes. So this is Genesis 1970 to 1975 box set. It's 6 LPs. They're all half-speed masters, pressed at Palace in Germany. Palace pressings, and this is, you could tell just from the prices that this is a great looking and great sounding box set. 1970 to 75 Genesis, $235 start, 180 gram, new mixes, half-speed master of Trespass, Nursery Crime, The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway, Foxtrot, and Selling England by the Pound. You're talking Peter Gabriel. You're talking Phil Collins. Early Genesis here, $235. The Lamb Lies Down, Selling England by the Pound, Foxtrot, Nursery Crime, and Trespass. Genesis box set, $235 start, 6 LPs, near mint. Fantastic. That is now up for bid. 2008 mixes. Half-speed master. That's up for bid. $235 on Genesis. Okay, James got Peter Frampton for $15. That's sold to James for $15. And Genesis is a $235 start. Now, let's grab another Rolling Stones bootleg. And while I'm over here, I'm going to go ahead and pull up another Neil Young. It hurts every time. I like this one. I mean, it's a very boldly signed and very recognizable Neil Young signature. So first, let's do the Rolling Stones, Madison Square Garden. Very cool. The Stones live at MSG, July 26, 1972. Rare, EX condition, $65 start. Madison Square Garden. The Rolling Stones. Wouldn't you like to be there? 1972, $65 start. EX condition, $65 start. The Stones at the Garden in 1972, $65 start. $65 start. Brian's in and so does Edwin. Genesis is up. And let's go ahead and put over here very quietly a signed copy. Tanner, if I could get the letter to Everybody's Rockin'. Neil Young and the Shocking Pinks. Signed by Neil Young. Neil Young and the Shocking Pinks. Everybody's Rockin'. $975 start for Neil Young and the Shocking Pinks. Everybody's Rockin'. $975. Have not shown or put this one up at all. $975. I'm going to put it right over here, just like I did the other one that just sold. We have First Mediations for Quartet, John Coltrane from 1977, $49.99. First Mediations for Quartet, John Coltrane, $49.99. John Coltrane. Also, Paul Chambers and John Coltrane. That's $39.99. Paul Chambers and John Coltrane. Brian Arrigo was in first on the Stones. Edwin Blom, you're out. Also, David Bowie, Diamond Dogs, a 1980 Canadian pressing. A 1980 Canadian pressing of Diamond Dogs. I haven't seen a copy of that at all, or in a while. And Deep Purple, made in Japan, $34.99. $34.99. Dan Ingerson wants the David Bowie. Has Dan bought from us before? 322 Dan. That's 322 Dan. 322 Dan, welcome. I've never seen you before on Facebook. All right, Genesis is a buy it now, no bid. If anybody wants Genesis, it's $235. He said DB was not Bowie. DB was for, what was for DB for? We're about to find out. So let's put that back in the bin. That's available if anybody wants it. Genesis is a buy it now for $235. I'm shocked that no one bid, but I'm maybe more shocked if no one does the buy it now. Pressed at Palace in Germany, 1970-75 box set. I'm going to set that right over here on top of Dr. John. Let's see here. Rolling Stones is at 73 with Edwin Blom. Bill Sammis, Edwin's at 73. And then Neil Young. There's the full letter. Tanner has handed us the letter. There's the letter from JSA. Neil Young, 975. Everybody's rocking. Once again, we'll keep it right over here. If no one bids, I'll make it a buy it now. $9.75. So what we're going to do is do a very big recap of this bin. This was a buy it now best offer bin. Let's go through it one more time very quickly. I've only got 4 cassettes over here I have not shown yet. And then I'll do a big recap of all the cassettes that did not sell from this batch that we just put out. And I've got some new puzzles to show. So I have Santa's Favorites. That's a cassette compilation, $4.99, Christmas music. Bachman Turner Overdrive, 4-wheel drive, BTO's $5.99. Kansas in the Spirit of Things. Kansas is $5.99. And we have D'Angelo. D'Angelo is $39.99. $39.99. D'Angelo Voodoo. D'Angelo Voodoo, $39.99. Those are all available. Okay. So the Rolling Stones is now final call. Who else was bidding? Brian Arrigo. Brian, let me know if you want back in. Edwin Blom has that for $73. Brent commented the letter G. And the letter G is, it may be for the Genesis box. We'll find out. Brent, let me know if that's for the Genesis box. Jeff is at 75 at the Rolling Stones. Let me put up another auction, which is going to be a Beatles LP over here. The Beatles LP that I have next is actually an official pressing of John Lennon. Once Upon a Time. Once Upon a Time. This is actually an official release. John Lennon, Once Upon a Time. This is a 1998. 1998. This is an official pressing from Capitol. John Lennon, Once Upon a Time. Selections from the Lennon Anthology. Let's take a look at it. It's an $85 start. I've never seen or had it before, and I've said that a lot with Dale's Pittsburgh collection. There's a lot of stuff we've never seen or had before. 2 LPs, feels like 180-gram vinyl, and it's selections from John Lennon's anthology. So it's probably going to be like a hits compilation. If it's selections from anthology, $85 start. It's called Once Upon a Time. Selections from John Lennon's anthology. Very nice gatefold. Wow. Yeah, I've never seen or had this before. 1998. That's why. Imagine, Take One, Working Class Hero, How Do You Sleep, God Save Oz, Bebop-A-Lua, Real Love. That's selections from anthology. $85 start on John Lennon, Once Upon a Time. Brent Robley does want the Genesis box set. Tanner, that was $235. That's so to Brent Robley, the Genesis box. Dr. John is going right back over here. New bid on the Rolling Stones at 75, now 78. Brian's out. Now it's between Jeff and Edwin. Okay, so let's go through this crate. I'm just going to read titles. If you need prices, let me know. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. We have Elvis Costello, Every Day I Write the Book. Michael McDonald, No Looking Back. The Byrds' Greatest Hits is still available in shrink wrap, $24.99. Some of these I may throw a price up there if y'all don't, like some of these, because I really want somebody to make an offer if you want it. The Best of Lovin' Spoonful, Steely Dan Asia. There's great titles still left in here. Elvis Costello, Goodbye Cruel World, Golden Earring Moontan, especially in this section right back here. Jimi Hendrix is still available. What in the world? It is a 76 pressing, but a nice, clean vintage copy of Axis. Can't believe that's still there. Golden Earring, the Elvis Costellos. There's another Elvis Costello. Berlin. Jeff McMaster, let me know if you want backing on the Rolling Stones. This is a final call. The Rolling Stones is a final call to Edwin Blom for $78. Wishbone Ash New England is still available. Also, Climax Blues Band, Country Joe McDonald Animal Tracks. Carney, Leon Russell, that's Analog Productions. Elvis Costello Picture Disc. King Crimson, Mike Curb Congregation. Here's what I'm going to do on Elvis Costello. I've got 1 Elvis Costello, 2 Elvis Costellos, 3 Elvis Costellos, 4 Elvis Costellos. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 Elvis Costellos instead of whatever they're marked, Let's do 10. Let's do 10, 10, 10, and 10. $40 bundle on Elvis Costello. 4 Elvis Costello, including the interview picture disc, $40. Bob Riger, my best price on Jimi Hendrix would be $32. That is $8 off, and it's a nice, clean vintage copy. Nice, clean vintage copy of Axis, whatever I just done did with it. What happened to the done did Elvis? There it is. $32. It does have a braille strip down here at the bottom of the cover, but Bob is first, and then Joshua, if you want it. You got to have a copy of this in your collection. I mean, the 3 Hendrix albums, that's like a must, right? Okay, so back up to the top, we have Rolling Stone 78, Zepp 93. What was Zepp 93? Zepp 93. Travis Wade is going to take the Elvis Costello bundle. So those 4 Elvis Costello records to Travis Wade for $40. Brian was second. And we have Michael McDonald, The Byrds' Greatest Hits, Best 11 Spoonful, Asia, Golden Earring, Jimi Hendrix, Berlin, Wishbone Ash, Climax Blues Band, Country Joe McDonald. There's the Leon Russell. King Crimson's available. Also Mike Curb, ABBA, Al Stewart, Elvin Bishop, Straubs, Jay Giles, Dizzy Gillespie, KC, Boston, George Benson, Gordon Bach, The Best of Zoot Sims, Thad Jones and Mel Lewis, Gil Evans, Count Basie, John McLaughlin, Club 69, Black Rose, Juice Newton, Bob Welch, Mothers of Invention, Jethro Tull, John Coltrane, Deep Purple, and David Bowie. Wow, some great stuff left in there. Are we done on Rolling Stones? We're done on the Rolling Stones. Edwin Blom gets that for $78. If anybody wants John Lennon is a buy it now for $85. Buy it now. Once Upon a Time, 1998, selections from John Lennon's anthology. Selections from John Lennon's anthology, released in 1998, and it is a official pressing. It is an official pressing, and that is a UK import. $85 start. Tougher Lennon album to get there from 98. Don't recall seeing that too many times, or I guess ever. That is $85 buy it now. And Neil Young, $975. Neil Young, signed copy of Everybody's Rockin'. Signed copy of Everybody's Rockin', $975 on Neil Young. That is now available. Deep Purple, that was Deep Purple made in Japan, $34.99. There is cover damage at the bottom. There is cover damage on the bottom. Do you guys ever put out a list of what you're going to auction on which day? So what we do is we do hot pictures and ads. So if you follow our page, you'll see what we call hot pictures or ads of like some of the top stuff that's going to be auctioned. Like there's some stuff that was in a post today. And we usually do it the day of. We usually do it the day of or the night before. But we have, in any given night, we have 100 plus auctions. 90% of them aren't advertised. That's why we tell everybody you may want to tune in because you have no idea what we're about to put up for auction. That's why I encourage everybody to watch. Sometimes I don't know what I'm about to put up for auction. I usually don't. We have crates here behind me. I've got autographs, bootlegs, vintage records, Japanese records. We just kind of show whatever we're showing. So it's just, I always tell people, if you can hop on and watch, you're going to be seeing some cool stuff. We have live at the Hampton Roads Coliseum. This is the Rolling Stones live at the Hampton Roads Coliseum in Hampton, Virginia, June 21st, 1978. $55 start. More Kiss. I don't have hardly anything left in Kiss. Kiss is if I have Kiss, it's all gone. Kiss is like metal. Kiss is like Pink Floyd, like Led Zeppelin. It's gone immediately. So we don't unfortunately have a lot of just Kiss laying around. Before long, we're not going to have many Stones or Beatles albums laying around. These usually all get gone too. That's why we put them up for auction. Try to every night to see if we can get them sold. This looks interesting. This is the Beatles live at Abbey Road Studios. From a presentation at Abbey Road Studios in 1983 called 1983 Abbey Road Show, truly a studio outtakes compilation. So this is the Beatles. This is studio outtakes. So it's not actually live. The Beatles was not together playing in 1983. It's a Abbey Road. It says live at Abbey Road, but what it is, it's studio outtakes. It's a studio outtakes. And this is a vintage Beatles bootleg. I like listening to studio outtakes, you know. It's stuff I usually have never heard before. And it kind of has a feel. The cover and stuff kind of makes it look like it's part of that MoFi box set. But it's a vintage bootleg from 1983. $45 start there on the Beatles. That's pretty interesting. Okay, back up to the top was the Grateful Dead box sold. We have sold one Grateful Dead box. I have many more. And I have one more Genesis box set to show. And then we're going to get into the other ones. I have not really put up any of the Grateful Dead stuff. That's coming in just a second. Okay. Rolling Stones 55, 60, 75. And can I tell which pressing Jimi Hendrix is? Jimi Hendrix is a 1976 Jacksonville press. A 1976 Jacksonville press. 1976 Jacksonville press. Okay, let's go through a new crate. I'm about to do some stuff like half off to really start moving some stuff. Right, Tanner? Sure. I've had a tower of records stacked over here next to me for about 2 months now, and it's some stuff from October. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through them, and we're going to make them half off of whatever the sticker was. So let me make sure this is the crate I actually want to do that with. If not, I'll do the other one down here below it. One of those had all those weird, I don't want to go through that one again. There's all that deep cut blue stuff from Dale's collection. This actually may be that crate. Don't want to get in that one because that was stuff that night I didn't know what any of it was, and neither did anybody watching. And this is stuff from just the other night. I actually might have to step over here and get a crate. Tanner's going to share a link to the group. Make sure you're in our group, okay? Make sure you're in our private group called Whole Lot of Records. I'm about to show, we have a pre-order up. I don't have my other phone with me, I don't think, to show, but I have a pre-order up for some new merchandise. We're selling hoodies and long sleeve t-shirts. And the lady who makes those for me, she sent me all the graphics last night, and we have a pre-order up for those. I don't have my other phone. I have no idea where it is. But yeah, we got Godfather logo. That's a parody logo I did. Godfather is one of my favorite movies. And it says Coletco, records you can't refuse. Records you can't refuse. So if you're interested in a gray or black hoodie or a gray or black we're doing gray long sleeve t-shirts too. Let me know a size. We got everything up through 5X, and we'll put you down for one. So we got hoodies and long sleeve t-shirts. I think hoodies are $35 except for bigger sizes, and t-shirts are $28 except for bigger sizes. Like 2X and 3X is $5 more, and then 4X and 5X is another $5 more. So those are not Coletco employees. I don't know who those people are. Those are AI. That's AI people. Okay. All right. We're about to do a half off crate. I hope everybody's ready for this. We have the Rolling Stones at $75. We have the Birds and Spoons for $30. Now, what was Spoons? There was a Birds Greatest Hits, Craig, if that's what you're talking about. And I'm about to sell the Stones. The Stones is about to be sold to Bill Samus for $75. If Brian Arrigo was done, never mind, he just bid $76. Final call to get a bid in on the Beatles for $45. Lovin' Spoonful and the Birds. So Craig, that was kind of like 15 and 15. I'll go ahead and sell those to you. Let me figure out what I just did with them. He wants the best of Lovin' Spoonful basically for 15. And let's go ahead and sell him the Birds for 15. There we go. A couple more records sold out of there. I was hoping there'd be a few more. Let me do a quick cleanup on all one here. I'm going to get all this out of my way. Let's go through all the cassettes that did not sell tonight. I'm going to put them away. Last time I'm showing these. Let me show the best ones, I think, first that did not sell. Last time I'm showing the cassettes here. I'm going to put them back in this cardboard box. Then they're going out here on the sales floor in the store. Journey, Dream After Dream, $6.99. Still have Genesis, throwing it all away, and Invisible Touch. Those are both live cuts, $4.99. Billy Idol, Cradle of Love, cassette single, $4.99. Also, Megadeth, Cryptic Writings. That may be the surprise so far. $19.99 for Megadeth. Cryptic Lightings. We have Extreme, 3 Sides of Every Story. That's a promo sampler. A promo sampler for Extreme 3, $9.99. Also, Matchbox 20, Yourself or Someone Like You, featuring 3 AM and many other hits, $6.99. Queen Hot Space was $9.99. Also, Doc and Breaking the Chains was $9.99. And Queen Jazz was $9.99. Josie Sinkbell wants the Billy Idol. That's sold to Josie Sinkbell. Those are all still available. Let me get those out of the way. if anybody wants them, especially Dokken or Megadeth or Extreme or Matchbox 20 or Genesis or any of those other ones. And then we had, I'm just going to read the titles on these. REO Speedwagon, Jafria, Little Richard, Eric Clapton, and Wreck in Effect. Wreck in Effect, those are all still available. Also, D'Angelo, Kansas, Bachman Turner Overdrive, a Christmas compilation, Annie Lennox, Elvis Memories, and Madonna. Those are all still available as well. Go ahead and sell Claymore Megadeth for $15. Why not? Sell that to Claymore for $15. Brian's out on the Stones. Let's sell this to Bill Samus for $90. That's sold to Bill Samus for $90. Also, if you want the Beatles bootleg here, the Beatles live at Abbey Road Studios. It's actually studio outtakes. Studio outtakes from the 60s, of course. And that's a $45 start. $45 or $45 buy it now. $45 buy it now on the Beatles. Michelle Miller says she wants the Willie Nelson 45. That was $9.99. Claymore wants the Dokken cassette. That was stickered for $9.99. That's sold to Claymore. And it's time for some new auctions, including this next Genesis box set. The next Genesis box set is going to be a $160 start. And this is the Genesis 80s albums, 1983 to 1998. 1998. So this is 180 gram. This is half speed. Also, new mixes of Genesis self-titled, We Can't Dance, Calling All Stations, and Invisible Touch. A couple albums there that's tougher to get, definitely originals of, those two there. Genesis and Genesis, Invisible Touch and Genesis self-titled. $160 start on that box set. Those are all half-speed masters. We just sold volume 1 of this. Brent Robley, here's its companion. Here's its companion. This is a $160 start on Genesis from 2015. 6 LPs in that one as well. Brent's in at $160. Roger Monk wants the Eric Clapton cassette. That was the Tears from Heaven. And we got CDs to show tonight. After I get done showing all the 45s and what's these other things called? Cassettes. I'm going to get into the CDs. Let's see here. I'll do a big recap of the 45s later, but we have a bunch of 45s. These are the ones I've already shown that did not sell. A bunch of them there, so I'll go back through those later. Let me grab a couple more. I have a stack here of some stuff also to auction. This is Kiss, I Was Made for Loving You. This label's either a little bit faded or it got a bad ink stamp on it. Kiss, I Was Made for Loving You, and the B-side is Hard Times. Very clean vinyl, probably EX Plus in the Casablanca sleeve. Kiss is a $10 start. Let's go through some half-off vinyl. I'm going to show you a record. I'm going to tell you the price, which is the half-off price. It's all first come, first serve. Wow, great start. David Lee Roth, $13.50. Crazy from the Heat, David Lee Roth. Marvin Gaye, off to a great start. VG Copy, $10. VG Copy, $10. Elvis Gold Records, Volume 3. EX Condition, $12.99. EX Condition, actually $12.50. John Lennon, Rock and Roll. This is now $14. Very clean Apple pressing of John Lennon, Rock and Roll, $14. And Pete Townsend Scoop, that is $12.50. $12.50 on that. Final call on Genesis for $160. No bid yet on Kiss. Looking for a $10 start on Kiss. Javi first on David Lee Roth. And Tanner, these are all half-off sticker. Thomas Hujar first on Marvin Gaye. That's so to Thomas. Josie Sinkbell was second. Rydell Martin third. Troy Robinson fourth. The Byrds Pre-Flight, $12.50. The Byrds Pre-Flight, $12.50. And the Crystals sing the Crystals' Greatest Hits. That is a good condition, as in G. As in very low grade, $12.50. Does this have that song I've been listening to that's on Goodfellas? He Kissed Me? I don't see it on here. Maybe it's called Look in My Eyes. There's that song on Goodfellas when Henry's walking through the restaurant. That's a Crystal song. I think that's on that. Or I think it's a Crystal song. I don't think it's on the Greatest Hits, though. $9.99. Let me show a few 45s. Elton John. I guess that's why they call it the blues, $9.99. La Freak, Chic, $9.99. These are all really nice 45s. Wings, Good Night Tonight. Don McLean, American Pie. And Billy Idol, 311 Man. Those are all $9.99. If y'all don't know, the Crystals albums are really pricey. Original Crystals albums. We had one from Fred Goodwin's collection. Pretty sure we sold it to David Johnson. It was a few $100s, and it was low grade. The crystals are very difficult to come across in any condition, but they usually look like this. They usually look like this. They're kind of beat up. If you ever find anything, especially that one where they're in front of their van or in front of their car, very tough album to find. That is sold, but let me get up to the top and do this in order. That is in order. That's sold to Alex Rifle. Now these are all $9.99 Tanner. Mike Massey wants Billy Idol. We have Jane Fink getting American Pie. These are $9.99. Jeff McMaster wants La Freak. And James Rayner, you were second on Don McLean. And we have Elton John and Wings, Good Night Tonight. Those are still available. Let's end a couple auctions. Brent Robley gets the Genesis box for $160. And no one bid on Kiss, so if anybody wants it, it's a $10 buy it now. $10 buy it now on Kiss if anybody wants it. Chris Christopherson, To the Bone. That is sealed. It's never been opened. $9. $9 for sealed Chris Christopherson. America, that is sealed for $10 with hop sticker, contains the border. That's $10. America. And Pat Benatar, no condition notes, just $7.50 now. Pam Dickens first on Chris Christopherson. Sell that to Pam Dickens. Let's put up a new Rolling Stones bootleg. It seems like it's been a few minutes, but it really hasn't. This one's called Shattered. The Rolling Stones Shattered. This is live at Cleveland Municipal Stadium. 1978. What I've noticed is, like some of those 70s and 80s Stones bootlegs, late 70s and 80s, seems like they get a little bit more desirable. Live at Cleveland Municipal Stadium, July 1st, 1978. Boy, they played a lot in the month of July. I think every concert we've had has been in July, but that's a summer thing. The Stones summer tours. They just announced new tour dates. Yeah, look at all these dates they played in June and July. I was about to say, most of it's always in June and July. It seems like if they're playing a concert. That is called Shattered. That is called Shattered. All right. So, Pam got Chris Christopherson. Dan Ingerson gets Pat Benatar. Travis was second. The Rolling Stones at 65 and now 75. Let's put up one of those Grateful Dead sets. I need to get to this crate right here. Tanner, let's get to one of these Grateful Dead sets. First, that is actually... Where did these come from? This new vinyl here. Has that always been here? I don't know where that came from. Nirvana was sold at auction, I think, for $22 or $24, and then Ozzy was $19.99. Where's the box? Oh, here they are. Okay. I have found the box of box sets. That was where I thought they was new vinyl. Here's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for this right here, the Grateful Dead. This one is probably I don't know. We've got some really good ones. This one's very desirable. The Grateful Dead, Spring 1990 from Friday Music. This is various concerts from the Grateful Dead around the spring of 1990. 4 LPs. That's amazing artwork. $250 start. The Grateful Dead, Spring 1990. So glad you made it. This is from Friday Music, audiophile, 180 gram vinyl, 4 LP. That's the Grateful Dead, $250 start. It has an insert with it, near mint, 180 gram vinyl from Friday Music, $250 start. Brian, you're out on the Rolling Stones. Bill Samus has that for $75. Let's keep going through some half-off stuff here. We have In Due Times by Aesop Fables. That's from 1969. $17.50. Aesop's Fables. Culture Club, Color by Numbers, $12.50. And original, that is $12.50. Karma Chameleon, $12.50 for Culture Club. There's another. We got 2 copies. Wow, back to back. They're both $12.50. Blood and Chocolate, Elvis Costello, EX Condition, that's $9. The Nice, Hang On to a Dream. The Nice is now $10 of Keith Emerson. The Nice, $10 on that. The Grateful Dead is a $250 start. Jackson's Victory, $12.50 for Jackson's Victory. And Golden Earring, North, East, West, South. That is $12.50, Golden Earring. This is Ralph Towner, Old Friends, New Friends. It's a test pressing. Ralph Towner test pressing of Old Friends, New Friends from 1979, which of course is jazz. That's EX Condition, $10 on that, test pressing. Spirit, 12 Dreams of Dr. Sardonicus. Spirit is $10. Spirit, 12 Dreams of Dr. Sardonicus. And Paul McCartney and Wings, Back to the Egg. Back to the Egg is $12.50. New high bid on the Stones is with $85. We got Brian and Bill yet again battling over another Stones bootleg. Final call to get a bid in on the Grateful Dead for $250. If these don't sell, If the auction don't sell, then I make it a buy it now, and you can go ahead and purchase it. Sealed America available. Rich Group America is sealed. It's $10. Jane Fink taking the Paul McCartney. These are half off sticker on the back. Hank Crawford, it's a funky thing to do. Hank Crawford is $10. And Paul McCartney, Tug of War. $10 on Paul McCartney, Tug of War. Another very clean copy with original inner sleeve. There's another Paul McCartney. And James Taylor, Mudslide Slim, VG Plus condition. $10 on James Taylor, Mudslide Slim. Let me go ahead and grab another handful of 45s here. These are all $9.99. First, we have Alice in Wonderland. That's a Disney storybook and record. That's $9.99. Mick Jagger, Just Another Night, $9.99. Bryan Adams, Straight from the Heart. Also, Heart Alone. So we had Bryan Adams, Straight from the Heart, and Heart Alone. And Fanfare 82. This is a CBS compilation. I see George Jones and Merle Haggard. It's George Jones and Merle Haggard. Fanfare 82, $9.99 on those. There's a few more $9.99 45s. So, Brian Arrigo, let me know if you want back in on the Stones. Bill Samus has that for $85. Rich Group says he'll take the Sealed America. I did, yeah. She got this other Paul McCartney as well. So, let me find this. Let me peek behind these 45s right here and get out Rich Group's America. Let me just go ahead and slide them back. Trying to keep them in order there. That's sold to him at half off. And then Jane got the other Paul McCartney. Now for the 45s. It looks only one's been claimed, and that was the Alice in Wonderland. That's sold to Cynthia Herdren. All right, and Brian's out. We're going to go ahead and make the Grateful Dead a buy it now. $250 buy it now on the Grateful Dead, spring 1990. $250 buy it now. And now a final call on the Rolling Stones for $85. Neil Young, Trans. $11.50 on Neil Young. John Lennon, Milk and Honey. $12.50 on John Lennon, Milk and Honey. And The Rascals, The Island of Real. The Rascals is $10. The Island of Real. $10 on The Rascals. Also, Cat Stevens. Cat Stevens is $8.50. Cat Stevens, $8.50. Kind of a self-titled, once again, UK import. All right, let's sell the Rolling Stones to Bill Samus for $85. Still have the Grateful Dead available for $250. Quick change up right quick. I've got some stuff that is priced as marked, okay? I've got a few things here that are priced as marked. These are priced. This is some stuff that I marked with these box sets. Here's the first thing. Phil Collins, no jacket required, $24.99. These are priced as marked. Phil Collins is a 2006 European near mint pressing. My feet show me first on Alice Cooper. Right here, see where the embedded feed is? See where my finger is right here? It says Cynthia Herdren, Alice, and then Michelle, you were second. I don't know if you have it full screen where you can see that. That is the embedded feed, which I see here on the phone. On your chat, it's always going to look like you're first. On your chat, it always looks like you're first. But you have to go by what pops up here on the embedded feed. And also, there's people watching on YouTube as well. So if you're watching on the Facebook chat, you never see everybody's comments, because there's people watching on YouTube as well. This is Bush, $29.99. 16 stone. Bush, $29.99 for 16 stone. That's still available, or it's available now. First time showing these. Magical Mystery Tour from 1995. It's a 1995 U.S. pressing of Magical Mystery Tour, $29.99. Also, Blackfield 4. Blackfield 4 is $19.99. Blackfield 4. And At the Drive-In. At the Drive-In is a 2012 U.S. pressing, $59.99. Let me go ahead and grab our next auction, which is another Rolling Stones bootleg. I see the, whatchamacallit label. And let me grab another Beatles that we have back here, which is the Beatles on tour in Japan. That looks pretty interesting. Let's go ahead and put a couple of these up. So we have the Rolling Stones. This is the Rolling Stones Winter Tour 1973, live in Inglewood Forum. That was January 18th, 1973, 2LP, trademark of quality. Paul has it's a rare trademark of quality version, and that is a $65 start. Rolling Stones Winter Tour 1973. That's pretty cool. Looks like an old, kind of the horn speaker for a phonograph there, and it's got the Rolling Stones tongue in it. That is a $65 buy it now on the Rolling Stones. And we have the Beatles, a vintage bootleg from the Beatles, live at Budokan in Tokyo, Japan. And that was a live concert from June 30th, 1966, VG Plus condition. VG Plus condition, and that is a $25 start. $25 start. So we had Stephen Martinelli on Bush. Stephen Martinelli on Bush. That's so to Stephen Martinelli. Rolling Stone 65 condition of Magical Mystery Tour booklet. Magical Mystery Tour is a 1995 U.S. pressing, near mint minus, $29.99. It does include the book. Rolling Stone's at 68, 70, 67, 72, and 80. Any other inserts with it? Let's see here. I don't think so. We'll take a look, though. There are the 2 LPs. VG. Actually, let me read the grades here. Paul said disc 1 is EX plus near mint minus, so no condition notes, and disc 2 is EX. So nothing really wrong with those. And this feels like it has well, it has inner sleeves. It has an Atco Atlantic early 70s inner sleeve, and then just a generic inner sleeve. But no, I don't see anything else unless there's something behind these. Unless there's something behind the paper cover. Let me take a look. I don't see anything though. Nope. All right, that's at 100. And the Beatles is a $25 start live in Japan. Okay. And let's see. Cream. Fresh Cream. $19.99 for Cream. Fresh Cream, their debut album. And that's a 2015 pressing, remaster. Genesis, and then there were 3. Genesis is a 2015 half-speed deluxe. $19.99 on Genesis. Check out this Grateful Dead. Grateful Dead. This is $124.99. Check out that cover. That is limited to 7,500. That's from Record Store Day, 2013. It also includes a solo set from Pigpen. April 18th, 1970 in San Francisco, California. I'm pretty sure that was pressed at RTI. That was pressed at RTI as well. $124.99. The Grateful Dead. And 9 Inch Nails. This is sealed. $39.99. 4 LPs. 2017 US sealed. 4 LPs. Halo 30. And that's 9 Inch Nails Deviations 1. That is sealed. 4 LPs for just $39.99. That is a great deal. The Rolling Stones is at 100. Thomas Hujar, you're out. Edwin Blom, you're out. That is now going once, going twice to Bill for 100. James Bragg wants the Grateful Dead. That's so to James Bragg. Jeff McMaster gets 9 Inch Nails. And this was just some random stuff that I marked sticker along with some of these box sets. One more time. We had Genesis. We had Cream. Magical Mystery Tour. Surprised these things hadn't get gone. These are, great prices just for very nicely used new copies. James Bragg, you were second on 9 Inch Nails. Also at the drive-in, Via, we still have Blackfield 4 and Phil Collins, No Jack Required. I'm going to set those right over here in this crate. I'm going to put them just right here for a second. That works for me. Okay, works for Tanner too. Let's show a few more. Before we continue with any more half-off stuff, let me show 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more $9.99 45s. We have Garth Brooks, Alabama Clay, and Unanswered Prayers. Actually, Unanswered Prayers is the A-side. Garth Brooks, $9.99, promo copy. John Cougar Mellencamp, Cherry Bomb. George Harrison, all those years ago, and Writings on the Wall. George Harrison's $9.99. John Cougar Mellencamp, Check It Out. That's $9.99. And Cyndi Lauper, Girls Just Want to Have Fun. That is $9.99. There's a few more $9.99 45. That's Garth Brooks, John Cougar, George Harrison, John Cougar, and Cyndi Lauper. Those are $9.99 each if anybody wants those. The Stones is at 105. The Stones is at 150. And the Beatles is a final call if anybody wants to get in for just $25. Vintage Beatles bootleg here, live in Japan. Okay, back to the half-off bin. Joe South, Introspect. That is sealed, $12.50. Sealed, $12.50. Cat Stevens, Numbers, A Pythagorean Theory with the booklet, $10 on Cat Stevens. Pat Travers, Making Magic, $10 on Pat Travers. Jackson Brown, Running on Empty, $10. This is a half-off bin, isn't it? Yeah, this is a half-off bin. I just can't believe there's still some titles left that are still available. Phil Collins, No Jack Required. This is sold at Sticker Tanner. This is sold at Sticker to Daniel Booziden. Thank you, Daniel. Corey Gaston gets Cat Stevens. That starts half off again. That's at half off to Corey Gaston. Jason Waldron wants PT, which is Pat Travers. Kelly Cook was second. Stephen Martinelli gets Jackson Brown. So the new high bid on the Rolling Stones is $175. Carlene Rollins wants the Garth Brooks single. That was $9.99. New bid on the Stones is at $205. Tommy Bolin, Private Eyes, $10 on Tommy Bolin. And Billy Preston, I Wrote a Simple Song. That's an original 1971 Monarch. Billy Preston, that is $9. $9 on that. I'm going to put these 45s over here with the others. Some great 45 titles still available. Thomas Hujar wants TB. TB was Tommy Bolin. Still continuing with the half-off stuff here. Also, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, their self-titled debut. VG Plus Condition, $7.50. VG Plus Condition, $7.50. Corey Gaston gets Billy Preston. That's so to Corey Gaston. Rydell was second. Stephen Stills Manassas is $10. And Sir Douglas Quintet Border Wave. That is sealed for $13.50. Got Live if you want it. The Rolling Stones, VG Plus Condition, $11.50. $11.50. Got Live if you want it. Blue London label, VG Plus Condition. New high bid on the Stones is $225. We got a battle going on for this one. The Beatles is a buy it now for just $25. The Beatles live in Japan, 1966, VG Plus Condition, just a $25 buy it now on that one. Brent Robley wants SD. Sir Douglas, that's so to Brent Robley. And we have Jefferson Airplane, Crown of Creation, $12.50 for Crown of Creation. That is $12.50. Jefferson Airplane. And Electric Music for the Bon and Motti. Actually, a clean copy, which is unusual for this album. Country Joe and the Fish, $12.50. We have $228 on the Rolling Stones. Thomas Hujar gets the Beatles for a $25 buy it now. That's so to Thomas for $25. And the Rolling Stones is at $240. So we have a Grateful Dead box set that's still available as a buy it now. I'm going to go ahead and put up Led Zeppelin BBC Sessions. We had a new copy. We had earlier. This is a 2016 deluxe edition. And this is 5 LPs of music, and we listened to it last night. Oh my gosh, just absolutely incredible. 5 LPs of Led Zeppelin, BBC Sessions, just incredible set. I mean, look at this picture. Look at this. Fantastic. The vinyl is so quiet, it sounds incredible. This is a $155 start. It's near mint. Perfect box, has the book with it. $155 start on BBC Sessions. That's a 2016 deluxe, 2016 pressing, $155 start. Rolling Stones is at $228. Rolling Stones at $240. Val Simonia wants to seal Joe South. That's so to Val at half off sticker. And then Nat Reynolds wants Country Joe and the Fish. That's at half off. John Leal's at $160 on Zeppelin. The Mothers of Invention, Fillmore East, $12.50. $12.50 on the Mothers of Invention. And we have Bob Dylan, Empire Burlesque. Tanner, we have somebody we need to block. EX Condition for $15. EX Condition for $15 on Bob Dylan. I've got a few more $9.99 45s. I have Elton John, Natika. Elton John, $9.99. OMD, Orchestral Maneuvers in the Dark, Dreaming. That's $9.99. Toto, I'll Be Over You. Toto is $9.99. Also, Grace Jones, I'm Not Perfect. That's $9.99. And John Lennon, Nobody Told Me. That's $9.99. John Lennon, Nobody Told Me. $9.99. These are all available. Buy it now, first come, first serve. $9.99 on those 45s. Back up to the top. Where did we get to on Led Zeppelin? Or excuse me, Brent was at $228 on the Rolling Stones. Bill Samus is at $240. We pulled Joe South. We pulled Country Joe. Led Zeppelin at $155. Led Zeppelin $160. Thomas Hujar wanted Moth, and that was Mothers. That's so to Thomas at half off. Led Zeppelin $170. Cynthia Herdron got the Elton John for $9.99. Travis Wade wants JG for Grace Jones. That's $9.99. Cynthia Herdron got Toto for $9.99. Javi, you were second on Elton John, but I can give you Orchestral Maneuvers in the Dark. Craig was second, and Brian C. wants John Lennon. That's so to Brian C. Also, we have Rolling Stones. Rolling Stones is now a final call. Bill Samus at $240. $240 on Rolling Stones. $240. And that is now a final call. Brent, I was just waiting on you. And we have Led Zeppelin at $170. $170 on Led Zeppelin. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay, now, I have no idea. They're right here. They are right here. Okay, now, I want to give you all a preview. So Dale's Pittsburgh collection had an incredible amount of Beatles 45s. Dale's Pittsburgh collection had an incredible amount of Beatles 45s, and I want to give you all a sample. I don't know if I'm going to start. We have a ton of auctions already as it is tonight, but we have some incredible 45s that I've sorted, and I'm really a fan of the UK, the foreign stuff. So we have all kinds, and I want to give you a preview. We may run some of them tonight, but these are all foreign picture sleeves. I've got them clean, tagged, researched. I got some Japanese stuff. We'll probably start some of them tonight because I have hundreds and hundreds, including this one. That's the first UK single. Brazil. Just some really cool stuff. I already got some stuff marked to do buy it now. So it is just an incredible amount of 45s, probably 500 or 600 or more, and they're all good ones. You know, there's just no filler. They're all really good Beatle 45s. So if I don't get started on those maybe later tonight, we'll advertise them and definitely have them ready for tomorrow. I think we're done on the Rolling Stones. I got to go ahead and put up a couple new auctions. This is sold to Bill Samus for $240, and I'm going to do a final call now on the Led Zeppelin box. Daniel Booziden has that for $170, final call. Let's go through a few more half-off LPs. Goodbye by Cream, VG Plus condition, $12.50. $12.50. Carol, I think we have blocked the clown, right, Tanner? The clown's been blocked. The Worst of Jefferson Airplane, $10 on that. $10 on Jefferson Airplane, that's a greatest hits. And also Jefferson Airplane Flight Log, that's $15. $15. Boy, it's really hot in here, I know that. Let me put up a couple puzzles. I hadn't got to show these yet. I hope Jerry Stone's watching. This is AC/DC, If You Want Blood, You Got It. AC/DC's $24.99. If You Want Blood, You Got It. I've never had that one before. I've also never had Chinese Democracy, $24.99. Status Quo. Status Quo is $24.99. AC/DC Black Ice is $24.99. And for those about the rock. Jason, you read my mind. I was about to put up some other Neil Youngs. Yes, I was going to grab the next Stones bootleg. I was going to grab a Neil Young I hadn't shown. And Jason, if my memory served me correctly, I think you were somewhat interested in this one right here. So let me pull it out of the crate. Let me grab the next Stones bootleg, which is called the Flamin' Groupie. And we still got Grateful Dead boxes. I got a Miles Davis box set. And we got some new puzzles here I've never shown before. So Stephen was first to AC/DC. He wants all of them. So AC/DC puzzles, he wants 1, 2, and 3. Those are all 3 sold to Stephen Martinelli at sticker price. I don't have any Kiss puzzles in stock right now. Unfortunately not. I still got Status Quo. I never had that one before. And I never had Chinese Democracy by Guns N' Roses. I got a few more. I'll show those in just a second. Okay, this is sold, the Led Zeppelin box. I hate to see it go. I like having an open copy laying around the store so I can listen to it whenever I want to, but I don't know where mine is. It's somewhere buried in my collection. But that is sold, Tanner, for $170 to Daniel Boozide. Thank you, Daniel. Any Metallica? I think we're sold out of Metallica too. Yep. Trust me, I would have them if I could get them. We get them, we sell out, we take waiting list. First, this is the Rolling Stones. Lead Stones, the Flamin' Groupie, live at Leeds, March 13th, 1971. We haven't sold all the Stones yet. We still got a little bit to go through with the Stones. Lead Stones. This is, but yes, Brent, the one you sold, unfortunately, I had to sell it. I figured you got lost somewhere, but yes, I had to sell it. This is a $55 start, the Flamin' Groupie. Brian's in at $65. All right. Here's an incredibly signed Neil Young album. I really hadn't shown this one too much, or I've been trying to keep it hid, okay? A beautifully signed copy of Zuma. Really, really nice because he's signed in blue Sharpie. And he actually spelled this one out, Neil Young. So a couple of these, Dale met them at a couple different times. A couple of them, when he was signing the back of that van, he kind of like just and he kind of put the Y in there. And then he had this other signature, I think from the early 90s, where he actually put Neil Young. Incredible. Tanner, if you get a second, I know you're busy, but I need the COA for Zuma. Of course, a full letter of authenticity. Beautiful cover. $975 start. I was thinking something like on this, $11.75 or $11.25, kind of like after the Gold Rush, because this is a very popular album. Cortez the Killer. $9.75, and this is the Rolling Stones, excuse me, Neil Young with Crazy Horse, and this is Zuma. This is a $975 start. So if you're interested, I'm going to set it right over here. I'm going to put it up for bid. Tanner's getting us the letter right now. If you want to bid, it's $9.75. It's a beautiful copy too. It looks like it's OG with the lyric insert. $9.75, and here's the full letter of authenticity. Zuma. And this one, like I said, he actually put Neil Young. He actually has his name spelled out there. Very nice copy. I was thinking $11.25 on this one, but we're going to start this one at $9.75. $9.75. There it is. All right. Jason, if you want to bid, just let me know. Put the title, of course, in the bid. And that's up for bid. Rolling Stones at $65.75. How much is the status quo? I didn't even get to talk about or tell about the puzzles. The puzzles are $24.99. The puzzles are $24.99. They come from the UK. They're called Rock Saws. And guess what? I have a Metallica puzzle. It's a new one. I didn't even know I had it over here. This is $24.99. $24.99. So there's status quo. There's Chinese Democracy. There's David Bowie, Never Let Me Down. We have Metallica, Hardwired to Self-Destruct. And we have the Rolling Stone Steel Wheels. The Rolling Stone Steel Wheels. $24.99, $24.99. Now, there was a waiting list for Steel Wheels. I don't have my laptop anymore. Let me set the Stones puzzle. Let me set both of those off to the side. If you think you want one, let me know. But I'm pretty sure we had a waiting list for that. So Thomas Hujar wants DB. That's David Bowie. That's sold to Thomas Hujar. Dan Davis gets the Metallica for $24.99. But yes, these are 500-piece puzzles, $24.99, Chinese Democracy and Status Quo. That's the only two left. If anybody thinks they want a Rolling Stone Steel Wheels, let me know. But I'm pretty sure we had a waiting list for that. And I don't know if it was for one or for two. So if there is one extra, which there's a good chance there's at least one extra, let me know. A waiting list, one person. All right. So I'm pretty sure we definitely have one for sale right now. I'll set that one aside, Tanner, and we can look that up on my laptop. Okay, sorry, there's a lot going on. We're right in the middle of a half-off crate, but we got auctions going on. We got 45s, puzzles, cassettes. I hadn't got to the CDs yet, and I'm still trying to find our third auction, which is going to be a Beatles LP. It's a John Lennon, another MoFi? This is another MoFi. This is John Lennon Imagine. We sold one earlier. Here's another one, and this one is sealed. John Lennon Imagine MoFi sealed. $85 start. Okay, so let's do a recap of the auctions. First, we have the Rolling Stones live at Leeds. This is a final call. Brian, let me know if you're for sure out. Bill Samus has it for $75. I just put up John Lennon Imagine, a sealed, numbered MoFi pressing. Numbered. $85 star from Mobile Fidelity Sound Labs. And Jason Byrne is the high bidder right now on this signed Neil Young Zuma. Wow, $975. Has a letter. It is a beautiful signed Neil Young album. One of the best we had. One of the best we have. $975. Going once, going twice to Jason Byrne. George Buchanan's at $85 on John Lennon. Final call on Stones. Cat Stevens. This is Buddha and the Chocolate Box. That's a promo copy for $18.50. Cat Stevens, Buddha and the Chocolate Box. Promo copy, $18.50. None of these, any Neil Young album left signed. I have not put them up for auction yet. These are all freshly put up. We have sold, so far, we've put up 3, counting this one. 2 of them have sold tonight. The Poppers, Ellis Island, $11. Brent's at $9.95 on Neil Young. Marmalade, Reflections of My Life. Marmalade is $17.50. Marmalade, Reflections of My Life, $17.50. Speaking of Neil Young, Hawks and Doves, $12.50 for Neil Young, Hawks and Doves. Jason Byrne's at $1,000 on Neil Young Zuma. Angel, Sinful. Angel is an EX condition, $11.50. Angel, Sinful, $11.50 for Angel, Sinful, $11.50. Also, Dr. John plays Mac Rippenbach. How do you say that? Dr. John plays Mac Ribbenack. That is $12.50. All right, we're done on the Stones. That is sold to Bill Samus for $75. That's sold to Bill Samus for $75. We did get a bid on John Lennon. George Buchanan's in at $85. Final call on that. We now have a bid of $1,025 on Neil Young Zuma. I still don't think we're out of range on where that really should be, but we may get there. Neil is at $1,025. Brent Robley on Dr. John at half off. Bob Riger gets Angel at half off, and Corey Gaston was second. Paul Simon, One Trick Pony, $10 on Paul Simon. Also, another Angel, Hell of a Band. Angel's VG Plus, $10. And Rock and Roll Party. Rock and Roll Party is an early compilation from 1957. 1957, $15 on that. VG Plus condition on Rock and Roll Party. And we have Big Hits, High Tide and Green Grass with the hype sticker. With the hype sticker. It does have some writing. REB wrote his initials on the cover. That is $18.50. $18.50 on that. Brent Robley says he'll take the bite now on Neil Young and the Band, Hawks and Doves. Bob Riger says he'll take Angel again. And Thomas Hujar wants the Rolling Stones. Let's also go ahead and sell George Buchanan and John Lennon for $85. So we can put up another Stones bootleg. And we can put up another, was there a Stones live in the bin? There may have been a live, yeah, it was Got Live If You Want It. Got Live If You Want It's $11.50. Michelle wants to know how much was Paul Simon. Paul Simon was $10. Jason Burns at $1,050 on Neil Young Zuma. We got ourselves an auction, an incredible signed, one of the best, I think. Of course, I had 28. I've picked out my top 10 when we got all these, when they all got back from JSA. I was like, here's, I think, the top 10 that should be all north of 1,000, and this was one of them. Now, here's another incredible piece. I'm not ready to sell it tonight. I think it will be available later this week. I just picked this up. Elton John, Captain Fantastic and the Brown Dirt Cowboy. It's on brown vinyl. They only made 2,000 of these. They only made 2,000. It gets better. I just picked this up. The gatefold is signed by Elton John and Bernie Taupin. I'm undecided. I think I'm going to sell it later this week, but I really, really don't want to. This has always been on my checklist, a signed Elton John album, and what better than a vintage signed copy, because he signed these in 1973. He signed all these in 73 as a self-promotion for the album, and it's on brown vinyl. They only made 2,000 of them. It is signed by Elton John and Bernie Taupin. Just picked this up. Not from Dell's collection. Just bought that. Just bought that locally. That is it's going to be something I regret, just like a lot of stuff I sold last week. Right, Tanner? Oh, my gosh. We sold some amazing pieces last week. Okay. Let me show a few more $9.99 45s. Actually, I got some that's a little bit more. These are, oh man, this is nice here. These three are $19.99. These three are $19.99, okay? We have the Rolling Stones. The Rolling Stones, Let's Spend the Night Together and Ruby Tuesday. The Monkees, Last Train to Clarksville and Take a Giant Step. What a cool picture sleeve. What a cool picture sleeve. And Elvis, Teddy Bear, early Elvis picture sleeve. Early Elvis picture sleeve. Very clean vinyl. Or I should say earlier. I consider anything 50s or early 60s, pre-64 Elvis early. If it's 64 back, I consider it early. That's the first, 10 years of his career. These are all $19.99. $19.99. All right, let me go back up to the top. So when I walked away, we pulled Rolling Stones. Michelle asked how much Paul Simon was. She said she'll take it. Also, Jason Waldron said, yes, please. And that was on the live. So, Tanner, we have Michelle Miller taking the Paul Simon for half off. Jason gets the Stone at half off sticker. And then Neil Young was at 1,050, 1,095, 1,100, 1,125, 1,151. Wow, wow, 1,152. Another wow, 1,154, 1,156, 1,158. And then we have a claim for M, and that was the Monkees for 1999. The Monkees is 1999 for Jeff McMaster. Then Brian C. put RS for the Rolling Stones. That was 1999. And then Jeff McMaster put EL for Elvis. That was 1999. Neil Young's at 1165. Larry Smith is second on Elvis. And Val, we've also got live. And we have Jason Byrne at 1170 on Neil Young Zuma. I'd like to see the Elton John signatures. You can look at them one more time, but you can't touch. You can look, but don't touch, Mark. They signed in blue ballpoint pen. There's Elton with some of his iconic sunglasses on, or I guess actually glasses with kind of rose-tinted lenses. And then there's Bernie Taupin. Arguably one of the greater songwriters of all time. And when you put those two together, they made a few great songs. You may have heard of songs such as Rocket Man and Leave On and Tiny Dancer and Captain Fantastic and the Brown Dirt Cowboy. Just incredible. I mean, that's just absolutely incredible. Okay. Jeff said Elton 500. You're 25% there. Yeah, maybe. We have the Kinks, Muswell Hillbillies. This is a $15 buy it now. These are half off sticker. The Kinks, Muswell Hillbillies, $15 buy it now on that. $15 buy it now on that. We have the Doors Soft Parade, just $17.50 on the Doors. Soft Parade, $17.50. The Doors Soft Parade. Also, the Left Bank, Walk Away Renee, $20 on the Left Bank, Walk Away Renee. Red Smash label, very clean copy. There is some cover damage. But the vinyl's very clean. Two more records in here. Joni Mitchell, Ladies of the Canyon. That's a 71 German pressing, $15. And we have Golden Earring, Moontan. This is $17.50. Neil Young's at $12.10. It's over here flirting with breaking the record of Harvest at $12.75. We sold Harvest for $12.75. Zuma is approaching. And like I said, it wouldn't surprise me. It's a very nice. I'll show it in detail one more time to the two bidders. And if anybody else wants to get in, I'll show that. And actually, I'll probably show it right now as soon as I put up a couple new auctions. Heather Feather was first to the Kinks. Sell that to Heather Feather. Let's go over here to the Stones bootleg box and see what I have left to put up. We have the Stones El Banquet de Los Something. Let's put that up. And we have the One, and the One is here, part one. John Lennon and Yoko Ono with Elephant's Memory, 1-to-1 concert rehearsals. Interesting. Never seen anything like this before. This is the Rolling Stones, El Banquet de los Mendigos. This is a 2010 unofficial. This is the Rolling Stones, a 2010 unofficial with artwork from 1969. It's a Chilean import. So this is Beggar's Banquet, essentially, right? Yeah, this is Beggar's Banquet. $25 start. So this is a 2010 bootleg pressing of Beggar's Banquet that it looks like the Chilean pressing from 1969. So if you were in Chile in 1969, this is what Beggar's Banquet would have looked like. And that's what this is. It's a bootleg of it. Which I'm sure those are pretty scarce. That's now up for bid. And then here's the John Lennon bootleg. The John Lennon bootleg is 1 and 1 and 1 is 3, part 1. 1 and 1 and 1 is 3. That's from Come Together, right? 1 and 1 is 3. John Lennon and Yoko Ono with Elephant's Memory, 1-to-1 concert rehearsals on red vinyl. So this is actually a live concert. From John Lennon and Elephant's Memory, August 22nd, 1972. It's part 1 of 3. It's on red vinyl, $25 start. That's John Lennon and Elephant's Memory live at Madison Square Garden in New York in 1972. Red vinyl. That's another cool bootleg. All right. So let's see what's going on here. We have we had Neil Young at 210, Neil Young at 1210, Neil Young at 1235. Jared McLaughlin wants LB. That was the left bank. That was half off. Godsmacks are in, but we didn't get them all. I think the last 10 people in the pre-order that pre-ordered it kind of late didn't get one, and we're waiting for more to come in. But if you pre-ordered Godsmack, you should have got an invoice for it today, unless you was a relatively new pre-order. Neil Young 1240, Rolling Stones 35, Neil Young 1255, Rolling Stones 37, Jason Burns out on Neil Young, Rolling Stones 39, and Henry Pardides wants Doors. And that was this one right here, Soft Parade. We're going to go back through this half-off bin very quickly. But first, let me show you this Neil Young. This is with Brent Robley at $1,255. Signed copy of Neil Young Zuma. Blue Sharpie. Fantastic signature on it. Full letter of authenticity. If you want in on this, it's a final call. $1,255. Rolling Stones is at 46, and there's no bid yet on the live John Lennon. Sean, I will see where you was at on that list. I'll see if you were supposed to get one. If not, then yeah. And Sean, we'll figure that out for you. So if you didn't get one yet, we'll get one to you this week and get you billed for it. All right, let's go through this half-off bin very quickly one more time so I can put up probably another one, and we have so much more to go through. Like, let me show this right quick. The Rolling Stones, Play With Fire, an early UK single in VG condition, $14.99. Play With Fire, and the last time, that's an earlier UK single, $14.99. VG condition. VG condition, Rolling Stones, Play With Fire. That's VG condition, $14.99. Let's go through the half-off bin one more time. Elvis. The price I'm telling you is the price. Gold Records Volume 3. EX condition, $12.50. The Rolling Stones is now at $46 of Edwin. Brian, you're out. John Lennon, Rock and Roll. $14 for John Lennon, Rock and Roll. Also, Pete Townsend Scoop is $12.50. The Byrds Pre-Flight is $12.50. In Due Time, Aesop's Fable, $17.50 on Aesop's Fable. Culture Club, Color by Numbers, $12.50. We got two of those. Blood and Chocolate, Elvis Costello. That's EX condition, $9. The Nice, Hang On to a Dream, $10 for the Nice. The Jacksons is still available for $12.50. Golden Earring is $12.50. And this was a test pressing of Ralph Towner, Old Friends, New Friends. A test pressing, EX condition, $10. All right, I think we're done on the Stones, so let me do an official thank you and air horn for Brent Robley. Brent Robley, the Neil Young Zuma is officially sold to you for $1,255. We got our third air horn of the night. Let me find my ear protection. New thing, I got to put on headphones anytime I do this. We're going to have to raise the limit. I was thinking about tabling, putting that up for debate. I think the new air horn should be, I think we got to raise it from 500 to 1,000. It used to be 100, and we had to change that quickly. So, Seth, what's your thoughts? That's okay. All right, let's make the Rolling Stones a final call for $50. John Lennon is, Seth, I'm sorry, that was rude. John Lennon is a buy now for $25. Seth can't say too much. He literally, Seth, what did I give you earlier? A Christmas bonus? Wow, I gave Seth a Christmas bonus earlier. I handed out we had our company Christmas party today. Chad isn't too bad of a guy. Yeah, that was laced with. Yeah, I wouldn't touch that. Yeah, you're fired, by the way. So, okay. Let me read you off some Neil Young titles. Hawks and Doves, Live Rust, Time Fades Away, Life. We have a 12-inch single called Get Back to the Country, Through the Past Darkly, or Journey Through the Past, Landing on Water, Sample and Hold, This Note's for You, Rust Never Sleeps, Old Ways, another Hawks and Doves. I have a After the Gold Rush, also signed by Nils Lofgren, and I have a Tonight's the Night, also signed by Nils Lofgren. And I also have a Backstage Pass, signed by Neil Young, which I'm not for sure on that one, really. I know it's nothing like an album, but I hadn't decided on that one. There's some of the titles if anybody's interested in those. So we were at 50 on the Rolling Stones, then 51, then 52, and now we're out with Brian. So the Rolling Stones are the final call for $52. Spirit, recapping this bin right quick, $10 on Spirit. Also, It's a Funky Thing to Do, Hank Crawford, $10 on Hank Crawford. James Taylor, Mudslide Slim. This is VG Plus, $10. We have Neil Young Trans, $11.50. John Lennon Milk and Honey, $12.50. The Rascals, The Island of Real, $10 for The Rascals. Cat Stevens is $8.50. Emerson, Lake and Palmer's VG Plus, $7.50. Stephen Stills Manassas is $10. Also Jefferson Airplane, $12.50. Bob Dylan was EX, $15. And Goodbye Cream was VG Plus, $12.50. The Rolling Stones Tanner is sold to Edwin Blom for $52. It's time for some new auctions, including a couple buy it nows on some box sets. 1, 2, 3. I got a few buy it nows here. We have Miles Davis Bitches Brew 40th Anniversary box set. That is $89.99. Miles Davis Bitches Brew 40th Anniversary box set, $89.99. That's 2 LPs, 3 CDs, 2 DVDs, a book, and extras. Smashing Pumpkins, Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness, $74.99. Very nice near mint used copy, $74.99. And The Grateful Dead Live from Winterland. This is $89.99. It's a 2012 record store day. This is The Grateful Dead Live, May 30th, 1971, limited to 7,500 from Record Store Day. That's a Bernie Grumman remaster from RTI, $89.99. Jared McLaughlin, one of the Rascals in the half-off section. That's sold to Jared at half-off Tanner. We have Cynthia Herdron getting the Miles Davis box. That is sold to Cynthia Herdron. We have James Bragg getting the Grateful Dead. And I have Smashing Pumpkins left for $74.99. $74.99. Let me put up a new Stones record. Let me put up a Neil Young autographed album. And let me put up probably another Beatles record. Let me put up this one right here. Can I get the certificate for life? Very nicely signed and centered down here at the bottom. This is Neil Young and Crazy Horse Life. Like I said, very nice and centered, signed here at the bottom. Neil Young with Crazy Horse. 1987 gold stamp promo. Signed by Neil Young. $975 start. That's now up for bid. The Rolling Stones is called this. They had to make it kind of nasty, but that's the Stones. This has got a lot of information on it. So Paul says this is in VG condition for a $35 start, the Rolling Stones. And this is Mobile Recording Studio in Stargroves, Newbury, May 9th, 1970. Track A2 is with Clapton at Olympic Sound Studios in London, December 18th, 1970. Tracks A3 through A5 and B3 through B5 is Welcome to New York Bootleg. Side B, tracks 1 and 2 is AKA Conley Mila Crime, medley containing parts of unreleased songs. VG condition, $35 start, and that's the Rolling Stones. That's a VG condition for a $35 start. Nobody on Smashing Pumpkins. I'll put it right over here. And let me see what other box sets I had for a buy it now. I've got another Grateful Dead. This is $249.99. Pretty desirable one here as well, $249.99. This is from 2015 Record Store Day, 4 LP. This is in Nassau Coliseum in Uniondale, New York, March 29th, 1990, $249.99. $249.99 on the Grateful Dead. Wake Up to Find Out, Nassau Coliseum, Uniondale, New York. That is sold to James Bragg, $249.99. A few more half-off records in here. The Worst of Jefferson Airplane. Don't You Want Somebody to Love, White Rabbit, all those on there, $10. Also Jefferson Airplane Flight Log, $10. Cat Stevens, $18.50 promo with hop sticker. Also, the Poppers, Ellis Island, that is $11. Marmalade, Reflections of My Life, $17.50. Rock and Roll Party was $15. Also, Joni Mitchell, Ladies of the Canyon, $15. And Golden Earring Moontan, $17.50. See what else I have over here in the 45 department, Tanner. We have Keith Whitley. I've got the Heart for You. Keith Whitley in Miami. That is $19.99. Keith Whitley is $19.99. There's Miami. $19.99 on that. Also, let's see here. Let me figure out what I have here. This is, oh, we got to put that up for auction. And actually, here we go. Warrant, Mr. Rainmaker from 1990. That's $19.99. And the B-sides, Blind Faith, Warrant Blind Faith, and Warrant Mr. Rainmaker. That is $19.99. And I don't have the rest of these sorted enough to show them, so let me set that over there. That was $25, yes. Okay, and James Lugwood wants the first Jefferson Airplane, which was the worst of. Okay, so we got a bid on the Rolling Stones for $40. No bid on Neil Young. Here's the letter from Neil Young. Cynthia wanted the Smashing Pumpkins. Almost missed that. Cynthia got Smashing Pumpkins. And I think we're caught up. So there's Neil Young. There's the letter of authenticity for Neil Young. $9.75. There's the letter, signed album cover. There's the Rolling Stones. And Keith Whitley and Warrant still available. The next auction, what did you just hand me, or what? I just had something in mind to auction, and it's kind of left me. Let me just show this next box set here. This next box set is The Grateful Dead. This is $129.99. $129.99 on The Grateful Dead. 2017 Record Store Day, limited to 750, or excuse me, 7,500. $129.99, and this is studio albums. This is Wake of the Flood. Dead from the Mars Hotel, Blues for Allah, Steal Your Face, and that's $129.99. $129.99. That is sold to James Bragg. Jim Anstant wants the golden earring, so that's sold to James Bragg as sticker. Golden earring is sold at half off. And how many stones for tonight? I will count them right now. I'm going to make Neil Young a buy it now for $975. If anybody wants that, $975. This Rolling Stones is sold to Brian Arrigo for $40. I find that very surprising. And there is that right there. There's another Neil Young. Okay, it's time for a whole new slate of auctions and then a new crate. So the next Rolling Stones bootleg is right here, and it is called, wow, that's got an interesting cover. Let me show this one. And let me see what else this John Lennon is. Spicy Beatles. That sounds interesting. Spicy Beatles songs. Looks like another EC Comics cover. This is the Rolling Stones. This is, does it have a name? Bright Lights, Big City. Studio outtakes, A1 through B3. Studio outtakes from 1963 to 1965. Also, tour rehearsals in Rialto Theater in Montreux, May 21st, 1972. $25 start. So it's the Stones, studio outtakes, and tour rehearsals. $25 start. Also, Spicy Beatles songs. Like I said, it kind of looks like an EC comic cover. Spicy Beatles songs is a hodgepodge of demos and live tracks. A hodgepodge. That's an interesting word, Paul. Hodgepodge of demos and live tracks. Trademark of quality, $55 start. $55 start. And that is the Beatles, demos, and live tracks. $55 on that. I will show the Rolling Stones records what's left in 1 second. It's time for a new crate. Anybody want to see another Neil Young? Any of those albums that I read off? If you think there's one you want to see, bring it over. I'll put it up for most likely a $975 start. I think it's time to go through another half-off bin. I see some pretty good titles in here that I'm willing to show at half-off, and got a few things in here I'm trying to clean out. And here's a couple titles I can just auction, because those are some nice, clean copies. I'll just put those up for auction, and everything else in here will make a buy it now. Right, Tanner? Sure. Tanner says, whatever you want to do. Okay. Rolling Stones is at 30. Rolling Stones is at 30. And Final Call on the Beatles. It's for 55. And let me see what's going on. Let's do a Beatles. I was going to do all these in one night, but we have so many of them. Let's see what I have here, because I photographed some of these. Actually, I got a couple here that's buy it nows. I got so many of these that's buy it nows. Let me do this one right quick. This is Help and I'm Down. It's a 1981 U.S. mono, near mint minus condition. It's a Starline reissue, $9.99. The Beatles Help in mono, and the B-side is I'm Down, also in mono, in the Starline Super Oldie sleeve, $9.99 on that. Brian, I'm assuming you're done on the Stones. And let me show what's left. I think these are all Stones bootlegs. The Stones bootlegs that's left. This one don't have a cover, but it's the Rolling Stones' Greatest Group on Earth, Oakland Arena. Paul Winter's Concert, 64-65. The Riot Show, Berlin, 65. Olympia, 66. This one really don't have a cover. I don't have a tag on it either. It may have fell off. There's another one, Stoned Again. I've had that one before, very famous bootleg. LA Forum, that's very popular. And then this is the one that has that homemade cover. I remember this one. It has this homemade cover to it. JFK Stadium. Actually, homemade inner sleeves. Okay, so that's what I have left as Stones tonight, and I'm pretty sure we have more to get to later this week as well. Okay. I'm going to make the Beatles a buy it now. We're going to sell Carol Puckett. Actually, Thomas bid 55. I need to officially make that a final call then. I'm probably going to go ahead and sell it to him very quickly if no one else bid. Thomas did bid 55 on that. Brian C. put Beatles for this Beatles 45 Tanner, which was $9.99. We can definitely sell this to Carol Puckett for $30. Only 2 bids on that. And then that's a final call to Thomas. While I'm grabbing the next auctions, including other Neil Young signatures, I've got 2 more buy it nows. 2 more buy it nows. The first one is 3 from the Vault. 3 from the Vault is a 4 LP Grateful Dead set. $64.99. Kevin Gray RTI pressing. That is $64.99. Grateful Dead, 3 from the Vault. $64.99. And Led Zeppelin Mothership is $99.99. The 2007 RTI pressing. The 2007 RTI pressing of Mothership, $99.99. There's another Grateful Dead set. There's another Led Zeppelin set. Those are both buy it nows. Now let's sell Thomas Hujar, the Beatles, for $55. Jeff and Master wants the Mothership, and that was the 2007, verified with the Matrix. That is sold to Jeff at Sticker. And Carol says, can you run the one with the white cover? That was probably this first one I showed, right? Probably just this first one I showed. Greatest Group on Earth. I'll try. It may not have been the one, but hopefully it is. And this is now up for bid. This is the Rolling Stones. Rolling Stones, Greatest Group on Earth, live at Oakland Coliseum, November 9th, 1969. The second show, VG Plus condition, $35 start. So just a standard white cover, single LP, VG Plus condition. And this is a $35 start. This is on Lurch Records, The Greatest Group on Earth. Carol, Give Me Shelter, Sympathy for the Devil, I'm Free, Live With Me. That's a $35 start, VG Plus condition. Jeff passes on the Mothership, so actually give that to Brian Arrigo. Brian Arrigo is going to take it. Jeff passes. Edwin's in on the Stones at $35. No one claimed the Grateful Dead. I was waiting for James Bragg. So, or who else? There was 2 or 3 people buying every Rolling Stone set, but or the Grateful Dead set. There's the next one. And Hell's Angels concert. Hell's Angels concert was Altamont, California, 71, I think. All right, here's another Beatles bootleg. This one has an interesting cover. This is collector's items. Correct track listing. Some tracks are mono, some are stereo, rare. Look at this cover. $75 start on the Beatles. Has like pictures of their memorabilia. I see the board game. I see the Butcher cover. I see I've had one of those before. I sold one here on the sale, this Paul McCartney doll. This is a $75 start. $75 start. James Bragg claimed it. Oh, he did claim, did he? It must have not came through on my end. James Bragg, are you still with us? James Bragg, James did. He did claim it. Oh, my bad. Well, let's tag this for James Bragg, even though I can't see his comments. Yes. Yeah, I got that. Okay, that's weird. It must have been a glitch. I've told people things glitch sometimes, and just with my phone, and plus I have I'm on 3%, by the way, so I please need a charger. Now, we have my phone updated, and so did Restream, and I want everybody to know you can watch on X. You've always been able to watch on X/Twitter, but we can see comments now. The comment chat is embedded. The comment chat is evidently embedded, so if you prefer to watch over there, it may even be another way where you can have a faster connection. Y'all know how things are. Some people like YouTube because they think it's faster for them. Sometimes people's faster on Facebook. You've got a third option now. You can go set up an X/Twitter. I think that's what everybody's calling it now because X is everybody's been used to calling it Twitter for 15 years. It says still Twitter to him. X. So you can watch on there, just so you know. We have a X account. I really don't post much on there, but I think it automatically posts all of our feeds, and every once in a while I'll share a video on there. But other than that, I think we have like 10 followers, so I've never really promoted. I set it up just so nobody could get our handle, but other than that, I've never had. So, okay. So let me do a recap before we get into this bin. I want to go through the stuff over here that has not sold tonight, and I'm about to put up another Neil Young. I do have more Neil Youngs I'm going to put up. So here's the first one. We have a signed copy of Life, $975. There's one Grateful Dead set that did not sell. James, I don't know if you were watching or not, but this one's still available also for $250. Grateful Dead, Spring 1990. I love this artwork on that one. That's $250 buy it now on that. We have the Beatles live at Abbey Road Studios, which is actually outtakes. That's a $45 buy it now. Signed Neil Young, Everybody's Rockin'. That's $975. We have the John Lennon, Once Upon a Time. That's an official release. That's an official release from John Lennon. That was an $85 buy it now. And then the signed Dr. John is $75. James Bragg says he'll take this. I figured you would. I figured you missed that one earlier. That's sold to James Bragg for $250, Tanner. So Neil Young, plus I wanted to get the Neil Youngs on top where there wasn't any risk of getting damaged. Casually just laying over here. And the Rolling Stones is at $35. I guess there's only been one bid. That's a final call. And the Beatles is a $75 start. Collector's items. And it has, Paul says it has the correct track listing on it. And the correct track listing for this, let's see here. Love Me Do, From Me to You. I Help, I'm Down. This is probably like alternate takes, I'd say. Or it could just be a bootleg compilation. Those could be original takes. I'm assuming it's probably like outtakes or something. Okay. Continuing, we have half off LPs. Boston, Don't Look Back, $17.50. The price I'm telling you is the price, $17.50. Paul Revere and the Raiders, The Spirit of '67, sealed, limited edition. It's either red, white, or it is red, white, and blue swirl vinyl, limited edition. Paul Revere and the Raiders, $20, sealed. I'm pretty sure those were pressed at RTI. This is Colin James. Colin James is a 1988 Canadian pressing. This is $10. $10 for Colin James. $10 on that. Also, Chet Atkins picks on the Beatles. Very cool. Chet Atkins picks on the Beatles. VG Plus condition, $9. No condition notes on the Boston, Brian. It actually looks like a very clean copy. It has the original inner sleeve, and that's the original label. You'll want to get that one. Michelle Miller gets PR. PR was for Paul Revere. That's sold to Michelle Miller. Tanner, these are half off sticker. Brian C. was second on Paul Revere. Lonnie Liston Smith, Make Someone Happy. $10 on Lonnie Liston Smith, Make Someone Happy. Also, James Taylor's Greatest Hits, $17.50. Brian Ligon said he will take the Boston. Let's go ahead and sell Brian Arrigo the Stones for $35. And let's make the Beatles a buy it now for $75. The Beatles is a buy it now for $75. I don't really know enough about that to show it or tell any more about it than what I can read, but There it is. Let's put up another Neil Young. I think we got at least one, if not another person standing by, maybe trying to find the right one they want. Here's another one. Pretty cool cover. I always like the cover to Old Ways. Tanner, if we have the letter to Old Ways. This one here where he's walking down the gravel road. This is another one that was signed Neil Young 86. It kind of looks like 06, but I promise you, he signed it in 86. This is one of those he signed in 86 where he actually spelt out his name, Neil Young. And this is a $975 start. $975 start. Ed was 35 Stones. Edwin Blom got the Rolling Stones for 35. I don't know what I said, but it was Edwin Blom's for 35. Neil Young, $975 start on that. The next, the Rolling Stones. Let's do this JFK. The JFK concert is live at JFK Stadium, June 17th, 1978. June 17th, 1978. Someone has made homemade, those are hand-drawn, homemade custom inner sleeves. Somebody actually homemade, drew those, and painted them. This is a vintage bootleg of the Rolling Stones, live at JFK Stadium on the Phoenix label. Looks like the bootleg was in 79. The concert's from 78. $45 start. $45 start. Old Ways, that's it. Yep.
Really zoomed in on that one.
Yeah. One of one sleeves. Those are rare. There's Neil Young. Rolling Stones 45. And I'm going to put Neil over here. Let me put over Old Way. That's a nice one. That is a nice one. And what else do we have over here to auction? See what's going on over here in the Beatles section. This one looks interesting. Looks like John Lennon on a bicycle. John Lennon, Yin Yang, demos and live tracks. John Lennon, Yin Yang. Yin Yang. It's live tracks and demos. I'm assuming that's a young Yoko. And this is a young John Lennon. $35 start on that. All right. Great deals. It's going to be in here literally half off. Joe Jackson, Night and Day. Joe Jackson is $10 for Night and Day. Jethro Tull, Minstrel in the Gallery. Jethro Tull is $10 for Minstrel in the Gallery. Peter Frampton, Premonition. Peter Frampton's in shrink wrap with hop sticker, $10. Peter Frampton, Premonition, shrink wrap and hop sticker. Also, Go West, featuring their hit song Call Me, hop sticker. Go West is $10. Rolling Stones is at 45, final call. Charles is at 35 on John Lennon, final call. Debbie Winstead wants Peter Frampton. That's so did Debbie Winstead. Next is Elton John, Ice on Fire. $10 on Elton John, Ice on Fire. Wayne Berry. Wayne Berry's $5. That's in shrink wrap. Wayne Berry, orange RCA label. Stone Country. This is sealed with Steve Young. Steve Young was in this band. It's a 1968 mono. The half price is $37.50. It's sealed, a sealed copy from 1968. Debbie Winstead wants the Elton John. That's so to Debbie Winstead. Jared McLaughlin's going to pick up the very nice copy there of Go West with the hop sticker. And we have Cat Stevens Collected. Wow. That is $40 after the discount. This hadn't been in print in a long time. It's also limited numbered copies from Music on Vinyl on purple colored vinyl. Number 498. That's $40. I was about to say, I don't remember that one. I wish that was in print when I was a Music on Vinyl, since I've been a Music on Vinyl dealer. But it hasn't been. I would have kept one myself. And actually, I don't remember. This must have been a crate Paul went through one night. Because I don't remember that. Cat Stevens Collected, $40 on that, which isn't a bad price. The original $80 price is the out-of-print prices went up. But at $40, that's about what a new one would cost. Actually, a little less, probably. Brian Ligon wants Joe Jackson. Thank you, Jill, for sharing that information. I was about to read the track listing, but he says he'll go ahead and take it. That's so to Brian Ligon. Also, boy, this is heavy. Ray Stennett, A Fire Somewhere. Ray Stennett is sealed, $12.50. That's a Light in the Attic reissue. Light in the Attic, that's $12.50. All right, let's go ahead and sell John Lennon to Charles Varnano, Charles V, as I usually say. And let's sell Jeff. He only had one bid. 35 on John Lennon, 45 on the Rolling Stones. Here's the next Rolling Stones bootleg. This is the Rolling Stones live at the Los Angeles Forum, July 13th, 1975. EX condition on this one. Not bad whatsoever. $75 start on the Rolling Stones, and that's live at the Los Angeles Forum. Another vintage bootleg. There's a picture of a big billboard advertising the 75 tour of the Americas. The Rolling Stones. $75 start on that one. Vintage bootleg. And let's go through, let's put up another John Lennon. I have another John Lennon bootleg here. Archives Volume 1. Archives Volume 1. John Lennon is another Demos Outtakes compilation. Archives Volume 1, $35 start. $35 start. We have, in the half-off bin, Amadeus, more music from the original soundtrack of the film Amadeus, $10 on Amadeus, and Nazareth, close enough for rock and roll. Nazareth is $10, close enough for rock and roll. Randy Newman, Land of Dreams, Randy Newman is $10. Also, Everyday People, that's the name of the band, Everyday People's $10. Michelle Miller wants AM for Amadeus, that's so to Michelle Miller. Next is Red Queen to Guy Throne 3. That is sealed from 1974. That looks like some kind of prog rock. $17.50 on that. Kenny Loggins and High Adventure. Kenny Loggins is $5. And Lord Nero, the first songs, Lord Nero is $10. Looking for a $75 start on the Stones and a $35 start on John Lennon. Let's go ahead and make Neil Young. If anybody wanted this Neil Young, Old Ways, $975. $975 on Neil Young. If anybody wants this signed copy of Old Ways. There it is, $975. We have Debbie Winstead, actually Jane Fink first on Lord Nero. That's so to Jane Fink at half off Tanner. Debbie Winstead wants KL. She wanted Kenny Loggins. Cynthia's at 75. We had a question cut out on the Stones, what year? The Rolling Stones, sorry, this is LA Forum, July 13th, 1975. July 13th, 1975. Jeff, was you at that Stones concert you just bought? Jeff says he may have been at that Stones concert, or probably was, and then John Lennon is a $35 buy now. And Tanner, we have our fourth air horn of the night. Jason Byrne is going to do a buy it now at $975 on the Neil Young Old Ways. Nice pickup there. Another nice signed Old Ways, Neil Young. Let's take a good look at it. Very nice. Another painful moment. Another Neil Young leaving. That's pretty cool that, I don't know if that's like a really like a replica of his signature there, but it's kind of where he signed right next to his name also in cursive. So to Jason Byrne, $975. Thank you, Jason. We started with 28 of these, and they're chipping away. And like I said, I hope most of them are sold by the end of the week. I'm going to make a post and let everybody know if you're interested in one. Tomorrow night, Wednesday and Thursday would be the night to hop on. I'm going to be showing them and selling them. Jason, time for the air horn. Oh, let me put on my earphones. Let me put on my earphones. Definitely need these. Thank you, Jason Byrne. This is sold $975. Very cool. Okay, now Jason, I don't know if you were just looking for one or if you're possibly interested in others, but if anybody else is interested in a Stones or a Neil Young autograph, let me know. Let's go ahead and sell Cynthia, the Rolling Stones, for $75. That's sold to Cynthia for $75. And let's make John Lennon a buy it now. John Lennon is a buy it now for $35. Archives Volume 1. Dan Davis needs to put back the Metallica puzzle. Jason says that'll do it for me. He only wanted one or needed one. He don't need 5 or 6. Okay. Are you sure? You know what's better than one Neil Young autograph? 7. That's 7's better. Okay, the Rolling Stones, Olympia. That's Paris, 1966. Wow, these are on colored vinyl. I should have done these earlier. The Rolling Stones on colored vinyl. Wow, look at that. That's some wild-looking gray splatter when you kind of focus in on it. That is 1966. 1966, gray-purple marble vinyl, $35 start. The Stones, Olympia, 1966. Michael Nath is bid, and so does Carol Puckett. Those are sold. Here's the Metallica puzzle being put back. If anybody wants hardwired, it's $24.99. If anybody wants steel wheels, it's $24.99. If anybody wants status quo, it's $24.99. If anybody wants Guns N' Roses, Chinese Democracy, it's $24.99. Now, I still have Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. I have Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz, and Diary of a Madman. Also have Rush, Ramones, and Nirvana, and I think one other David Bowie. I have Hunky Dory, just so y'all know. There's that. Let's do another Beatles as well. This is actually a Beatles box set. This is the Beatles From Us to You. Paul must have the sticky note in here. It does. Oh, this is on colored vinyl too. Very cool. This is the Beatles From Us to You. It's blue, yellow, and green vinyl. Disc 1 is EX. Disc 2 and 3 are EX plus near mint minus. And this is the best of their BBC recordings. $85 start. Wow, it's on colored vinyl. This is going to look cool. This is the Beatles From Us to You. The Beatles From Us to You comes with a 2-page book. And this is an $85 start. $85 start. Let me show you here. Best of BBC. So these can be very high quality recordings if it's coming from the BBC masters. Blue vinyl. Yellow vinyl. And a very unique looking green LP here, it looks like. Like a lime green, sort of. That's an $85 start. 3 LP Beatles box. Daniel Boozide is in. Best of BBC. It's called From Us to You. It's a genuine Swingin' Pig disc. Swingin' Pig. Details on Red Queen album. Now, where did you see a red? Right here in front of me, Red Queen. Garrett, this is sealed from 1974. The half-off price is $17.50. We're going through a crate here. Just stuff from July. Just trying to move some vinyl tonight. No reason for these to be half off, but they are. Tangerine Dream. Wow, Green Desert. Now, $37.50. No, this would be $32.50. $32.50. Tangerine Dream. A couple of pricier albums in here at half. The Best of Joe Turner. $10 on the Best of Joe Turner. The Byrds, Younger Than Yesterday. $9 on the Byrds, Younger Than Yesterday. $9 on that. Big Country Wonderland. Big Country Wonderland, that is $10. And Burton Cummings, Dream of a Child. Burton Cummings was in the Guess Who. $5 on that. Let me fix this crate. Looks like it's about to fall over. Also, I was trying to get to this blue crate right here, Tanner, to grab the rest of these $9.99 45s. I still got $9.99 45s I hadn't shown, which I'm about to show right now. These are all $9.99. $9.99. Very quickly, I'll get back to tagging. Dirty Dancing, I've had the time of my life. Dirty Dancing with picture sleeve. Survivor, I Can't Hold Back. Bryan Adams, Straight from the Heart. Achy Breaky Heart, Billy Ray Cyrus. Achy Breaky Heart, Billy Ray Cyrus. That's from 1992. Billy Ray Cyrus on vinyl there. $45 start. I got room for one more. In Excess, Never Tear Us Apart. In Excess is $9.99. Never Tear Us Apart. Okay, so recap on our auctions. Back up to the top. The Rolling Stones was at 35, 40, 50, 60, 65. Chinese Democracy was a puzzle. Yes, that's not in print on vinyl. That was a 500-piece puzzle. The Beatles was at 85. Debbie bid 86. The Stones is at 90. Craig Weatherford first on TD, Tanner. That was half off on the Tangerine Dream. Daniel put 90 on the Beatles. Jeff, you were second on Tangerine Dream. Rolling Stone 75. Rolling Stone 76. Michael Nath, no, actually, Debbie put B76. Did you mean Rolling Stone 76? If I'm reading correctly, Debbie has the high bid on the Beatles box at 86 and the high bid on the Stones at 76. Nick Bargeron wants the Dirty Dancing. I've had the time of my life. That was $9.99. And he wants ABH, which is Achy Breaky Heart. Those are both $9.99 and $9.99, Tanner. Continuing, we have, who is this? Segarini on the radio. That's on Bomb Records. That is $10. She says no on Stones. She put B76. Okay, so she's not bidding on the Stones. That means Carol Puckett, you put B76. The high bid on the Beatles is 86. So you put B 86, then B 76. But let me clarify here. The Rolling Stones is at 75 then with Carol Puckett. If anybody wants to bid more, make sure you put RS for Rolling Stones. Carol Puckett has that for 75. And what I'm seeing is the high bid on the Beatles is with 90. The high bid on the Beatles is with Daniel Bouzide at 90. And those are both final calls. Okay, continuing. We have New Directions, the Afro Blues Quintet +1. $7.50, New Directions. Love, for sale. Love is now $30. It's a 1969 Pittman press. Love, $30 with the custom Electra label there. I should say custom logo on the label. $30 on that. Shiitake with John McLaughlin, $12.50. You don't see Love albums too often. Professor Griff, the ex-minister. This is Disturbing the Peace from 1992. That is sealed for $10. And we have Sun Ra at Intermedia Arts, April 1991. Sun Ra and his orchestra. That is $25 even. 2016 Record Store Day, Black Friday, RTI pressing. $25 on Sun Ra. Okay, so Debbie bid 91 on the Beatles. Thomas Hujar is going to pick up the Love album at half off sticker Tanner. That's so to Thomas Hujar. The Beatles is at $95 with Daniel Bouzide. Jeff Master wants Peace. And that was Peace and then Sun Ra. That was, which one was Peace? That was this one. That was sold to Jeff McMaster. He also gets Sun Ra. Davey bid 96 on the Beatles. Daniel's at 100. Thomas, you were second to Sun Ra. Let's go ahead and sell Carol Puckett the Stones for $75. And let's run another one in that series. The other one in that series was the Rolling Stones, The Riot Show, Berlin, 1965. Wow, another. I think all these are on colored vinyl. Another really nice colored vinyl here. It looks like gold and it has some pink, kind of some pink and red kind of swirled in there too. That's the Rolling Stones, and that is live at Wallbeline in West Berlin, September 15th, 1965 on yellow vinyl. Carol's already in at 50. Perfectly fine with me. I was going to start it at 35. Carol's in at 50. I figure like we'd go up from there anyway. The Beatles is now at 102. The Rolling Stones is at 55. I'll have a Styx Paradise Theater. This is $7.50. It does have some label damage and has like something stuck to the label and then peeled off. But a clean copy of Paradise Theater for just $7.50 by Styx. Friends and Company. Friends and Company. This is, wow. So 50, this would be, do some quick math in my head, $12.50 and $62.50. $62.50, a rare funk lounge and rock album from New York, 1976, and it's signed by Michael Horax, which is somebody obviously in the band, I think. Friends and Company. It was originally stickered $124.99. Jeff says he'll take it. Probably a pretty good pickup there. Also, we have Santana Amigos. Santana has a promo strip on the front. Santana is $10, and Seals and Croft, Diamond Girl, $5 on Diamond Girl. The Rolling Stones was at 75. The Beatles is at 110. The Beatles at 111, and the Rolling Stones is at 80. We have Faith, Hope, and Charity. That looks like something else that's pricier, but nope, it's only $5. First look, looks like it might be a pricey album. $5 on that though. Debbie Winstead put RC or Debbie Winstead put SC for Seals and Croft. And Brian C. wants Professor Griffey. I thought that sold. Professor Griffey is sold. That was the Disturbing the Peace, right? That is already sold. And W.C. Fields, the original voice tracks from his greatest movies, $10 on that. Seth, any way I could get a bottle of water? I'm kind of trapped over here. I was going to walk over there and get it, but Tanner just handed me one. Is this, well, it's kind of cold. I'll take it. I'll take it. This is fine. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Thank you. By the way, me and Tanner's on like, hey, Tanner, have you been to bed yet? Really?
I got like 2 hours.
Tanner got like 2 hours of sleep. I bet I've had maybe 3. We was here all night. We were keying in records from last week up until almost this morning, like at 8 o'clock. We were still keying in and finalizing last week. So at 8 o'clock this morning, we were still here at the store, and then everybody kind of started showing up to open the store and work, like Doug and Ed and John. Next thing you know, I was here until like 11, I guess, or almost noon. No, I got home around noon probably to get in bed, and then we had our Christmas party today at the store. We had our Christmas party at 4 o'clock, so I got up at 3:30 for that. So yeah, I've had about 3 hours sleep, and Tanner's had maybe 2. And I had to drink some water because I'm getting to the point where I've had like 2 monsters and it's not helping. So I'm very sleep deprived. So I can start to see I'm starting to make mistakes a little bit more, calling off stuff. So bear with me. We still got like another hour at least for the show tonight, I would say. Depends. If y'all still stay on, we got 167 people watching at 10:41. So y'all stay on. I'll keep showing records. Carol Puckett is at 110 on the Rolling Stones. Carol Puckett's at 110 on the Rolling Stones. Jeff Master said, a great time to bring out the high-end bin. The Beatles is at 121 with Debbie Winstead. The Beatles is at 121 with Debbie Winstead. Daniel Boozide, and you're out. 3 LP colored vinyl, and Jeff's out on or Michael's out on the Rolling Stones. Carol has that for 110. And somebody's asked about the Guns N' Roses puzzle. Like I said, sorry, my brain is the 20 watts of power it requires for a human brain. My body barely has it right now. This is Guns N' Roses. It's a sealed 500-piece puzzle, new, $24.99. 500-piece puzzle, sealed and new, $24.99. Sorry that's took me so long to clarify all that. Daniel, if you decide you're done bidding on the Beatles, let me know. Stephen Stills is half off. I can tell I'm already crazy. I'm showing these really good half-off records, like this white label promo of Illegal Steals. Stephen Stills, $12.50 for Stephen. Also, Stephen Stills, the best of Stephen Stills. This is sealed for $15. Sealed, $15, Stephen Stills. Back-to-back Stills albums. And the Beatles, live at the Star Club in Hamburg, Germany. That is $18.50. Let's sell Carol Puckett, this Stones Tanner, for $110. Final call on the Beatles at 121. And let's run another one of those Stones that's on colored vinyl. This is the Rolling Stones Poll Winners Concerts, 64 to 65. Let's see if this is on colored vinyl. I haven't looked. Is it? Yeah, it is. It's another marbled vinyl. It's another gray blue. That's some wicked color again. Gray blue marble vinyl. Let's see what we have on here. Side A is live at the NME Poll Winners Concert in Wembley, April 26, 1964. Side B is live at NME Poll Winners Concert, Wembley, April 11th, 1965. Marbled vinyl, $35 start. $35 start on that. And we have the Beatles, 126. And the Stones is at 40. Everything in here is half off whatever price I say, or half off the sticker. It's the price I say. The Beach Boys. I'm telling you, my brain is shutting down. The Beach Boys, MIU album, $10. Gold stamp promo. The Beach Boys is $10. Also, Edward Bear. This is sealed from 1973, and that is $15. Edward Bear is sealed, $15. Judy Garland, At Home at the Palace, opening night. Judy Garland is sealed, $7.50. Debbie Winstead wants the Beach Boys. That's sold to Debbie Winstead at half off, Tanner. Also, John Lennon, Mind Games, $12.50. Talking about those mind games. Lennon's $12.50. Jane, you were second on the Beach Boys. Thomas Hujar first on Judy Garland. Nick Bargeron third on the Beach Boys. Michelle Miller wants JG. That was second to Judy Garland. And Brian C. wants Edward Bear. That's sold to Brian C. The Beatles are still getting a bid. We're at 130. Carol Puckett's at 50 on the Stones. Brian Arrigo, you're out. Beatles at 130. Sills and Croft, get closer. $5 for Sills and Croft. Boz Scaggs, My Time. Boz Scaggs is $10 for My Time. Boz Scaggs. Leo Sayer, Endless Flight. Leo Sayer is sealed, and this has his hit song, You Make Me Feel Like Dancing, $10. That's a sealed copy. $10 for Leo Sayer. Boz Scaggs down to then left. That's a white label promo for Boz Scaggs. White label promo, very clean, $12.50. Bobby Moyes is in on the Stones at 55. The Beatles is at 131. The Stones is now at 60. Kickin' Mules, Flat Pickin' Guitar Festival with Eric Thompson, David Bromberg, and this is a radio station copy, WBFO. That is now $6, EX condition. Garrett, not Jarrett. Garrett wants the Beatles live at the Star Club. Thank you. And he wants the Red Queen album, the sealed Prague album that's back here. Right here, Red Queen. To Griffin 3. That is so to Garrett. Thank you and thank you. The Rolling Stones now at 75, and the Beatles is at 131 with Debbie. Daniel, you're out. Now, where's the rest of those $9.99 45s? Then we have a whole tub of $6.99. I still haven't got to any cassettes yet. So much to show. Wow, that's a really cool Cat Stevens. I've never seen that. Another Saturday night. $9.99 picture sleeve, Cat Stevens. The Jackson 5, Who's Loving You on Motown. Oh, there's the A-side, I Want You Back. That's the A-side. I Want You Back, Jackson 5. Joe Cocker picture sleeve from his cover of Midnight Rider. Never seen that before. $9.99. Journey, Open Arms. Open Arms, Journey picture sleeve. And Houdini, Be Yourself, featuring Millie Jackson. Houdini. And one more. This is the Kids, Sesame Street. That is from the Columbia LP Sesame Street. And Rubber Ducky. Ernie, Jim Henson, Rubber Ducky, $9.99. There's some pretty cool 45s for you. I got a whole nother stack over here. We'll see how many of these have sold. And let's get our auctions updated. So the Beatles is now a final call. Debbie had that for 131. Debbie had the Beatles for 131. The 3 LP colored vinyl BBC box set, bootleg. Then the Rolling Stones was at 55, 60, 65, 75, 65, 85, 80. Brian C. wants the Jackson 5, I Want You Back. Tanner, that was $9.99. Rolling Stones 90. Michelle Miller wants SS, that's Sesame Street. And now the Rolling Stones is at 99. And I'm about to sell the Beatles box. I was just making sure Daniel was out. That still leaves Cat Stevens, Joe Cocker, Journey, and Houdini. Continuing in the half-off bin. Danny Cox. That's EX condition, $9. Danny Cox. Also, The Story and Songs of Heidi. $8.50. The Story and Songs of Heidi. That's $8.50. Mutiny. Is that what that says? Mutiny. VG Plus, $10. That's a white label promo. Funk Plus the One. That's a white label promo featuring Jerome Braley. Michelle Miller wants Heidi. Rolling Stones at 110. Daniel's out on the Beatles box. Let's go ahead and sell that then. That is sold to Debbie Winstead, the Beatle box for $131. $131. The Houdini Nat was $9.99. 110 on the Stones, marbled vinyl. Who was the backup bidder? Michael Nath. That's between Carol and Michael Nath. I have another Beatles boot over here. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Beatles boots. I don't think this is a boot. This is a, wow. This is a German, Paul believes this is a German picture disc, which is an official release, we're pretty positive, of Sgt. Pepper's. So this is as y'all know, in the late 70s, especially around 1979, this is a 1979 German pressing. Around 79, they did a big picture disc pressing for Sgt. Pepper's. This is a German pressing of it. It's sealed. It came in just this generic white sleeve with this cutout. That's a sealed 79 Sgt. Pepper's picture disc, $35 start. $35. Nat Reynolds wants Mutiny. That's a half off price. Michael Nath is out on the Stones, so we're going to sell that to Carol Puckett then for $110. And I got more. I got 2 other Rolling Stones here. We have Stoned Again by the Rockers. And the Rockers are the Rolling Stones. So this is the Rolling Stones, Stoned Again. The tracks are from the 60s and their studio sessions. $25 start. $25 start. That was the last one I had in that series, yes, for tonight. I don't think we have any more, though. I hadn't looked at the Rolling Stones section in a while. Paul's been marking all the Rolling Stones records lately. So they're Stoned Again. Stoned Again, and this one comes in just a generic white sleeve. $25 start. Brian Arrigo's at $35 on Sgt. Pepper's. And he's at $25 on the Rolling Stones. He has high bid on both. Continuing in the half-off bin, we have Jack Bruce. Jack Bruce from Cream. VG Plus condition, $10. Jack Bruce is $10. Songs for a Taylor. Bad Company, Desolation Angels. EX condition, $9. The Doors, Soft Parade. This is a 69 UK pressing. This is a 69 UK pressing. $27.50. $27.50, a 69 UK pressing. That's a cool label, a UK label from Elektra. 69 on the Soft Parade. That is $27.50. Street Action by Bachman Turner Overdrive, $5. Michael Nath bid $30 on the Stones. So, Brian, you're out on the Stones, but you do have the high bid on Sgt. Pepper's Final Call for $35. Wow. After the Gold Rush, VG Plus condition, just $15. Neil Young, $15. VG Plus, $15 on Neil Young after the Gold Rush. Wow, again. Incense and Peppermints, the Strawberry Alarm Clock. This one is just $11 in VG Plus condition, a classic. Incense and Peppermints, Strawberry Alarm Clock. With Ed King, who, I think that's Ed. I think that's Ed there. Went on to play in Leonard Skinner. $11, Incense and Peppermints. The Kinks, Low Budget, that's the front of it, $7.50. And Chipmunk Rock. Chipmunk Rock is $12.50. Thomas Hujar gets the Neil Young after the Gold Rush. Debbie was second. Brian C. first on Strawberry Alarm Clock. Eric Gooden was second. Brian, let me know if you want back in on the Stones. If not, I'll sell it to Michael. I will go ahead and sell you the Sgt. Pepper's for $35. Let me grab some more $9.99 45s. I have Hank Williams Jr., Born to Boogie. Paul McCartney coming up. Paul McCartney and Wings coming up. Chubby Checker, Slow Twistin'. Michael Jackson, Pretty Young Thing from Thriller. And those are the same artists. Let me see who this is. This is Nina Cherry, Kisses. Nina Cherry, $9.99. Nina Cherry, Kisses. All right. So Michelle Miller wants Chipmunk Rock at the half-off price. We have Debbie Winston taking the Pretty Young Thing, Michael Jackson, $9.99. Brian's backing on the Stones at $31. Brian's backing on Stones at $31. Let me grab the next Beatles bootleg. And this is the Beatles Not for Sale. The Beatles Not for Sale. A collection of live tracks, demo sessions, and outtakes. This is a pretty interesting listing from beginning to start. It's pretty, I don't want to use the word common, but a pretty popular bootleg. It's on NIMS. It's, I don't know if it's technically I guess it is an unofficial for sure, but it's unauthorized. But I've seen a lot of these before. It's a pretty high quality bootleg of tracks, demo sessions, etc. $35 start on that. Michael Nass backing on the Stones at $35, so Brian Arrigo, you're out. And then a $35 start on Beatles Not for Sale. Beatles Not for Sale, $35 start on that. Next is Chubby Condition. Slow Twistin', Chubby Checker, the King of the Twist. It looks like an original on Parkway. And Brent, it is an unbelievably unplayed condition. It doesn't look like it's been played. No joke. If we're putting out a 45, it should be really nice. Stephen A. Young, one of the Paul McCartney for $9.99. So we still have the Nina Cherry, Hank Williams Jr., Chuck Berry there. Rolling Stones is at 36. Let me grab another handful of 45s. We have Foggy Mountain Breakdown. This is actually a white label promo. Foggy Mountain Breakdown, Flat and Scruggs, in the original company sleeve. $9.99. Xanadu. We figured somebody would buy this right away. Olivia Newton-John, Magic. And Full Country. Take it away. Oh, this is an error. I don't know what you want to call that. In the coin world, we would call that a mistrike. On a record, we call it a really bad. John said this was made on a Monday. This was made on a Monday morning. Take it away. It's got a big error. It's got a whatever you want to call that. That is $9.99, kind of like what I'd call an error coin. And then we have Christmas Greetings with the Ames Brothers, an early choral, like 50s era, orange choral label EP. Christmas Greetings with the Ames Brothers. Really cool cover too. Anytime you see those like die-cut heads like that, you know, those were really popular on magazines in the 50s and 60s. That's $9.99. And let's do one more. If Stacy Metternich is watching, she'll probably want to buy this. It looks like something right up her alley. Captain Kangaroo marching song from 1956. It's a Brown Shoe Company. It's a Brown Shoe Company promotional record. It plays at a 78 RPM. It plays at a 78 RPM from 1956. Captain Kangaroo marching song, and that's a like I said, that's a Brown Shoe compilation. Pretty cool. I got some. Wow, we had a patch of really good ones here. I'll show the rest of those as soon as we tag the others. So back up to the top, way back up to the top. Brent said, or Stephen A. Young put PM. That was for Paul McCartney. We've already tagged that. Or actually, did we tag a Paul McCartney with Stephen A. Young already, Tanner, a 45? Yeah. Okay, so that means Brian bid 36 on the Stones. Then Brent says, I'll take it. And that was for Chubby Checker, which was $9.99. And then Jeff wanted the Error Paul McCartney. That's so did Jeff for $9.99. And then Michelle put FMB, which was for Foggy Mountain Breakdown. That is so to Michelle Miller. Debbie Winstead wants the Xanadu, Olivia Newton-John. And then we have Chris Bijak. No, Brent put Christ for Christmas Greetings. He was before Chris. Christmas Greetings, Ames Brothers. That's so to Brent Robley. Chris, you were second. Jeff McMaster third. And then Jeff McMaster first on Captain Kangaroo. Brent was second. Michelle Miller was third. And I think we're caught up. So, Michael Nath, let me know if you want backing on the Stones. Brian Arrigo has it for $36. Let's go ahead and make the Beatles a buy it now for $35. Let's go ahead and make the Beatles a buy it now. Beatles not for sale, $35 buy it now. And then any condition notes on the Dorsoft Parade. Yes, it was VG plus condition. Sorry, Andy. VG plus condition. So it was $54.99, a 69 UK copy. A 69 UK copy. Half off of that. Do you have a new copy of Velvet Underground? I do not, but I can get the half-speed master, Sean. There should be, they should be $36.99. Morgan Wallen, Bob Marley, Slipknot, Shania Twain's Greatest Hits, Kiss Unplugged, Erykah Badu, The Killers, Eminem, The Posies, Erasure, Peter Tosh, Jason Isbell, David Byrne, Brother Kane. Now, somebody the other night wanted one of these, and we didn't write it down, Tanner. They wanted Brother Kane. They said they never did get one. Outcast, we got Van Morrison. Who was that? We still got Brother Kane in stock. So Michael Nass backing on Stones at 40. Brian Arrigo, you're out. But Sean, if you want me to order one of those, I can for you. Stephen A. Young wants to do the buy it now on the Beatles for $35. Stephen A. Young, buy it now on that $35. And that also means Andy Lewis, he put So Doors. He wants to purchase that. That's half off sticker. So there's that. Let me do the rest of these $9.99 45s, or at least a few more. Some more great $9.99 45s, including Meatloaf, Paradise by the Dashboard Light. It has a promo stamp in the original Epic sleeve, $9.99. I Want to Know What Love Is by Foreigner. I Want to Know What Love Is by Foreigner, picture sleeve. Woman, a great John Lennon track, in the picture sleeve, $9.99. The Judds, Mama, He's Crazy, and Down Home, Winona and Naomi, and Hank Williams Jr., A Country Boy Can Survive, and Weatherman is the B-side. Only if you're going to do an order. Yeah, I order new vinyl every night, and I need to keep that in stock. So put Sean Fairweather down for Velvet Underground, White Light, White Heat. White Light, White Heat. Okay, it sounds like I need to go through this crate of new vinyl back here in the back. The Stones is at 41. Michael Nass at $45. Wood Erasure, Brian's out. Let's sell that then to Michael Nass for $45 so I can put up one of the last ones. No claims on any of these. Hank Williams Jr., The Judds, John Lennon, Foreigner, and Meatloaf. All righty. Yeah, Rolling Stones 45 to Michael Nass. That was a great half off, Ben. I feel like we need to go through that one more time right quick. But I'll bring it up after. Let's go ahead and bring up something new. And Miles auction. We have the Miles Davis box set has already sold, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's already sold. Let me do some swapping here. Seth, he left. I didn't even get to do his normal, where I make him feel bad for leaving us. Okay. There's that. Let me play a little bit of, I don't know if the word's Tetris or what to shift these crates around, but we have our last Rolling Stones bootleg of the night, Tanner. And, boy, this is weird. I think, is this on colored vinyl too? Man, Paul didn't leave me, I think the sticky, wow. I shouldn't have done this one. Well, look at that. That is pretty incredible. They just don't make splatter vinyl like they used to, right, Tanner? I don't have the sticky on this one. I don't have the sticky on this one. That looks like a $95 start to me with colors like that. But let me try to find that's usually what we've been starting those kind of wild splatters at. I don't see a sticky note fell off anywhere too. I was hoping there would be a sticky note at the bottom of this crate, but there's not. So that's unfortunate. But let me figure out what we have. Well, I was going to say, let me figure out what we have here with the concert, or maybe Paul's watching and he can send Tanner or me a text right quick. Yeah, say, do you remember what this is and what we should start it at? The only thing in the dead wax is 1812A. It don't really help. It just says Rolling Stones. There's hardly anything else on it. Okay, so there's that. Let's go through this crate here. I'll put this back up when I have more info about it, hopefully in the next 5 minutes. And here's our next auction. This is the Beatles, BBC. The Beatles, BBC, live, 1963, of course, $35 start, vintage bootleg. The Beatles, $35 start on that. All right, now that I've shifted a few things around here, let's go through this crate, remind y'all some of these great new titles we have in stock. And we have $6.99 45s as well. That's what I'm about to bring a little bit closer over here to me. But we have some 45s to auction right quick. This is pretty interesting. It's not anything really all that old. It's from the 80s, but it's in this holder and it's sealed, or I should say partially sealed. The shrink wraps come torn. But this is a golden oldies. The Beatles, I Want to Hold Your Hand, and I saw her standing there. That's a Starline mono reissue from the 80s. And it's in this holder that, of course, would have been in a bin in a store. And that's a $10 start. Pretty cool thing to display. It's like a sealed store relic from the past that never got opened. $10 start on that. Actually, I just realized there's 2 Beatles auctions going up. So how about this? If you want to bid on this, put Beatles. If you want to bid on the 45, put 45. Because now we got 2 things going on. All right, let's go through this crate here of new vinyl. There was a couple of requests or a couple of questions. First, I still got 1 copy of this left. This is Moondance, the classic Van Morrison Moondance, $64.99. That's an expanded 3LP new stereo remix by Steven Wilson, plus selected outtakes and alternatives. And the lacquers were cut by Kevin Gray, pressed at Optimal. An incredible set, 3LP Van Morrison Moondance. $64.99. That was a new release from back at the end of November. I've got 1 left, $64.99. Outcast, Atelians, Atalians, Atlanteans. Outcast is $33.99. Outcast is $33.99. That's a 2LP. I still have Brother Kane. I really wish I could remember who said they wanted one, because I know for sure I didn't pull it. Brother Kane is a 30th anniversary, first time on vinyl, remastered, orange vinyl, Brother Kane, $39. I didn't know anything about this. Then people started posting it where they bought a website exclusive, and then other people started tagging me like, Chad, can you please get this? It's like one of the greatest rock albums of all time. And I was like, I don't know anything about it, but sure, I'll order it. Brother Kane is $39.99. Charles V wants Outcast. That's sold to Charles V. We got bids on both auctions. Thomas Hujar is at 35. Thomas Hujar is at 35 on the Beatles, and Debbie Winstead is at 10 on the Beatles, 45. So final call, 35 and 10. James Bragg says he'll take a Beast K for Brother Kane, I'm assuming. That's sold to James Bragg. Also, David Byrne, Talking Heads David Byrne, live, Austin City Limits, $33.99. Which is weird, because anytime I always saw the Austin City Limits, I always thought that was for like country or like blues, Texas blues. Like I think of Austin City Limits, I think of Stevie Ray Vaughan or Merle Haggard or something of that nature. So I saw this David Byrne. I was like, wow, that's interesting. And it's on colored vinyl, $33.99. But I guess everybody plays Austin City Limits. That's $33.99. That's sold to Charles V. I've got one extra copy. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, The Traveler. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, The Traveler, $34.99. These are all new and sealed LPs. The last copy I have left of Richard Wright from Pink Floyd, Wet Dream. That's a limited edition blue marbled vinyl. Steven Wilson. Starting to see his name a lot more, especially at night. $29.99. Do you have the Miles Mo 5 in the hot picture? I do. Yes, let's put that up for auction. Let's sell some things. Thomas gets that for $35. And the Beatles is sold for $10. I thought you were talking about the Miles Davis Bitches Brew box set. I'm going to start Miles Davis, Roundabout Midnight, sealed MoFi pressing. Hope everybody has their ears opened. Sealed MoFi pressing for just a $25 start. I just did less than what I was just thinking. Roundabout Midnight, sealed Miles Davis. It is numbered 7276. It's sealed, $25 start. Sealed MoFi, Miles Davis. I got another Beatles. They're getting low, but I've got them. Or was that the last one? Nope, there's two more. I just emptied the crate. I laid them right here. This is called File Under the Beatles. I've had these before. We've had File Under Rat, as in Round and Round. We've had File Under the Pretenders. We've had File Under the Rolling Stones. This is called File Under the Beatles. It actually includes, I'll show it in just a second. Let me read what Paul has wrote here. This is demo sessions, unreleased tracks. It came with a photo and a 7-inch segment of actual copy of the Hard Day's Night film. I'm going to start this because it's a little later for $45. We had it tagged for $35, but I'm going to start it at $45 because it is a little bit later in the show. Very cool here, though. Let me show you what we're talking about. This is a bootleg, and it comes with like a file folder, and there's like a photo print of the Beatles and their Sgt. Pepper's outfits. And when you hold this film strip up, you can see scenes from Hard Day's Night. Yep, there's the film, Hard Day's Night. It looks like that scene where I think one of the scenes there where they're playing live. It's been a while since I've watched that. But $45 start on this, File Under the Beatles. It includes this insert. Yeah, it's those sessions. Come and get it. I'm so tired. Christmas Time is here again. Has their Christmas song on it. And there's the LP. $45 start on that. Really cool. Has the photo, strip. That's complete. Okay, Miles is at 25. Miles is at 28. Miles is at 35. And Brent Robley wanted BC. And BC was for Brother Kane. Right, Brent? That's so to you. Or just correct me if I'm wrong. Jason Isbell. This is another colored vinyl, new reissue, anniversary. $36.99. $36.99 for Jason Isbell, Sirens of the Ditch. $36.99. Brian, we're going to wait on the Rolling Stones until we get information on that one. We're waiting for Paul to text us back, but if he don't recall, then we may just have to run it tomorrow or another day. It will definitely be for sale. The Posies, Every Kind of Light. The Posies is first time on vinyl. Limited to 1,500 on purple translucent vinyl. 2LP, 45 RPM. That is $56.99. The Best of Peter Tosh, 1978 to 1997. 1978 to 1987. The Best of Peter Tosh, first time ever on vinyl, this greatest hits compilation, $56.99. That's from Music on Vinyl. It's a limited numbered colored vinyl, $56.99. Final call on the Beatles for $45. And here was the Erasure that was asked about. The very best of Erasure, always Erasure, the very best of Erasure, $44.99. Now, a couple things I didn't get to over here. Let me go ahead and try to get a third auction started. I guess I'll finish up. Actually, sorry for whoever was asking earlier. I had somebody keep asking any more Grateful Dead, and I never like to say yes or no because I don't know. And I have this other one over here, and I don't think Seth got around to cleaning these, though. I think he just sleeved them, which means... see, I've got some great autographs. You know, we sold that Dr. John earlier. Let me show y'all some more autographs that we found after we did the JSA authentication deal. I'm about to put up more Dr. Johns, but these Doobie Brothers, I don't have all the names yet. And we also found another Willie Nelson from Dale's collection. And it's one of the few that was actually a signed cover. I know that's good because we had one before. I want to look at it a little bit closer. I mean, I know it came from Dale's collection. And I mean, we'll probably run that tomorrow after I advertise it. And I want to look at it one more time really close. And then I have all these great Doobie Brothers. I think this one's fully signed. I think it has all 5 members. That one's really cool. And then we have another Doobie Brothers. And then we have another Doobie Brothers that's signed. Another Doobie Brothers that's signed. And there's Willie Nelson. And then I got some other stuff. And I got a couple more Dr. Johns that we're going to try to run tonight as well. And then I'm going to finish up the Beatles stuff. You might see a lot of Beatles 45s tomorrow, along with more bootlegs from various artists, etc. Okay, so Miles Davis is now at 60. There is no more Stones boots tonight. Craig Weatherford wants the Erasure album. We have, there's the other Posies album, so we still got 2 of those. Also, Eminem Relapse, $39.99 for Eminem Relapse. The Killer, Sam's Town, $36.99 for Sam's Town. Erykah Badu, Baduism, $44.99. Still have Kiss Unplugged. Kiss Unplugged, 3 copies of that left, $44.99. Shania Twain's Greatest Hits, first time ever on vinyl, $44.99. Shania Twain's Greatest Hits. Slipknot, self-titled, $28.99. Yes, we're not done with all the Stones bootlegs. No, we still have more from Dale's collection, for sure. Mac Miller, The Divine Feminine, Mac Miller, $44.99. MC5, High Time, limited number clear and yellow splatter vinyl, $29.99. Bob Marley, Kaya, $36.99. Passion Pit, Gossamer, $44.99. And Morgan Wallen, One Thing at a Time, triple LP, quadruple LP? I think it's triple LP, $59.99. All right, so final call on Miles Davis. Sean Fairweather has that for $60. Let's go ahead and sell Chris Bijak, File Under the Beatles, for $45. Let's run this Grateful Dead up for auction. I have not looked this up at all. Let's just sell it. The Grateful Dead, I have an idea, because I think I remember when this thing came out. 180 gram. Looks like this is Shrine Exposition Hall, Los Angeles, California, November 10th, 1967. Looks like it's a triple LP, Shrine Exposition Hall. There's the original concert poster. There's the original, probably master tape from the board. There's the cover, typical Grateful Dead fashion. Triple LP, limited to 6,700. I'm thinking a $45 start. Triple LP, Grateful Dead, live 1967, $45 start. Stephen Martinelli wanted the Slipknot, and John Duran wants a Shania Twain. Those are sold and sold. I still got a Van Halen box. I still got a Van Halen one step, $154.99. Grateful Dead's at 45 and now 50, now 50. Okay, so one more time on this bin. Morgan Wallen, Passion Pit, Bob Marley, MC5, Mac Miller, Shania Twain, Kiss Unplugged, Erykah Badu, The Killers, Eminem, The Best of Peter Tosh, The Posies, Jason Isbell, Richard Wright, Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, David Byrne, Brother Kane, Van Morrison. Now, we have to find another crate, especially so I can have a platform to do a recap. Actually, let's go through tonight's new vinyl. If you missed the very first part of the show, Here is tonight's new vinyl. Here's tonight's new vinyl. Let's go through it. Tonight's new vinyl. We have, it's all been condensed right here. This is all of tonight's newest releases and restocks. We have, first, let me sell this to Sean. He's probably like, Chad, please end this auction. Sean Fairweather gets the Miles Davis for $60. Sean says, please sell the Miles. Yes, sorry about that. You read my mind. I bet Sean was like, please sell this so I can comfortably go to sleep. Grateful Dead is at $90 to James Bragg. We have Pink Floyd Metal, $33.99. Pink Floyd Metal, $33.99. Also, Beastie Boys, License to Ill. Beastie Boys, License to Ill, $36.99. Fruit Punch colored vinyl. The Grateful Dead was at $45.50, $50, $55, $60, $65, $75, $80, $85, $90. High bid is $90. Led Zeppelin, the complete BBC Sessions box set, $214.99. I have another sealed MoFi to run for auction. Let's do another sealed MoFi up for auction. What a great one, too. Bill Withers, Steel Bill. Bill Withers, Steel Bill. This is a $35 start. Limited 1142. Sealed Bill Withers MoFi. Featuring the classic song, Use Me. Lean On Me's on here too. Use Me and Lean On Me back to back. $35 start for Bill Withers. Grateful Dead is at $95 with Brent Robley. We got multiple copies of Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. Welcome to the Machine. Shine on You Crazy Diamond. Have a Cigar. And of course, Wish You Were Here. $33.99. 180 gram remaster. Bernie Grundman. $33.99. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. Rush Moving Pictures, 180 gram, direct metal mastering. Tom Sawyer, Red Barchetta. AC/DC, Dirty Deeds, done dirt cheap. $31.99 for AC/DC. Little Shop of Horrors, original motion picture soundtrack. $31.99. Live, Throwing Copper, $39.99. Rush, Clockwork Angels, $44.99. Rob Zombie, Hell Belly Deluxe, $36.99. Grateful Dead's at 101 with James Bragg. John Duran wants Little Shop of Horrors. Now, Brent is still bidding. Debbie's out, so the Grateful Dead is between James and Brent. And that was Shrine Exposition Hall, 1967. No one's bid on Bill Withers yet. Looking for a $35 star, sealed MoFi. Taylor's version of 1989 on the Sunrise Boulevard yellow, $49.99. Taylor Swift. And AC/DC Back in Black, $31.99. Dan Davis wants a Rob Zombie. Tanner, that one's not stickered, but it's $36.99. Dirty Deeds done with sheep. Wow. And Grateful Dead is a final call. James Bragg has that at 101. Final call. Final call. Final call. I guess there's one Beatles bootleg that had not been put up for auction tonight. Only one, Tanner. And I kind of forgot about it. This is the last Beatles bootleg that was not put up for auction. Let's go ahead and make Bill Withers a buy it now for $35. Somebody needs to take advantage of that. Here's the last Beatles bootleg. This is, the consensus seems to be that these are tracks from July, August 1963 from Pop Go the Beatles. So it looks like there was some possible disagreement, or not disagreement, but well, it looks like they don't really know, but the consensus seems to be that these tracks are from July, August 63 from Pop Go the Beatles. $45 start. Brent's out on the Grateful Dead. We're going to sell this to James Bragg then for 101. I may have another one. I may have another Grateful Dead set. That's sold to James Bragg for 101. Who was, wow, lots of people. Michael Nath was the lucky winner. $35 on that. The Beatles is a $45 start. Tanner, will you do me a favor and scan this on Discogs right quick? I have another sealed MoFi here. Wow, sealed Roy Buchanan's. Where did all this stuff come from? Dave Allen, autographed. Yeah, here's another Grateful Dead. All right, let's run another Grateful Dead. Live is $39.99, Craig. Live throwing copper. Live throwing copper is $39.99. Grateful Dead, Hampton, 1979. As always, an awesome cover. Grateful Dead, Hampton, 79. Gatefold, Garcia, Hart, Kreutzmann, Lesh, Midland, Weir, the Grateful Dead. I don't know. I hadn't scanned, typed. I have no idea. But I'm going to say a $45 start. For a 2 LP Grateful Dead, that sounds reasonable. It could be 3 times that. It could be 4 times that. I feel like $45 start. I'll let y'all have at it. And I have another sealed MoFi. I'm making sure I'm in reason on this one. Is this one sealed here? Is that one open? Okay. We're going to start this for $35 as well. Ricky Skaggs. I've never seen this one before. That's why I had Tanner scan it. I never had seen this one before. Ricky Nelson. Ricky Sings Again. I never seen this MoFi before. Ricky Nelson Sings Again. $35 start. Boy, I wonder if his eyes were really that color. Wow. That's a very interesting blue. Ricky Nelson, $35 start. I'm going to make the Beatles a buy it now. If anybody wants to do a buy it now on the Beatles, $45. That way I can put up Rick Nelson, MoFi, sealed for $35. Kelly Gabney wanted a Pink Floyd Wish You Were Here. I don't think we've tagged that yet. And Craig Weatherford takes the copy of Live, Throwing Copper. So that crate had AC/DC, Back in Black, Taylor's version of 1989, Rush, AC/DC, Rush, Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, and Beastie Boys. It's like a Chad's Greatest Hits crate. Rush, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd. Rush, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd. You can tell who does the ordering around here. All right, that's tonight's new vinyl. Now, let me do some condensing and see what's available for tonight. Who has not bought a Neil Young autograph that needs one? Because I'm about to show you a couple that I've put up tonight that are still available. I may do a couple Japanese pressings here by it now, but I've got some empty crates to condense. There's 3 empty crates. There's the rest of the Beatles 45s I'm going to show tomorrow. Let me do some housework and condensing over here. We just got more stock of these in. If anybody needs a pack, 100 pack of outer sleeves, $29.99. We just got more stock in today. Vinyl style, 3 mil. They fit gatefolds. 100 pack vinyl style, $29.99. We still have those. Or we just got some more in. There's an empty crate, empty crate, empty crate. So there's 6 empty crates. I like the look of that. There's a crate we did buy it now best offer. Let's see here. Here's the last 2 $9.99 45s I didn't show. Billie Jean and Ricky Skaggs, Uncle Pen, and I'm Head Over Heels in Love. Surely somebody needs Billie Jean, near mint in the picture sleeve. Let's update our auctions right quick. Grateful Dead is at $60 with Charles. James Brad, Brian Arrigo, Thomas Hujar, and Grace. Y'all are all outbid. Charles has it for $60. No one's bid on Rick Nelson. Final call to get a bid in for $35. There's a pack of outer sleeves. What else is there? Price for Linkin Park Hybrid Theory. Linkin Park Hybrid Theory. That is right back here, isn't it? Is this Hybrid Theory? This is Hybrid Theory. It is $31.99. Hybrid Theory is $31.99. Garrett's at $35 on Ricky. New bid on Grateful Dead is $65.75. So we still got bids. Sorry, I'm still condensing. I'm doing some recapping. Just cleaning up and recapping. Here's the new puzzles for tonight. Here's the 4 new puzzles. Jerry Stone must have not been on. He would have bought at least one. Jerry Stone, he's in bed for now, right now for sure. Metallica, Hardwired to Self-Destruct. Rolling Stone, Steel Wheels. Status Quo Quo, and Guns N' Roses, Chinese Democracy. These are 500-piece puzzles, new and sealed, $24.99. New 500-piece puzzles. Metallica, Guns N' Roses, Status Quo, and Rolling Stones. The outer sleeves are $29.99. $29.99 for the outer sleeves. I'm not done. Stand by. I'm condensing. Let's see here. There's that. What was this? Was this a half-off bin? That was what was left of a half-off bin. There's more empty crates. Here's what's left of a half-off bin, I think. Just give me a second. I'm condensing and showing. And what was that? That was just the crate I didn't get to. Here we go. Quick deal. Half off. This is from a crate, but I just saw it in the front. $10. Billy Joel, blue vinyl, Walmart exclusive. It is used. It's near mint though. $10. $10 on Billy Joel. Walmart exclusive. Somebody's got to buy that. Let me condense these. Okay, now I know I've been through those. Yeah, let me put this up here. Now, a little bit better. Still not done yet, but we're getting there. So we had a price on Linkin Park. Let's see what's going on here. That's where I walked away. Grateful Dead, $65.75. Garrett bid $35 on Ricky Skaggs. Ricky Nelson. I don't think anybody else has bid. Sell this to Garrett, Tanner, for $35. None of those puzzles are sold, but I'll leave them right there. Garrett, you got Ricky Nelson for $35. Craig says he wants Linkin Park. Of course, that was that sticker. That's so did Craig. Jason says he'll take another Linkin Park if there is another. If not, we can get you one. Grateful Dead is at 101, 110, 111. And first to Billy Joel. Tanner, this is $10 to Jeff McMaster. Linkin Park Hybrid Theory. I have Van Halen, Fiona Apple, Train, Elton John, Ministry, The Cult, Leonard Skinner, The Beatles, Old Dominion, Virgin Suicides. Hey, here's a Grateful Dead. Buy it now. Grateful Dead without a net. 3 LPs. $84.99 on the Grateful Dead. $84.99 on the Grateful Dead. 3 LPs. Neil Young, Time Fades Away. Christine McVie, Scream. Bruce Springsteen, Oingo Boingo. Another Kiss Unplugged. Let me put that with the other Kiss Unplugged. Where's those at? Right here. Let me put those together. Kiss Unplugged. Sparks, Twisted Sister, Jason Aldean, Albert King, America, Billy Joel, Slayer. We might need to go through that crate back there. That's got some great titles in it. Let's see here. So Charles V is still the new high bidder. He's at $115. And Tanner, whoever just asked about those sleeves, they just sent us a message and said they wanted a pack. I don't know if you just saw that come in. Whoever just asked about sleeves, so they wanted a pack. So there's that. Scott Leach, yeah. I just saw his notification come in saying he wanted a pack. Grateful Dead 121. Now, Dan Davis asked first what was the Ministry, and then Stephen Martinelli says he'll take it. So Dan has dibs. I only have one of them. This is Ministry, Chicago, Detroit, 1982 on red marbled vinyl. Red marble vinyl, Chicago, Detroit, 1982. Dan Davis, if you want it, it's yours. If not, it's sold to Stephen Martinelli. James Bragg says he'll take the Grateful Dead without a net. That was this 3 LP set that I showed in here. That's sold to James Bragg. What pressing of Time Fades Away? That's the 50th anniversary on clear vinyl. Includes Last Trip to Tulsa. Includes bonus track, Last Trip to Tulsa. Clear vinyl, $31.99. Dan says Stephen can have it. Grateful Dead's at $121, now $130. I was just going to go through this crate and see what was in it, see if anybody wants to make offers. So, but while I'm doing that, we have a ton of $9.99 45s that didn't sell. I'm going to mark them down to $6.99 and go through them one more time. So these did not sell for $9.99. Let's mark them down about 30% and try to sell them for $6.99. And so while I'm recapping this bin and wrapping up a couple of last auctions, let's do some $6.99 45s, including Michael Jackson, Billie Jean. Michael Jackson, Billie Jean. Ricky Skaggs, Uncle Pen. Hank Williams Jr., A Country Boy Can't Survive. The Judds, Mama He's Crazy. Somebody definitely needs to get this. John Lennon, Woman. Foreigner, I Want to Know What Love Is. Meatloaf, Bat Overture. And Paradise by the Dashboard Light. Nina, Cherry Kisses. And Hank Williams Jr., Born to Boogie. Now those are $6.99. Should sell a few of them now for sure. That's so James Bragg. They're still bidding on this. 130, 137. Steve Martinelli got the Ministry. Yes, John, the Led Zeppelin is the 5 CD 3 LP. It's the Super Deluxe. Super Deluxe.
What was the Albert King song?
Brent Robley got Albert King. I must have missed that too, right? That is right there. I'll let you pull it out, Tanner. That is sold to Brent Robley. I know him by the top, so I can look at a top of a record and tell you what it is. Debbie wants Michael Jackson, and Vicky got Skaggs. These are $6.99. $6.99. Quick recap, all $6.99. Next is Houdini, Be Yourself. Journey, Open Arms. Joe Cocker, Midnight Rider. Cat Stevens, Another Saturday Night. And Cyndi Lauper, Girls Just Want to Have Fun. One more, John Cougar Mellencamp. Now $6.99. We have, what was the slate in the new bin? That was Repentless. Repentless. Red and Orange Splatter, $31.99. Let's see here. Next is Chris B. Jack on Meatloaf. That was from that last stack. These are $6.99 now, Tanner. Chris B. Jack got Meatloaf. Now continuing with $6.99. Brent Robley on JC, John Cougar. 140 on Grateful Dead, 144. That still leaves Cyndi Lauper, Cat Stevens, Joe Cocker, Journey, Houdini. I'm like, those are someone I'm really surprised are still available. A couple more handfuls here. These are all $6.99. George Harrison, All Those Years Ago. John Cougar, Cherry Bomb. Fan Ear 1982, which is George Jones and Merle Haggard. Heart still available. Heart Alone. And that is Barracuda. Wow, Barracuda recorded live. I should have mentioned that earlier. A live cut of Barracuda. Barracuda. And there's Alone. Brent wanted Joe Cocker, not John Cougar. Got it. Let's fix that right quick. Bryan Adams, Straight from the Heart. I can tell my 2 hours of sleep's kicking in. Mick Jagger, Just Another Night. Kiss, I Was Made for Loving You. Can't believe that didn't sell earlier. Also, Wings, Good Night Tonight. I guess that's why they call it the blues. Elton John in Chicago, Look Away. So let me find Joe Cocker here, Midnight Rider. Bring that back instead of John Cougar. We got it. Thank you. So Dan Davis wants Slayer if Sean Fairweather doesn't want it. Let me look at that one more time. Slayer Repentless. Slayer Repentless is $31.99. He says, I'll take it. I was looking for Hell Awaits. I need to restock Slayers because I think that's the only thing I have. Dan Davis, if you want on a waiting list, I can have you one of these on this week's invoice. I can have those in. I'm going to order more anyway. So Debbie Winstead put B, $6.99. Let me see if I can figure out what B is. Maybe Bryan Adams. Debbie, I'm going to put that in pending if that was for Bryan Adams. Vicki Allison's going to get Kiss for $6.99. Chris B. Jack wants BA. I'm assuming that was for Bryan Adams. Grateful Dead's at $148. America Homecoming is America Self-Titled. That's America Self-Titled back here in the back corner. $39.99. Sean says I can take it. Oh, he said take it. I thought he meant he wants to take it. My bad. So Dan Davis gets Slayer. My bad. Okay, those have been shown. Those have all been shown. $6.99 recap on some 45s. Steve Perry, She's Mine. Stevie Wonder, Go Home. Billy Joel, Leave a Tender Moment Alone. The Jets, Rocket to You. Bob Seger, American Storm. Waylon Jennings, Walk On Out of My Mind. Ohio Players, Love Roller Coaster. Grateful Dead's at $151. Cyndi Lauper, Money Changes Everything. Jimmy Mack, a classic Gordy Motown track, $6.99. Dolly Parton, Sing for the Common Man. Go West, Don't Look Down. Culture Club, Move Away. Paul Revere, Kinks. and Red Red Wine, UB40. The autographed Doobie Brothers albums will be sold tomorrow. We really didn't get to them tonight. We will sell those tomorrow. We will sell those tomorrow. The autographed Doobie Brothers. Vicky wants the Ohio Players. Love Roller Coaster. Boy, that was a big hit, wasn't it? That is sold to Vicky Allison. Chris Jack wants SP. Also, Debbie never did verify if this is what she wanted with B. I'm assuming it was. If not, it's sold to someone else. Chris Jack wants SP, and that was for Steve Perry. Had to be. Is that right? SP Steve Perry. Steve Perry right here. And that is sold to Chris Jack. And then Debbie, let me know if B was for Brian Adams. Okay, I've got some new ones to go through. First, I got to start showing some new ones, but let's go through all the auctions and everything else over here that did not sell. First, we had the Beatles, As Sweet As You Are. The Beatles, As Sweet As You Are. That was a $45 buy it now. And that is live August 1963 from Pop Go The Beatles. John Lennon Archives Volume 1. That's a $35 buy it now. Some cool Beatles and John Lennon stuff here. Here's another Beatles. This is called Collector's Items. Collector's Items. That's a $75 buy it now. $975. I got 2 Neil Young autographs. $975. A signed copy of Life and a signed copy of Everybody's Rockin'. $975 on those. Charles, you're out on the Grateful Dead. James has it for $167. Dr. John, that's signed as well. $75. It is personalized to Dale, but that's signed Dr. John. This is an official release from John Lennon. It's called Once Upon a Time. Selections from John Lennon Anthology. That's an $85 buy it now. The Beatles Live at Abbey Road, which is actually a studio outtakes compilation. That's a $45 buy it now. Which is, they were actually live at Abbey Road, but not what they make you to think to be. So, Brian says 30 for the John Lennon Anthology, I think. Now, are you talking about archives? This was $85, the Once Upon a Time. If you're offering 30 for archives, I'll sell it to you. Charles says I was never out on Grateful Dead. Now, I was just saying you are out. You are out. James has it for $167. You're still in if you want to bid. And let's sell this to Debbie for $6.99. I'm assuming that's what she wanted. And then John Lennon, he said yes, archives. Sell that to Brian Arrigo for $30. Now, let me see what I have in here. Let me tell you some prices. Prices you can't say no to. Instead of $30, $19.99 on Sealed Scorpions Rock Believer. Sealed Scorpions Rock Believer. That is $19.99. She says that's not the one she wanted. Sealed Scorpions Rock Believer, $19.99. That was marked $29.99. Here we go. Fever Tree for sale. A white label promo, $19.99. Was $29.99. Fever Tree, a white label promo from Ampex. So Brian Adams, there was somebody back up on that one. That was Chris Jack. So Chris Jack gets that. He does get that for $6.99. I knew somebody, that's why I was waiting for clarification on that. And let's see here. Well, I got a ton of other stuff over here I hadn't got to yet. Let me see what this little pocket is. These are also, now these were originally $6.99, so these are all $6.99 here. We have Journey, Any Way You Want It. The Police, Every Breath You Take, and Wrapped Around Your Finger. The Cars, Drive, Who's Gonna Drive You Home Tonight. The Animals, House of the Rising Sun and Bring It On Home. The Silhouettes, Get a Job and I Am Lonely. Duke of Earl, Gene Chandler. Grease is the Word, Frankie Valli. And Bee Gees, Tragedy. The B-side is Until. Those are all $6.99. Charles is out on the Grateful Dead. James Bragg has it for $177. Final call. Final call on that, $177. See what else we got over here. These are all $6.99. Craig Rutherford wants the Drive. Craig Rutherford wants Drive by the Cars. These are $6.99, Tanner. Gerard Cacciatore wants Chandler, Duke of Earl. Brent Robley wants the Silhouettes. You were second on Gene Chandler. That leaves Bee Gees, Tragedy, Frankie Valli, Grease, The Animals, House of the Rising Sun, The Police, Every Breath You Take, and Journey, Any Way You Want It. Let's sell James Bragg, The Grateful Dead for $177. We have a ton of Grateful Dead bootlegs we hadn't sold yet. I think I've got some stuff over here behind the counter while Charles and James is on. I think I had some stuff that was no bids, and maybe even some that I didn't get to one time. Still over here behind the counter somewhere. Let's see if I can find those, especially since it looks like we got a couple Grateful Dead viewers on. Yeah, here they are. Here's those other Beatles bootlegs I never got to that night either. Let's see here. Here's a whole pocket of Grateful Dead stuff, actually. We got some Deadheads watching. This, I think some of these were no bids, so let's see what we have here. This is the Grateful Dead. I don't know if I ever got to this. I may have, but it's a record store day from 2018. It's sealed, $165 start. There's one tear in the shrink up here. This is the Grateful Dead 2018 record store day, $165 start. 4 LP, 180 gram with custom etched 8th side. The Grateful Dead, that is a $165 start. Let me grab some other $6.99 45s. $6.99 45s and see what we have here. Charles is in at $175. We have Chicago, Closer to You, Must Have Been Crazy. Bobby Darin, If I Were a Carpenter, $6.99. Ray Stevens, The Streak. Ray Stevens, The Streak. I think I got these flipped. Yeah, these are the A-sides. Here we go. All right, we got another Grateful Dead battle going on. 170, 175. Dale and Grace, I'm Leaving It Up to You. Elton John, Wrap Her Up. Ooh, Steve Winwood, Talking Back to the Night. Picture Sleeve, Steve Winwood. Paul Young, Every Time You Go Away. Rod Stewart, Some Guys Have All the Luck. Simply Red, Money's Too Tight. Johnny Hates Jazz, Shattered Dreams. Shattered Dreams. 38 Special, Like No Other Night. Lionel Richie, Say You, Say Me. Lionel Richie. All right, so Grateful Dead, 170, 175. Jason, I'll take the Rock, $19.99. Yes, sell Rock Believer to Jason for $19.99. James Bragg's at $180 on the Grateful Dead. Now let's tag a few of these, Tanner, for $6.99. The first is Brent Robley. Let me figure out where I started here. I started with Chicago. Brent Robley wants RS for Ray Stevens, The Streak. That's $6.99. Brent also got Steve Winwood for $6.99. Craig Weatherford wants Shattered Dreams by Johnny Hates Jazz. Javi was second. Charles is at $210 on the Grateful Dead. So that leaves Lionel Richie, 38 Special, Simply Red, Rod Stewart, Paul Young, Elton John, Dale and Grace, Bobby Darin, and Chicago from that batch. Now, I stopped because I knew the next record. Is this really clean? Wow. Little Deuce Coupe, Original Capital Swirl, and Surfer Girl, The Beach Boys, $6.99 on the Beach Boys. Pablo Cruz, Love Will Find a Way. Leslie Gore, It's My Party, I'll Cry If I Want to. Call Me, theme from the American Gigolo, that's Blondie. Lee Dorsey, Working in the Coal Mine. Evil Woman, Electric Light Orchestra. Ram Jam, Black Betty. And the Ronettes, I Saw Mommy Kissing Santa Claus, and the Crystals, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Two classic girl group Christmas songs there. All right, let's run another Grateful Dead. James is out. Let's sell that to Charles for $210. Let's sell that to Charles for $210. Now, I've got the Grateful Dead European Tour 1974, live in Uptown Theater in Chicago, August 19th, 1980. So the concert's actually August 19th, 1980. The Grateful Dead Tour 1974, $55 start. $55 start. Tanner, these are $6.99. And the first one goes to Regina Tabor from the last stack. She wants the Rod Stewart. That's sold to Regina for $6.99. We had Brent Robley on BB for the Beach Boys. Gerard Cacciatore, you were second. Debbie Winston was third. Brent Robley also wanted LD. Lee Dorsey, Working on the Coal Mine. Debbie Winstead also was next, and she put EW for Evil Woman, ELO. Brent Robley got Ron for the Ronettes. Brian Arrigo wants Ram Jam. Grateful Dead's at 55 and now 60. That leaves Blondie, Call Me, theme from American Gigolo. It's My Party, I'll Cry If I Want To, Leslie Gore. And we didn't even freak out over Pablo Cruz. Look at this, a white label promo of Love Will Find a Way, double-sided. Unbelievable. The now famous, more famous than ever before, Pablo Cruz. Grateful Dead is at, we got 3 bidders on Grateful Dead. Let me try to get another one going. Actually, I'll make this a buy it now because it was a no bid last time. $85 buy it now. This is the Barnes & Noble exclusive on multicolored swirled vinyl of Oxo Moxo. And that is an $85 buy it now. That's a 2016 multicolor swirl. I think it looks pretty incredible when you get it out. That's an $85 buy it now. Let's all pitch in a buck for the Pablo, and I'll put in John Young's box. Yeah, somebody buy it, and we'll tag John Young's name on it. He's probably watching right now. Grace, are you wanting to do a buy it now on the Grateful Dead, or was you about to type a bid? If you want to do a buy it now on the Grateful Dead, put GDBIN, and I'll know you're buying that for $85. Let me find some more $6.99 45s while we're selling some Grateful Dead records there. Gene Autry, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, the classic. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Grace does want. Has Grace bought from us before? Grace Kesserling? Grace, have you bought from us before? If so, welcome back. If not, let me know and I'll give you some first-time buyer instructions. That's an $85 buy it now. So Grace is a first-time buyer, so thank you and welcome. Late night first-time buyer, but that's perfectly okay. We do this every night. We're going to be doing this again tomorrow, which is Tuesday. We're also going to be doing it Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We do this 6 nights a week. Every night right here. You can buy as much as you want, and everything ships for $7. $7 in limited shipping, which means you can buy one Grateful Dead record. You can buy 20. $7 in limited shipping. I just need you to do one thing, and that's message our store page, Collectco, our Facebook page. We need a message with your email address and your mailing address. Email address and mailing address, $7 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy. We will invoice you on Monday. Gene Autry is sold to Brent Robley, $6.99. Now, the Grateful Dead, James Bragg was at $67. All done. Final call. I've got 2 or 3 more over here to run right quick. We'll keep selling them. Theme from Close Encounters of the Third Kind. John Williams. This is a promo. $6.99. $6.99. The Rays, Silhouettes. And Daddy Cool. The Rays, Silhouettes, $6.99. Wow. Wider Shade of Pale, Procol Harum, $6.99. Carpenters, We've Only Just Begun. Tommy Boyce and Bobby Hart, I Wonder What She's Doing Tonight. Huey Lewis and the News, She's Some Kind of Wonderful. Nancy and Frank Sinatra, Something Stupid. Girls of the Golden West, Girls of the Golden West, CHRISTMAS, Christmas. Blue Christmas by Russ Morgan. And Pure Prairie League, Don't Keep Me Hanging. All right. James Bragg gets this Grateful Dead for $67, Tanner. That's sold for $67. Are you going to have a show on Christmas night? No, I doubt it. Would I? Yeah. But my mom, she'd probably be pretty upset with me. So we don't want to make her angry. And plus, I don't know if I could get Tanner here. Probably Tanner would like to spend time with his family. Tanner says he'll be busy. So anybody want to come down and tag records on Christmas night? What is that, a Sunday? It's a Sunday, though, isn't it? Isn't Christmas on a Sunday? Monday. Grateful Dead, Earthquake Country, the Lost Album. This is a soundboard live compilation, probably on colored vinyl. This is a $75 start. Grateful Dead, Earthquake Country, the Lost Album. Cool cover. Multicolored vinyl, $75 start. We need more $6.99. Wow, no one bought anything in that stack. Well, that means the show's over. Let me grab another handful here, Tanner. Let's see what we got in here. A classic, Caribbean Queen, Billy Ocean, $6.99. Cheryl Poole, How About Your Love for Christmas? The Doobie Brothers, Song to See You Through, Blackwater. I think I'm reading them from the B-side. Hold on a second. We try to get them where they're all on the B-side. Hold on a second. Because I know the Doobie Brothers, obviously Blackwater is the A-side. Cheryl Poole, it's Christmas Day of the Year. I know Billy Ocean, the A-side. Okay, it's double-sided though, Caribbean Queen. No, it's not. Caribbean Queen and, yeah, Caribbean Queen. It was double-sided. Taking them down. Okay, so this is the A-sides, yeah. Charles Brown, Merry Christmas, Baby. James Brown and the Famous Flames, the Christmas song. Freddie King, I Hear Jingle Bells. Ike and Tina Turner, Proud Mary. Alabama, Love in the First Degree. Wilson Pickett covering Hey Jude. It's a good cover. We Wish You a Merry Christmas. Julie Andrews, Vic Damone, Jack Jones, and Marian Anderson. Edison Lighthouse. Oh, here's a good one. Love grows where my rosemary goes. Baby, what a big surprise. Chicago. Baby, what a big surprise. Chicago. All righty. So, Grateful Dead, 75, 75, 81, 82, 83, 101, 101. Out. If you're done bidding, let me know. Final call to James Bragg for 101. I've got more. We'll sell that one very quickly. First, we have Brent Ribley on JB. JB was for James Brown. That's sold to Brent for $6.99. Brent also wants F. King. He was first to FK, which is Freddie King. Jeff was second. Brent was also first to Ike and Tina Turner. He's 3 in a row. Jeff McMaster beats him this time. He gets Wilson Pickett. Brent was next. Henry Pardidez wants Charles Brown. And that leaves Chicago, Baby, What a Big Surprise. Edison Lighthouse, Love Grows. We Wish You a Merry Christmas. Alabama, Caribbean Queen, Cheryl Poole, and Blackwater. Wow, what a great song. Jeff is going to pass on Wilson Pickett, so give that one to Brent as well. Brent, you were 4 for 4. And let's sell Grateful Dead for $101 to James Bragg. $101. Okay. Let's see here. Grateful Dead. Outtakes from Terrapin Station. Pretty generic, just plain bootleg cover. But these are outtakes from Terrapin Station. $35 start. Outtakes from Terrapin Station. Grateful Dead, $35 start. New Grateful Dead auction. Let me see if I can get another one going while I finish up some more of these $6.99.45s. I was going to at least try. I know the last Dr. John didn't get a bid, but I have one of his classic albums in here. Let me find it right quick, Tanner. This one right here. Dr. John's Gumbo. I mean, this album by itself is pretty desirable. Dr. John's Gumbo. To Dale, Keep On, Dr. John the Night Tripper. It is personalized to Dale, but like I said, a little bit more of one of his desirable albums. Dr. John's Gumbo. Let's see, I have not looked at this at all. We're off to a good start. It has the lyric insert, or it has the insert. It has the insert with it, and it has the original Atco inner sleeve, and it's on Atco. It's a pretty clean looking copy. I'm going to call it EX. It's not perfect, but it's very clean. And we'll start that one at $75 as well. To Dale, Keep On, Dr. John the Night Tripper, $75 start. And that's Dr. John's Gumbo. Grateful Dead, $35, $45, $41, $42, and $51. All right, so there's 2 more auctions. More $6.99 45s. Tanner, I've kind of hit a second wind. I was getting really sleepy there earlier, but we're going to keep showing a few more 45s. Okay, we have Let's Work Together, Canned Heat, $6.99, Let's Work Together. Summer in the City, The Lovin' Spoonful. Elvis Presley, Love Me Tender. Seasons in the Sun, Terry Jacks. Alabama, Ride the Train. Exile, Kiss You All Over. Paul Davis, I Go Crazy. And Separate Lives, Love Theme from White Nights, Phil Collins and Marilyn Martin, $6.99. Let's see here. So Grateful Dead. We was at 41, 42, and then it jumped up to 75 with Charles. Terrapin Station outtakes. Charles is at 75. Now to the $6.99 stuff. Brent Robley wanted CH. Do you have a non-personalized PSA, Dr. John? No, the only non-personalized I had, we sold. It was that first one, that Grease we sold earlier tonight. That was the only non-Dr. John personalized that I know of, that I've found so far. The only one not personalized. Brent Robley on Canned Heat for $6.99. Brian's out on the Grateful Dead. The Grateful Dead's now at 77. Debbie first on E was for Elvis, Love Me Tender. And then Brent first on TJ. And TJ was for Terry Jacks. We had fun. We had Seasons in the Sun. Final call to bid on Dr. John. And then Charles, you're out on Grateful Dead. James has it for 77. Now 80. Dynasty Young, Desert Moon. Paul Young, Every Time You Go Away. Just the Two of Us, Grover Washington Jr. with Bill Withers. Christine McVie from Fleetwood Mac, Got a Hold on Me. Mama Told Me Not to Come, Three Dog Night. Silver, Bam, Wham, Bam, Shang-a-Lang. That's silver, $6.99. Grateful Dead's at 80, now 89. I'll go ahead and end Dr. John and put him over here with the other. Dr. John is a $75 buy it now. To Dale, keep on. Dr. John the Night Tripper, $75 buy it now. Grateful Dead's at 89. Sherry Darnell wants Three Dog Night for $6.99. Debbie Winston wants CM. Christine McVie, $6.99. All right, we have an out. That means it's sold. Grateful Dead is sold for $89 to James Bragg. Next is, we got two more over here. I have, this one's good. Let's do this box set first. This is the Grateful Dead. Here's the cover that would have been on the outside. For Deadheads only. For Deadheads only, mostly live from Capitol Theater, except track C5, that was Winterland on New Year's 1970-71 with Pigpen. Also, a couple tracks from Felt Forum. $75 start. Disc 1 and 3 is EX, and Disc 2 is VG+. Grateful Dead for Deadheads only box set. $75 start on that. That should be popular. Brett Midland. Hey, for Deadheads, Midland was in silver. Didn't know that. Grateful Dead's at 81 with James Bragg. He's leading us off. More. What's that, Tanner? Learn something every day. That's true. Brett Midland. Wayne Chung. Everybody Have Fun Tonight. Elton John. I'm Still Standing. These are $6.99. Herman's Hermits. A Must to Avoid. Hey, there's another La Freak. $6.99. Chic. La Freak. Bonnie Tyler. It's a Heartache. Leo Sayer. Long Tall Glasses. Jerry Reed. She's Got the Gold Mine. Foreigner. Jukebox Hero. Terry Gibbs. Somebody's Knocking. Vangelis, Chariots of Fire. Honeymoon Suite, New Girl Now. Bobby Brown, On Our Own. NXS, The One Thing. Jackson Brown, Somebody's Baby. Elvis, Love Me Tender. Elvis, In the Ghetto. Rod Stewart, Tonight's Tonight. Grateful Dead is sold to James Bragg for $81. Next is Grateful Dead, Garcia's Gang. This is the Grateful Dead, Garcia's Gang. This is the Grateful Dead. Live at the Fillmore East, April 26, 1971. April 28th, 1971, and April 27th. So April 26th, 27th, and 28th, 1974, $85 start. Garcia's Gang. Live at the Fillmore, $85 start. What's the B-side of Wayne Chung? What's the B-side of Jerry Reed? And Debbie wants Elvis. Debbie, do you want In the Ghetto, or do you want Love Me Tender? And then Chris B. Jack wants In Excess. But we have a couple questions, though. This is not on red vinyl. No, this is on black vinyl. First was the B-side of Wayne Chung. Wayne Chung was... well, hold on a second. This is for Craig Weatherford. The Wayne Chungs are Everybody Have Fun Tonight and Fun Tonight the early years. Everybody Have Fun Tonight and Fun Tonight the early years. That's for Craig Weatherford if he says yes. Next was B-side of Jerry Reed. These Elvises are possibly sold. Jerry Reed. There's In Excess. I know for sure that's coming up next. And what do you got there, Tanner? Grinch Punch. I'll have to show them that on camera. That's the most... Oh, yeah, my mom was trying to get me to drink that Saturday night. I was like, I don't know about that. I don't drink stuff that's green. Except Diet Mountain Dew. Jerry Reed. Here we go. Jerry Reed, so 44 from the man with the golden thumb. 44, and she's got the gold in mine. I got the shaft. $6.99. Next comment was Chris B. Jack gets In Excess. So Tanner, that's sold to Chris B. Jack, $6.99. James Bragg is at 91 on Garcia. Debbie Winston wanted both Elvises, Elvis and Elvis. Those are sold and sold. Did I miss another question? Craig said he passed on the Wayne Chung. Are you going to go through the crate in the back right before you're done? I can if you need me to. And Debbie says I got both Elvis. And we have James Bragg gets the Garcia, $91. Okay, $91, that's sold to James Bragg. And we have Grateful Dead live. This is live at the Felt Forum, December 5th, 1971. EX, there's a mark on side 1 that does not affect play. Grateful Dead live, $45 start. Grateful Dead live, $45 start. And that's live at the Felt Forum. Live at the Felt Forum, $45 start. And I think, let me check the rest of this crate, but I think that's all the dead stuff we had prepared from the last Grateful Dead night. But guess what? We'll do a Grateful Dead night. While Charles and James, I will definitely, let's write down these bidders' names, Tanner. I know most of them very well. Some of them's kind of new. But I'll tell Paul, let's get a Grateful Dead night scheduled for this week. And that way we can advertise it. We have hundreds and hundreds of Grateful Dead bootlegs we hadn't got to before. I'm not joking. I think y'all have seen pictures of them. If y'all remember the crate, I filmed a video back in September. Oh, I got one more. I found one more Grateful Dead bootleg. I filmed a video back in September when we got all this stuff in from Dale. Just absolutely incredible. And we keep finding more. We keep finding more, so. So this Grateful Dead's at 47, 45, 50, 51, and now 60. I've got this last one on deck, Grateful Dead Rose. Yeah, just incredible collection. I mean, this guy spent 60 years finding all these things. I don't know if y'all realize, but it was hard to find these, you know, I mean, if you were trying to buy these in shops in the 80s and 90s pre-internet, you had to do a lot of traveling. And then now to buy these online, you can't buy them on eBay. You can't buy them on Discogs. Sometimes you get lucky and find them in Facebook groups or like here, like on a live show. But I mean, I don't go to as many record stores as I used to, but I don't see, the ones I've been to, I didn't see where you could walk in and just pick out through 500 Grateful Dead bootlegs. Like there's tub after tub after tub. You may get lucky and find one or two, but this takes years, decades to accumulate all these. Harry Belafonte, Matilda, $6.99 for Belafonte. Donna Summer, Last Dance. Chet Downing and Bill Mencken, Christmas Eve with a Senator. I don't know what that is. Here's an OJ's, Backstabbers. Also, Paul Revere, Good Thing, Undecided Man, $6.99. Grateful Dead's at $60. Final call. Grace and Charles, if y'all are done bidding, just let me know. Somebody asked if I could go through this crate back here in the back. Let's do that as the final thing while we auction these last two Grateful Dead bootlegs. Wow, it's after midnight on a Monday night. I can't believe it. And we still got lots of active viewers and buyers. Maybe we should just go ahead and go to 1 a.m., Tanner. Thoughts? You got quiet there on me. I wish I had 30 more. I wish I had 30 more Grateful Dead bootlegs to auction. I have a feeling Charles and Grace and James would hang around. I could just go get some more out of the back. Good thing I don't work tomorrow. Me too. This is work. I am at work. Y'all are watching Chad clocking in right now. This is how I pay for my McDonald's meals. All right. So Grateful Dead is sold to James Bragg for $60 even. Now let's do this one that was left over from like 2 weeks ago. Grateful Dead Rose, Santa Monica Sessions, 1981, $85 start. Grateful Dead Rose, $85. $85. I don't open shop till late tomorrow. Well, the rest of them I don't have tagged or cleaned or inspected, so I would love to do that. But now this batch of 45 here, let's see here. Elvis sings The Wonder of You, Mama Like the Roses. Elvis is $9.99. Let's see what else I got here. Here we go. Rolling Stones, Undercover of the Night. Don't see that one too often, from 1991. Rolling Stones, 1991, $9.99. Some of these, I don't know what they are. I was supposed to have them marked before the show, but now I'm guessing. Yeah, I'll wait on those. I don't really know what those are. Well, I know what they are. I just don't know what to price them. Well, Heather, I don't know if we even started that crate. That was the problem. I don't know if we even started that crate that I had on the table. Here, I'll pull some stuff out. I'll see what I think is some of the best stuff in here. This. That's a good start. I'll pull out 5 albums and I'll tell you the price, regardless of what is stickered on the back. They'll obviously be less. But this crate, yeah, this is that crate that has a lot of those very deep cut blues. We don't want to go through this whole crate. We would be here a while because, yeah, this has these very deep cut. There's a Gene Clark album. Yeah, I'm usually not one to skip over a crate, but this is that stuff from Dale's. It's got that very deep cut stuff in it. So. Grateful Dead 91. Debbie Winston wanted E for Elvis. That's $9.90. That's $9.99. And we still got Stones. Okay, so Alan Parsons. VG Plus, make it $9.99. $5 off. iRobot, great album. Wouldn't want to be like you. Golden Earring, Something Heavy Going Down. Golden Earring, EX condition was 21. How about $11.99? Golden Earring, that's live from the Twilight Zone. Live Golden Earring. Billy Joe Glass Houses, VG Plus $9.99. Let's make that VG Plus $6.99. And Gene Clark and Carla Olson, that was sealed for $34.99. Let's make that $14.99. Sealed. Gene Clark and Carla Olson. Gold stamp promo, sealed, $14.99. No Muddy Waters, no. Unfortunately not. Brent's going to take the sealed Gene Clark for $14.99. Davey Winston's going to take the Billy Joe for VG Plus $6.99. That leaves Golden Earring live for $11.99 and Alan Parsons Project iRobot $9.99. Let's go ahead and sell the Grateful Dead to James Bragg for $91. Let me set these two over here. And somebody wanted me to go through this back left crate here. Yeah, that's about all that I thought was worth pulling out of that bin. So I need to do something with the rest of those. Those probably just really discount those deep cut blues albums. You got to really either know those. A lot of those were local people too. I think a lot of like local people from Pittsburgh and Atlanta. So kind of tough sales. Not like showing a Led Zeppelin album, right, Sean? Not like showing a Led Zeppelin album. Okay, let's see what we have in here. The Donnas, American Teenage Rock and Roll Machine, $38.99 for the Donnas. They're glam punk classic from 1988, $38.99. We still got 2 copies of Charles Wesley Godwin available, Family Ties, and that is an indie exclusive. That is an indie exclusive on colored vinyl. Let me see what I have in this autograph, also Dr. John top crate. Autographed Doobie Brothers crate, whatever you want to call it. I think this is, here we go. Let me make sure there's no other Grateful Deads in here. And if so, I've exhausted all of my Grateful Dead stock for tonight. I got to have this checked and authenticated, but I think that's actually, I think that's good. George Jones. I hadn't even looked it up, but got George Jones. And I know this is good because this is from Dale's collection. And I'll do it for a $95 buy it now. It's signed Billy Preston. This one's not authenticated, but of course it's from Dale's collection. We've had multiple Billy Preston. Signed copy of Splinter, which is on Dark Horse, George Harrison's label. It's on George Harrison's label. Signed by Billy Preston, not personalized, $95 buy it now. Signed by Billy Preston. Sum 41, 14 gold hits, $33.99 for Sum 41. King Diamond, Abigail on Cobalt Blue Vinyl, $33.99. Yes, Ladder, or The Ladder, $39.99, music on vinyl. Billy Joe Piano Man, 50th Anniversary Edition, $31.99. America, self-titled, Horse of No Name, gold vinyl, $39.99. Power Band 5000, Mega Kung Fu Radio, $38.99. Jack Russell's Great White, Once Bitten Acoustic Bites, $28.99. Jason Aldean, Highway Desperado, $31.99. Twisted Sister, 40th Anniversary of Under the Blade, $74.99. Sparks is $39.99. The Best of Oingo Boingo, limited to 500, colored vinyl. One Bruce Springsteen MoFi box left, a MoFi one-step of Greetings from Asbury Park, $129.99. Also, Scream is $34.99. Christine McVie, $31.99. Neil Young, Time Fades Away, 50th Anniversary Clear Vinyl, $31.99. Old Dominion, Memory Lane, $39.99. The Virgin Suicides, $59.99. The Beatles, Now and Then, $28.99. Let's put Jason Short on a Lincoln Park Hybrid Theory waiting list. Tanner has you down. I'm going to order more anyway. So, Leonard Skinner, The Last Rebel, $38.99. The Cult Electric on blue vinyl, $36.99. We have Tumbleweed Connection, Elton John, $33.99. Train, Drops of Jupiter, $33.99. Fiona Apple, Tidal, $46.99. And Van Halen, self-titled, $154.99. Brent, I'm about to $2 Paul you. And if you want that, I'll sell it to you for $60. I'll sell that to you for $60. 2 Dale, Keep On, Dr. John the Night Tripper. $2 Paul on you, $60 on that. Next is price on Oingo Boingo. John Ambrosic, Oingo Boingo's Greatest Hits, the Best of Oingo Boingo, $28.99. $28.99. I had one other Dr. John that I was about to show, and this one's I think this one's even a more desirable album. Yeah, for sure. The Sun and the Moon and the Herbs. This is a $75 buy it now. The Sun, the Moon, and the Herbs. Nice textured cover. Original inner sleeve. 1841 Broadway. I still don't know if that's the original label. I think that they had a Toontone Atco label. There's another one. 2 Dale. Yeah, Dr. John the Night Tripper. That one's $75 as well. And I think that's all of them I have. Brent said he'd rather have this one for $60. Reluctantly, I will say yes. So we'll sell this to Brent Robley. I wish they weren't personalized. If these things weren't personalized, him writing to Dell on it cost me hundreds of dollars. Let's see. Well, the other one brought $260. We have 5 of these things. So him writing to Dell cost me about $1,000. So dang it, Dr. John. So that is sold for $60 to Brent Robley. If you're ever going to have an autograph for monetary purposes, for investment, whenever the celebrity or musician's in front of you, tell them you don't have a name. Just say, sign it, just sign it. And then John Ambrosic wants an Oingo Boingo. Sean Fairweather wants an Abigail King Diamond. I don't know if he did or not. I think a lot of people ask. So from what I understand from him, I don't know if he really asked, but most people asked, like, or he met them, and then some people naturally did it. Like he would meet them backstage or wherever, and he would ask. When I asked him on the phone, some people do it. Like I'm being told now, like Robert Plant, evidently, like he always writes somebody's name because he's very much against people just getting autographs to resell them. So that's another reason I think though that Robert Plant signed Led Zeppelin 4 we had. A lot of these people, one, they've stopped signing, even if they may be alive. Some people's like, well, he's still alive, or so-and-so's still alive. Most of them have stopped. Some of them have stopped signing, or when they do sign, they will always make it out to somebody. Like that way, it really diminishes the resale value. But James Bragg wants a copy of Abigail. And then, however, I've seen videos of like Al Pacino coming out of a restaurant in L.A. and there's like people lined up and he's just signing Al Pacino left and right on Funkos and movie posters. Ken, this is a Van Halen. This is from Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. If you've ever heard of Mobile Fidelity, they've been around since the 70s. They are an audiophile company. And this is an Ultra Disc 1-step. This is the best sounding Van Halen 1 money can buy. At least that's what all the audiophiles are saying. This is, I don't know if they cut from the original master tapes, but one, they press it on super vinyl. It's on 2 LPs. It's a limited numbered box, but it's on the highest quality vinyl you can get. They use a 1-step process, which that is, if you want to look that up, 1-step by MoFi. I can't get too technical with it, but basically they cut out some steps in the stamping process to get you a more direct pressing from tape to whatever the stamper is. They're using a more of a 1-step direct process than a typical pressing. So that's why I remember when I posted the pre-order, the same thing for Bruce Springsteen, it's a 1-step. And I remember the first comment on the post was like, boy, you have to be a really good fan to pay $130 for one album. But it's all in the audiophile process. These are very high quality recordings. They're very high quality vinyl. It is pricey, but if you have a good stereo system, I'm sure nothing can beat that. And for what I've been seeing online, this sounds incredible. I hadn't got to listen to it yet on any system, but I guess if you have the right equipment, it will blow you away. The phonics, the sonics, not the phonics. The Sonics. Okay, with that, we've got to end the sale. Thanks, everybody. We still got 89 people watching, which is always incredible this time of night. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Guess what? We'll be back again tomorrow at 7. I think I'm going to go home and crash right quick and then come back here at the store about 3 a.m. and get back to work tomorrow night. Or I may just keep going. If I drink a Monster, you never know. I may catch a third wake, but I haven't got to sleep much, and we have a lot of work here to do, right, Tanner? We have a lot of work here to do, as usual, but it's fun work. All we do is go through records and clean records and price records and look up records and listen to records and sort records and clean records and listen to records. And yeah, the only thing we do not fun is we have to clean up all this stuff. We have to recreate everything, condense it, move it around. Yeah, we're about to start doing the sales in the back, though, where we don't have messes. So I was wanting to do it last week, and we hadn't set it up yet. So before long, the camera, the angle of the shows probably look a little bit different, or at least the backgrounds. So, all right. Let's go back up to the top here. Make sure I didn't miss anything. No problem, Ken. Thank you. I'm eyeing up a Mo5 Fender turntable. I heard those are good. Thanks, James. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Prince. Thanks, Heather Feather. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Ken and Susie, and everybody else is still watching. Regardless if you said thanks or good night, I'm saying thanks and good night. We'll be back tomorrow at 7. John and Paul, actually, Paul's off tomorrow. John will be here pricing new LPs. I'm working on auction stuff tonight. We'll have a great show again tomorrow. I may dig out some Grateful Dead stuff. All right. See you.